Welcome, everybody, to the Making Awesome podcast. This is episode 239, where realistically we have to ask the big question. The big question, Jacob.
What's the big question?
Does size matter?
Always. Always. Don't let anyone lie to you. It does matter.
If someone tells you it doesn't, bless your heart.
Yeah, if they tell you it doesn't, don't lose them. They're doing it for you.
But no, we're going to be talking all about like nozzles, extruders, and at some point it eventually makes sense to go over to a pellet extruder because, well, when you use the entire bottle of Flomax rather than just the recommended daily dose, you have to go larger.
Yep. There's only so much you can push your current technology until you just have to switch it.
Yep.
And I will say that line is getting much shorter.
It
where
is.
There's a bit of overlap now.
It's getting much shorter.
It's getting interesting.
And I know a lot of you are likely going to want to hear about the Bambu Lab basically straight up cloning Hue Forge and just giving the middle finger to Hue Forge. We will be discussing that as well. But we already had a plan this week. and that thing came up like right at the last minute. So we'll add it in, but it is not like, we are not just trying to bash companies on this show.
Look, they make it hard not to bash when they come out and they step on little people. So
they make machines.
We'll leave that towards the end.
NTC thermistor issues. But
more on that later.
Yeah, let's just remind the people, if you're watching live, please make sure to leave a like. If you aren't subscribed, please subscribe. If you're listening back audio only, please rate and all those things that you're supposed to be doing to help this whole thing grow. For those of you that have been looking for an edited down version of the show, theoretically,
it's coming.
This week, we should be uploading the first episode. And that will be episode 230, I think is where we decided to start the edited down episodes. So it was taken from 2 hours and 56 minutes down to 1 hour and 6 minutes. So kind of insane.
Yeah.
So I if that is your cup of tea and you're not a huge fan of all the rambling, we think you'll enjoy those, but it will take us a few weeks to get like fully caught up. And as always, remember, as I hit start for the goal, that these streams are normally ad-free for YouTube, so you don't get any ads on YouTube. But we do have to hit that billing department and thank the sponsors that make this show possible, including Printed Solid, Construct 3D, and 3D Musketeers. With Printed Solid, you can get all of your made in the USA filaments from PLA to PETG, and they're also now making Filament in the US, which is really cool. And I still laugh that I saw Filament lines in the United States before I saw them in Prague. It's just always something to laugh at.
Quite funny.
Yeah.
With how many times you've been to Prague now?
2 or 3? I think 3. I think it's 3. Yeah.
Yep.
It's too nice of a city not to go to, man.
It is a really nice
And like
place.
when I'm already on the other side of the ocean, it's cheap to fly inside of Europe, okay? But yeah, you can enter to win some Printed Solid Filament. Links in that pinned chat message. And a huge thank you to Construct 3D for sponsoring the show. They're the makers of the UK's fastest 3D printer, the first Bambu 3D printer, and coming soon, the Construct 2, which is a business class machine designed for business class lights off production, where you are able to just run these machines 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And actually, quite a bit of what we're talking about today is inspired by some of the discussions Jacob and I have had over the Construct 2 and its insane levels of flow. I I would.
There is almost a 0% chance we're getting through this episode without me leaking more specs on the C2.
Yeah, I'm gonna
And
have
I'm
to be
all here
careful
for it.
with you on that. But
I
like,
like how you have to say with me on that.
yeah, I'm not gonna leak crap. I understand how
I'm
friend
gonna
EAs
leak
work,
so much.
but I will tell you guys, their machine, I believe, is the highest flow machine for the money on the market. I don't believe anything gets even remotely close to hitting the flow numbers that Jacob has proven to me. I'm not going to tell you what they are, but I will tell you it's well above 50 cubic millimeters per second. So, well above
Yeah,
it.
it's okay.
Uh,
I'm gonna leak a number for TPU
it's
because
way too
nobody
early. It's
expects the
way too
TPU
early.
number.
No, make them wait. It's way too early in the
I
episode.
am going to leak a number for TPU. You got to wait for it though, because you know what
Yeah.
I'm noticing? We've got 77 people watching and only 15 likes.
I see 27 likes, but that's
I,
still a
I'm
low
not
number.
I'm not gonna leak shit until that like counter gets at least above 40. There you go. There's an incentive. Click that like button as fast as possible. Otherwise, I'm not leaking anything.
Elea Owl says, desperately wishing I could talk my workplace into getting a construct of any class. They complain constantly about Markforge, but won't get anything else. Yeah. I believe that once the C2 is like publicly announced and like the web page is up and you can get all the docs about it and stuff like that, it might be a little bit easier to convince them. Like,
Oh, it should be.
We were, Jacob was having me like overview a flyer, and I'm looking at these numbers saying, what, is that number real? He's like, well, yeah. I said, well, don't give them the real number. Say it's over this number. I said, it is technically correct, which is the best kind of correct, but no one is going to believe you that your machine can flow this much material and still be like a sub $20,000 machine. So, very, very, very cool.
You know what I've just realized as well is, especially with this topic, there's a legitimate chance that we start leaking numbers for Construct 3.
Oh, well, that's the one that's going to use that crazy 4-to-1 high flow.
That's got our Miso tech in it.
Metal 3D printed insanity that you guys have.
Yep.
But see, at that point, okay, the Miso tech, where you're taking multi-in, single out, Miso. I'm assuming that's what it stands for, right?
Yeah, multiple input, single output.
Why not just go pellet? Like at some point, I would argue
there's an issue with pellet. There's a massive issue with pellet.
What's the massive issue with pellet?
They're not flow rate extruders, they're pressure extruders.
That's what an auger is for.
That's the point, though. Like, you get dynamic flow from an auger based on the pressure it comes out. So as it's depositing a set amount, the pressure that's coming out is different. So you end up with a random shrinkage pattern because the polymer is under different load depending on how the pellets were arranged when it got to the tip.
If you have a pre-melt system to get it goopy before it enters like that final bit of the nozzle, it should be controllable. I mean, well, in fact, we know it's controllable because that's exactly how filament's made. We know it's controllable because that is precisely
they can't deal with quick changes in flow rate.
No, yeah.
They're designed to just do flow, and that is it.
Correct.
Make it as constant as possible. So the moment you have to move it and you're doing flow rate things, imagine your single nozzle output has a melt chamber the size of a bucket, and you're trying to do pressure advance on that. It's not going to work.
No, it's not. Once you start looking at pellet extruders, you're no longer all that concerned about how dead nuts accurate your parts are. And if you are concerned about it, you're post-machining. So yes, Filament still provides you with the big thing, retraction and pressure advance and things like that, where nozzle oozing on a pellet extruder is just, yes.
Pretty much. Like, there is no way to defend against it. But
Mm-hmm.
that is where Miso comes in because it kind of blurs the line of when do you stop having a standard extruder and going to pellet.
Miso needs to
Because
have like auto feeders for 25 kilo rolls because I just
oh, it will. It has to.
Jesus.
I mean, the flow rate of a Miso, like hell, look at like Roes, I think is how you pronounce it, or Rotes. I can never pronounce it right. He's done a really good couple of YouTube shorts of his own version of a Miso hotend. And his is again 4 inputs, goes in. Oh, I've got to send you the link at some point. It's very similar to what we're doing, just with a slightly different like geometry. But yeah, it's 4 inputs going to one, and he's getting like 180 to 200 cubic millimeters per second of flow out of it. Like at that point, you're getting 20 kilos per day of throughput. 20 kilos.
that's
And it's small. It's a tiny little
that
thing
is
because that's the benefit
excessive.
of a Miso hot end is because your filament is pre-formed, you're not doing flow control on pellet. So you get to just have the melt crucible of a standard extra long nozzle, multiplex it, merge them, and then you get stupid levels of flow.
Does retraction still work though?
Yep.
It does? Okay.
Because you do it on all four at the same time.
Right, but I feel like that pull back on the multiplexer could result in clogging, but with the right preheating, I guess it wouldn't, in
You don't even
theory.
need a preheater. That's the nice thing is what you've done is you've taken the nozzle and instead of having a big nozzle like a super volcano nozzle,
Right,
you've
where
just
it's
made
just extra
that bit a
long.
permanent length. So the heat block
Ah.
is part of the nozzle assembly. So we've kind of come full circle where the nozzle was the heat block in the original days of like the Mendel and everything, and everyone was
Right,
machining out their nozzles.
right.
And we're doing it again. And the only big difference is you replace the tip of the nozzle with a regular nozzle. So you can replace that whenever you need.
Okay, so the multiplexer is basically the heat block.
Yep.
We're gonna dig
So it
into
goes
this.
straight
I'm
in.
very excited. This is
Uh,
cool.
I'll pull some CAD up for you later and we can show it on the screen and be like, here's how flow works with it.
This is where having like a wire EDM would be super cool, so you could like show it in pieces, right? Like
Oh my God, that would be so good. That would be.
or we just got to get one over to my buddies over at Lumafield and have them scan it, see the inside. That's excessive. We could just show the CAD, but any excuse to make cool things with Lumafield, and I'm gonna take it. If you guys don't know
Oh,
Lumafield,
we've actually used a Luma field on our first prototype Miso to see what the surface texture was like on the
on
inside
the inside,
because it
right?
needs to be generally quite smooth. If you have like big clumps, you ironically it's good for flow rate having a rough surface, except the moment it starts to
It's
carbonize,
sticky.
you end up with massive blocks in like your flow rate, at which point it falls apart. So
Mm-hmm.
smooth is still better, but having a texture isn't necessarily a bad thing.
I just like all the cool visualizations that Lumafield does, and if you're not following them on social media, I really do like some of the things they post. Like they just posted a karaoke microphone that they used at the office and it was broken. So instead of just tearing it down like a normal person would, they put it into their machine to find a broken wire in it so they could quickly solder it back on.
That's
But
so cool.
it's like you would have found this had you just opened it up, but I get it. Smoke 'em if you got 'em. I am also a part and parcel of this smoke 'em if you got 'em problem as I sit here with tons of scanners and things like that around me. Um, the other thing, if you all are hanging out and you'll be hanging out with us for the whole show, toward the end of the show, we are going to give you the opportunity to vote on future topics for the show and kind of how we have the ebb and flow of the show move in the future. So if you do want to have a bit of a hand in that, please stay tuned. That will be coming toward the end of the show. But like, dude, the first thing that we think about when we think about higher flow on machines, right? We think just give it a bigger nozzle, right? Just go from a 0.4 to a 0.6 on average. That will up your flow by 15,
It's like
20%.
15%,
Yeah,
like on average.
you don't get much more than that because you end up just running out of heater before you run out of anything. But the larger orifice means it takes less pressure to physically get filament down to that orifice to then push it out. So you can get higher flow, but it's not the, what is that?
It's not technically flow though.
50%? Yeah.
So the issue I have with going larger is while you can get a bigger number if you're measuring it via how fast you can spin an extruder, it doesn't necessarily mean you've melted the polymer. Because as you get a bigger nozzle and the pressure drops, there's less requirement to melt the center of the filament. Because you're only melting the outside enough to be like soft, like literally like half molten.
But I have problems with that. I have problems with not getting that full melt. And a lot of people just solve that by adding more temperature, but then you end up superheating the exterior skin of it just to be able to get heat onto the inside. So it's like this weird, like you can beat flow rate. You can beat a max hot end flow rate by flowing PLA at, 280 Celsius, right? You can get faster flow doing that, but you start to really damage your material properties, or at least in theory you do. I actually want to test this, but in theory you will start to damage
actually not too
the
bad.
properties.
It's actually not too bad.
Really?
So material degradation, why it does speed up with temperature, it's also based on time. So if it's only at high temp for a very short period of time and you're actively using that temperature, it generally doesn't degenerate the material very much.
That assumes that you don't have a retract and a move. As soon
now
as
that's
you
where
have,
it falls apart.
Yeah, as soon as you have that retract and move, that's an issue. Now,
I need to pull up my little piece of paper that says I am this many days without talking about index. And
that's exactly
zero.
what I was gonna say. Like our boys over here at Bondtech literally could solve this, where you superheat it while you're printing, and then boom,
you can just turn the heat off immediately and drop it, and it works. Because that is what I'm really looking forward to about index.
But the worst part is slicers don't support this. Slicers don't support this ability. Like, temperature for retractions would be such a cool thing. So that similar to pressure advance, where pressure advance is effectively turning off the extruder just before it hits the corner, right? To deal with the back pressure on the extruder. This could be temperature advance, where it turns off the heaters right before an extrusion, and then right before a retraction, and then right before the re-extrusion, it turns them back on.
So that actually already exists, but it's not in the same way that index will allow it to work. Because, so it's called temperature feed forward, which is basically temperature advance.
What? I don't think I've ever seen that in Orca.
It's not in Orca. That's the thing. It's in firmware of the machine.
Oh, it's in firmware. Okay.
So once you measure the flow rate of, say, a nozzle, a block, and a heater cartridge, you can set a temperature advance number where, as you are flowing, it will increase the power requirement by a set amount to reach not a different flow rate, but to keep a stable temperature as it's flowing. Because the one thing you don't want is, say, like you're flowing 10 cubic millimeters per second at 200 degrees, and suddenly you ask it to do 40 cubic millimeters per second.
It's not got this
like you get this ramp up time of the heater kicking in, as well as the material sapping away. So you end up with this like drop in temperature before overshooting, if it can. So temperature advance is kind of like pressure advance, where it reads ahead, looks at the flow rate, and then goes, oh, 1 second before flow rate starts, we need to turn that heater on. So it smooths out that upper so it stays a straight line. That is kind of what it is at the moment. For reference, Construct 1 uses a temperature advance of 0.22.
John,
nothing to anyone.
John S., who I'm assuming is John Stern, I could be wrong, says index takes about 12 seconds, doesn't it? That's for the full change. That's for
including heating up from 0.
Dropping a nozzle, picking up the next one, heating it up from ambient, not 0, but ambient, to printing temperature, and then to start the prime. I did also miss Mr. Brisket himself, David Connershover, with the $10 for those pesky construct ads. Thank you very much, sir. But yes,
And don't think I didn't notice the comment in the chat saying, look at us staying on topic for more than 20 minutes.
I mean, that's fair. But
I saw that.
You know, we see with Index, it's not so much getting it back down to ambient or zero or whatever you want to call it. It is allowing it to cool down to the point where you're not leaving material inside of a superheated chamber. So let's say we were printing PLA at 290 Celsius to get 50 cubic millimeters a second out of a standard non-high flow nozzle, right? That's not impossible.
Pretty reasonable, to be fair.
Sounds pretty reasonable. When we retract to do a move, even though it's only going to be in there for a second or two, that's enough to cause actual damage, right? To those polymers. Now, you could say, oh, purge out that empty material and don't worry about it. Sure. But if you were able to just cut the temperature for a little bit and let that last second of extrusion drop the temperature and deal with the there's a flow rate smoothing in Orca. I use it on the +4s where
it's like flow rate segmentation or whatever it's called. It's pretty cool.
It slows it down at the start and the end of the lines. You could absolutely tune those two to work hand in hand. So as you're slowing your flow rate down, your temperature drops with it as well. But I guess you could really just have temperature based flow rate, right? You cap it based on temperature.
Hopefully somebody in the chat knows there's a piece of aftermarket software that does temperature based on flow, and you basically measure rate of increase, rate of decrease. You put it into this app, you put your G code in, and it will command the printer to hit certain temperature targets based on those numbers. So you will get dynamic temperature as you're printing, which I think is really cool. The only limit at the moment is a lot of firmware isn't designed for it, so it kind of errors out where it expects something and it doesn't get it. And heaters don't work very well like that.
That's where, like,
which is why I love Index
would work.
Yeah, well, you can work on anything.
Off. Well, and I'm sure someone's gonna correct me. I know it's not called Danger Clipper anymore. I don't care.
Did they change the name?
They did. To something else. I forget what the name is, but it will always be Danger Clipper in my mind because you're playing with fire when you're playing with Danger Clipper. Calico. Thank you. I'm like, I know it's something cat related. I forget why.
Okay, I really like that name.
Lawson Tech says you two and Index need to get a room again. Do you know how hard we've been trying to do this? Like, if they'd let us, we would.
Literally, we will bribe them at this point. I wanna get my hands on it.
Yeah,
it looks so good.
I need to send my bribe. I keep forgetting to send my bribe. I need to send my bribe. But yeah, Index could solve that problem. But let's take Index out of the mix. Because I think Index as
there's two problems with Nozzle tech at the moment, and they kind of fight against each other.
Okay.
Especially for like temperature control. One is you want to have a very consistent temperature, so you're not getting random temperature changes based on flow rate.
Right.
So you go higher thermal mass.
Right.
You go copper nozzles, copper blocks, anything that has higher thermal mass. The downside, however, to going to copper is whenever you need to do a requested heat change, like let's say you increase it by 10 degrees, you are now fighting the thermal mass to increase that before it gets to the nozzle.
Yep.
So it slows down the temperature advance of the nozzle before it even gets to the filament, because now you're having to heat the block up, whereas an aluminium block transfers the heat almost instantly, except it's even more susceptible for temperature fluctuations based on flow. So you have to like choose a nice middle ground if you wanted that, or just design around keeping it consistency versus agility.
And here's where it gets even worse, right? The faster you flow, the more cooling you often need to have. So, all these curtain air systems, they tend to cool the hot ends quite a bit more than people think, right? Like you have certain geometry and that'll just push the air straight up right into your hot end. And, systems like Luke's Laboratories Pika, that it has an air cushion around the silicone. Like inside of the silicone, there's air between the hot end and the silicone because air has less thermal conductivity than silicone does. It's like that solves it to some extent, but like this is where a diamondback nozzle, a nozzle with like insane levels of thermal conductivity, might actually create a problem to where you can actually blow away a lot of that heat by just passing a whack ton of air around it. That's where things like CPAP cooling can come in, or my personal favorite, we look at the style of cooling that we use on CNC machines. Like a P nozzle style, where it's a controllable little arm dingus that is able to put air
low volume but high pressure.
Yeah, like exactly where it needs to be. And that's the kind of stuff to me of where we've got a lot of advances to make. I think the advances in like motion systems, we've kind of hit a critical mass of what steppers are reasonably able to do. We're now running out.
We haven't. Oh no.
Well, okay,
no.
with the current, you're right. We are running into extruders and heaters more than anything else.
The moment like one printer company other than us does a 36 volt or a 42 volt system or even a 48 volt system, speeds of the steppers do not matter anymore.
But doesn't that start to get more dangerous too?
Not really.
Oh,
not really.
Okay.
Like you always got like a danger when it comes to more powerful anything because there's more stuff going on. Like
look,
if
man,
you are moving faster, you're moving faster.
I'm seeing NTC. I'm seeing NTC thermistors blowing up left and right in Bambu printers. Now the P1S is apparently also heavily susceptible to this. And by the way, if any of you are watching that found us from that Reddit thread that happen to have happen to have a P1S or an A1 that has this NTC thermistor failure, we want those boards. We have a company that we're working with that does this stuff professionally. We are going to have them analyze multiple board failures to determine the actual cause of the issues. So, if you've had this issue, please do not throw the old boards away. Please send them to us. We will cover all costs associated with that. Please reach out to us. Just email us, youtube@3dmusketeers.com. I want to get as many boards as possible. We are looking to do lots and lots and lots of research on this. We want to understand what is causing the problem. We have some theories, and I'm fairly certain our theories are going to be correct, but I don't want to spread anything until we have knowledge of exactly what it is.
Right, you're a facts-based person, so you don't want to say opinion before you know if it's true or not.
I don't want to leave any, like, we are going full Gamers Nexus on this. We are spending exorbitant amounts of money to make this happen. Like, tons of money. And this will likely be the most expensive video we have ever done. And that includes, like, flying to Prague. Like, this is going to be an expensive video. Where I might even be buying an A1 to do my own testing. We'll see. But, yeah, if you do have A1s or P1Ss, and they do have this issue, please let us know. Like, please. Let's see, view at your own risk with $4.99. Thank you very much for supporting the fact that this channel does not have any ads put in there by YouTube during the streams. It says, if you're going to improve flow, temperatures need to be configured as joules per second or calories per second. I kind of agree with this. Where do you stand? Where do you stand?
So flow rate is a really good measure of flow rate. Like that is the whole point. It is how much you can melt per second. And whereas energy per second is something you can calculate, it's not necessarily
But
something a user has to know. So, for example, so I don't have any numbers for a V6 nozzle, but I do have for volcano nozzles. To fully saturate a volcano nozzle based on a standard like PET based material, you only actually need 22 watts.
wow.
Anything more than 22 watts is wasted energy in terms of maintaining the system. But if you want to get full flow before it physically cannot melt enough material, it's about 22 watts. You do need a safety factor, however, because if you ever get thermal losses from anything else other than the filament, you need to up the wattage to compensate for lost energy.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why 30 watts were standard, because 30 watts is more than 20, therefore it can melt and heat up. But in reality, you kind of want it to be 40 watts because the more headroom you have, the less your overshoot is. Because you don't want to be running a heater at max duty cycle, because that's when the moment you need to turn it off, you get a huge temperature spike.
Right.
So I don't massively enjoy watts per second as a measure of flow rate because it's too dependent on the material and on the speed and on everything else. Whereas just flow rate is a good measure of flow rate, if that makes sense.
Yep. I really I just like joules as a measurement because that forces more Americans to learn the metric system. So
Just use watts.
watts are fine, but it like we could do, but
Because
watts.
the system's voltage isn't really going to change, and the
But see,
amperage is all that's
with
changing. So you
watts,
might
then
as well
you'd
just
get
measure
like
it in watts.
watt seconds, right?
Yeah.
Ugh.
I just read you never did physics at high level, did you?
Whoa, 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 whoa! Back
I have
off
seen
here.
some absolutely cursed
Back up.
notations for
No,
numbers.
back up. What's physics at a high level?
When you're starting to use centimeters per mile per millimeter as a unit of
This
measurement.
is America. We don't know what a kilometer is. So you're not going to get that here. So what do you
Fine.
consider
How
physics
many
at a high
how
level?
many miles per yard is an actual measurement? Miles per yard is an actual notation you can use.
I don't know why you would ever use it, but I'm sure it's one you
Normally it's for
could.
errors. It'll be like the curvature of a road over every mile per amount of yards moved over per yard. Notation gets really funky the higher you go until it just becomes absolutely cursed.
So I did take physics in college. I took it as an elective because I really liked
Oh.
physics. So there. I had to take an elective, and none of the other electives really excited me the way that physics did. And I made a really good friend with that physics professor. So I doubt he watches the channel, but if you do, Dr. Androvic, you're awesome. He was actually part of the research team for the first artificial heart.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah, he had one. It's pretty cool. Like, you never like get to see them, but I have, and they're freaking cool. Light years per parsec squared, Madcap
I've
says.
actually used something very similar for that, for measuring light benditure due to gravitational forces.
It's the angle of the dangle, man. That's really all you need to know.
Honestly, physics makes mathematicians hate them because we start using really weird notation, and engineers hate mathematicians because mathematicians work in theoretical maths so often that they will just like move notations around that is normally like standardized. And then
So,
and then mathematicians hate engineers because they will average everything to something that isn't accurate but still works, which is where you get the lovable meme pi equals 5.
no, it's just
Not
rounding
3,
errors.
5.
It's just rounding errors. Don't worry about it. So, where then do we stand for flow characteristics of nozzles? Like, how far are we into the theoretical versus the physical? Because I feel like we act and live a lot more in the physical, and the theoretics of this is more because no one has gone down this path yet.
Yeah. So where do we start? So obviously the end goal is a physical output.
Right.
All the research is done theoretically before you get to that.
Of course, because
Now,
otherwise just screwing around.
yeah, when you simplify everything down, what you actually end up is just two values that are important for flow rate, which is surface area and time. And that's it. Everything else is dependent on those two values. Now, time can be as simple as how long is it in the nozzle, which then splits. It's how fast it's moving in a set distance, or how long something is at any speed. So you get to play with two sliders that affect each other, because a fast moving piece of filament is going to spend less time in the nozzle. So you increase the length, so the amount of time is the same as a slower moving piece of filament in a smaller nozzle.
Doesn't thermal conductivity end up being a constant as well in all of this? Because
no.
Well, no, once you know it, it doesn't change. Like the thermal conductivity of diamond is constant as far as I'm aware.
No, not. So the thermal conductivity of diamond, now put a little bracket around just that piece of knowledge, is constant.
Okay.
Thermal conductivity of diamond to polymer is not constant because it's based on pressure. Pressure is one of the variables that you can play with to change melt characteristics. If you increase the pressure, you can melt something with no heat because pressure is directly translatable to heat. So you can just rearrange the equation to melt faster by adding pressure. Which is how an auger works.
You can just force something through a smaller hole with enough pressure.
And it will melt.
That is technically fair. I hate that that's fair, but that's technically fair.
So you also get a conductivity change between dissimilar materials with pressure. So it could be the same material and pressure will force them through. But if it's dissimilar materials, the amount of heat transferred will be aided by pressure.
So what you're saying is, if we want a 3D printer that isn't a fire hazard, we just need one that is a crushing hazard, because it needs to be strong enough to physically force the material through the nozzle to get the nozzle diameter with no added heat.
Well, that's basically what an auger is in a pellet extruder, because they don't really use much heat. They're only like 100-watt heaters. They really are. They might have stages
for just the pellet.
Yes,
just for the pellet extruder. Sure. I'm like, no, sir. I've been to extrusion lines. They use like 4,000 watts worth of heaters. Like, dude.
But but they don't use heaters correctly. They use heaters to mean the power required to turn the auger to generate heat.
No.
They use pressure-based crushing.
No.
Really? I thought it was shear-based heating.
No.
So they heat it up enough to make it move slightly, and then they use the motor to shear the material into a temperature as well as blending it at the same time.
So the auger systems, so that they have I'm going off of what I know from printed solid. So if what you all know from other extrusion lines is different, fine. But this is what I know from printed solid. There are 3 main stages. You have a initial heating, which gets it warm. You know, they're interested. These bits of pellets, they're interested in each other. They ain't getting
it's a preconditioning step.
Yeah, you know, they're swiping. Okay, they're swiping on Tinder. Okay, the second preheat stage gets them on that first date. You know, we're starting to get a little close. Maybe we're getting to second base. Okay, you know, we're skin on skin contact here. But the final,
you got some illicit hand holding going on.
Yes, and you know, lots and lots of added persuasion, if you will, from that auger, right? That auger absolutely helps. The thing is, if those heaters aren't there, the material can weld itself to the internal barrel and just break the auger. Ask Mitch from Polar Filament about his broken auger.
But that's the point. You know how much pressure goes into it.
Right.
And they're literally using pressure to heat as well.
They are. But I will say, it's not like it comes out of the filament extruder with like force. It just kind of falls out.
Yeah, because the
right?
pressure drops the moment it falls out.
But you would think this is like a water gun, right? Where you're like adding a bunch of pressure to it and then you can like, spray it out, right?
No, think of it more like a bowl of water. So have you ever
That's
seen what
often
happens
what
if
it
you
looks
put a
like when
bowl?
when it purges. So they
It
normally
does, it
purge
just
into a bucket, right?
comes
It just
out. No, think of it as a bowl of water. Have you ever seen a bowl of water in a vacuum chamber?
Why would I have ever seen that?
Okay.
Why?
Oh, it's so
no,
cool.
No. I need to understand. Why would I have ever seen that? And why have you seen that?
Why not? A, it's on YouTube all the time. And B, that it's cool physics. It's cool physics. Honestly, right now, Google the supercriticality chart of water.
I know water boils in a vacuum.
Yeah, so the only thing that's changing, even though the water temperature is the same,
I'm just like expecting you to pan your camera over. There's like a vacuum chamber with water in it.
Here's one I prepared earlier.
Oh, but wait, do people think that we prepare that much that we would have that kind of stuff ready?
I might. If I start selling bigger printers, I'm going to have all that stuff ready in advance. Also, Chris Catlett's saying the broken auger was due to the wrong material settings the supplier provided.
Correct. But that is because it wasn't heated enough and it broke the auger. So the augers are not relying purely on pressure. They need the heaters to function.
Insane.
Well, that's what it felt like you were saying, that it relied totally...
No. They're half and half.
Shit.
The point being is like the heat only aids it, like it softens it a little bit. So then the pressure-based heating can homogenize it into what they need.
Like a cheese.
And that's the point. Like a cheese. A well-matured cheese. There we go. There's the food talk for today.
Oh God, I have a terrible story. I have to tell it toward the end of the episode though from Food Talk. I put it in the DGen network
I've not seen that.
In the Discord. Oh, it was a late night food run in Tampa story, like just story.
Oh, we'll have to come back to that. And you know what though? We've gotten above 60 likes, so I can start leaking things about the C2. If we can get above 80, I'll do even more. So you know what to do if you're watching and you haven't liked.
If he starts leaking things that I'm not comfortable with, I'm killing his microphone, just so people know. Because
is this how I get like engagement? Is I can hide Construct 2 hints?
My concern is a letter from your IP attorney and then your mother threatening to kill me, and I'm not certain which of those worries me more. I think it's your mother.
I'd rather have the IP attorney. I'd rather have the IP attorney.
I am more afraid of your mother than I am of your attorney. Yeah. That's fair, because I have an attorney. I just, it's your attorney's problem. I pay you for this. Deal with it.
Oh.
I would say,
going back to the topic.
If you're going to leak things, real quick, if you're going to leak things, do not leak specifics. Don't leak. Give them
the fun in that,
because it still gives you something to release the real number when you release the machine, like when the website is done and when all the stuff is done.
True.
So give them like the flow rate.
But the website's going to have the numbers truncated, so the website's going to be nicer than it actually is.
I'm just going to DM you with what I want you to say instead, because I think that's safer. Yeah,
I love how Doug just said my mother isn't scary.
Oh, Doug, you haven't seen her get angry before. But you should know she's from Malta, and look, I am more afraid of Cuban women than I am women from Malta, but this is a pretty close second. Just saying.
He's only saying that about Cuban women because he knows more, and that's why he can't afford to offend them. I mean, because they will find him faster than my mum can find him.
But what? So Cuban women have the chancla, right? The chancleta. They've got the heat-seeking sandal. What do Mediterranean women have? What is their
Sandals,
weapon of choice?
flip-flops,
But they're not heat seeking.
brooms, cars. Have you seen Maltese driving? A car is a legitimate weapon of choice.
Broom, so she gets like the reach on you or something. Like
Yeah.
what is this? The guy playing with the lightsaber on the green screen again? Like, come on. Heat-seeking chonkless, man. Those I'm telling you. Look, if we want Doge to actually make a real impact on our government, just get rid of the entire Defense Department and replace them with mildly upset Cuban women that just yell in Spanish.
No, they don't even need to do that.
Countries.
They just have to show up and be like passive aggressive, explain why this is a good job, and if you can't make it convincing, it's gone.
Yeah, I would love Doge to try that in like a government office that's like full of people that really don't like authority that are also Hispanic, because that stuff doesn't work.
Like the amount of times I've thought I've had a well-formed argument.
Oh, we need you to prove your job. Well, I need you to prove your job. You need me to prove mine. Why don't you prove yours first? That's the kind of things that would happen.
It's like your argument just falls to pieces, and it's like, I do work. That's all I can say.
I don't know. I'm just told what to do. So do I. Get out of here.
Cancelled. Oh.
And oh yeah, well here, while you're here, take some of this food. But you know, going back on a reasonable topic here.
So yeah, so heat and temperature as math.
What
There's
about,
only two numbers.
Lawson Tech said it, so I'm going to give him credit, but what about the thermal conductivity of the material itself? So let's look at a black filament versus a white filament, not to play some sort of oddly placed race card here, but
both of them are black to heat.
But they're not.
They are.
They're not. The material, the carbon will...
Every material is black.
With enough heat.
To thermal conductivity, every material is black. Because it's not radiative heating, it's conductive heating, it's touching. Color doesn't matter.
It does, because it's the additives that make the color that matter.
Oh, but that's different.
Titanium dioxide versus carbon.
Nah, I'm not talking about that. I was just talking about the fact that color, if it's the same chemical, doesn't matter. Whereas the polymer does. Because the problem with thermal science is we view things with color because we see radiative emissions from a surface. Light bounces off, it changes the spectrum, and therefore we see it. For thermal stuff, it doesn't work that way. Because it's touching. It's contact to contact, meaning if you saw in heat, everything is black.
I get where you're coming from.
Color doesn't matter.
But I also have real testing that proves to me otherwise. I have used Polar's PETG for months now. Like, well over 100 kilos of it, okay? The black, I can run 15% or so faster than the white.
But isn't that just because titanium dioxide or titanium trioxide has lower thermal conductivity?
So the thermal conductivity of the material matters, doesn't it, Jacob?
But not the color of the material.
But that's
I feel like I'm just like making a mountain out of a molehill now. just to piss you off. Oh,
you sure you're not Cuban?
I do actually agree. I do agree. Specific heat capacity and thermal conductivity of the polymer is probably one of the most important factors for flow rate. Like if you've got a set system and you're not changing it, it's your melt flow index. It's how fast does it melt, how viscous is it, all of that. That is what will choose your flow rate at the end.
And this is why companies that want to really buff up their numbers for flow rate always choose ABS. Because its density is damn near water, so it's a very, very low density material in terms of high density materials. It's considered a high density material, but it is low on that high density scale. It's like 1.05, 1.06, with 1.0 being water, right? It is not viscous. It is, we've had so many decades, if not over a century,
Mm,
to refine ABS to be something that flows like water, and understanding the temperatures of it. So when you superheat ABS, other than smelling worse, it doesn't really hurt it that bad. It hurts it a wee boo, but not that bad. Um,
mm.
that and that's where you see, so companies that only give you flow rates with ABS, they're shystas, right? They're
Yeah.
trying to show you
Do not
big
trust
number
any
better.
marketing material where they show a flow rate in materials that are known to be, let's
Yeah.
call it temperature agnostic, where they don't care what the temperature is, it will print.
Yep.
Which also means they don't care what the temperature is, they're cranking up to whatever the maximum the nozzle can cope with. And that will guarantee big number. So whenever you see marketing material like that, you do have to be like, ooh, what is the temperature? What is the brand? Like, unless you're seeing qualified results of different brands at a set temperature, I wouldn't trust the numbers, like at all.
I agree. I agree. Oh, so the physical makeup of the filament, right? That actual, like,
Yeah.
what the hell it's made out of matters a lot more than people think. But you can often overcome all of that by just heating the piss out of it, right?
Because that goes back to the temperature versus surface area
Mm-hmm.
argument. Because there is one hidden value when you go temperature versus surface area, is surface area is time and surface area temperature is pressure
Right.
and heat. Whereas you can play with all of these and it doesn't really change that much. Now, there is a argument to be made that temperature doesn't matter because at the end of the day, say you're choosing PLA at 220, the material coming out the nozzle isn't 220, it's probably like 210 because it as you get closer to a thermal target, your rate of heat transfer is logarithmic. It drops because there is less of a gradient for it to transfer over. It's not a linear absorption. So whatever temperature you choose, it kind of doesn't matter that much. And then you've also got just the polymer itself. So if you're only heating the outside of the polymer, does your temperature matter then? Because polymer to metal heat transfer will always be limited by the lowest transfer temperature, which is the polymer. The polymer can only absorb like 10 to 15 watts per cubic centimeter squared.
Hmm.
Like it can't absorb that much heat. Whereas the metal, even steel, is 40 to 50. Aluminium's like 300, copper's like 500.
Damn.
Like these materials are the limit of how fast you can absorb heat. And that is the biggest challenge when it comes to melting something, isn't choosing the material of the heat block. It's choosing the material in the nozzle. Because if you can't transfer the heat into the polymer, it doesn't matter what you've got. You're not pushing heat in. Like if you put a
So
metal
you're
rod in,
saying
it's not going
solid
to work.
diamond everything.
Nano diamond everything.
Mm. See, now I just want to go to Diamondback and be like, all right, all right, all right, all right. Hear me out. Solid diamond. Just the whole nozzle.
But it
Solid
wouldn't
diamond.
do that much.
And,
It really wouldn't. Because the polymer is the
but,
limit.
but how much?
I bet you. So, well,
I
oh, I
kind of
don't.
want to see it now.
So I want to see it, don't get me wrong. But the issue that I have is from data that I've gathered with brass, copper, and stainless. The problem is I don't have any numbers going from brass to copper because they're very similar, but I do have copper going to stainless. The problem I found was it only required 10-degree increase in temperature to make the exact same flow rate. And that wasn't because of the temperature. It's
Like,
just because of the surface conductivity
we
and pressure.
we notice a slightly better, like you're talking like 1 or 2 cubic millimeters per second of flow, or millimeters cube per second. I don't know how the hell I'm supposed to say it, but we notice 1 or 2 at the most for Diamondback, and that's just because the thermal transfer is higher, right? If all else is the same, the thermal transfer is higher, which means you can run a little bit faster. But in
which part of the
reality,
nozzle is actually doing that? Where do you think that bit of the nozzle is actually allowing you to get that extra heat?
Just the tip.
Just the tip. It's that little chamfer going to the tip.
Because that's the only
that
part
bit of pressure.
That's the diamond.
Yeah, and that's it. That little bit of pressure on that part allows you to melt it faster. But the sides won't do any different. There's no pressure differential. So you won't get any benefit. You're limited to the thermal conductivity of the polymer.
But when would it start to matter? How much diamond do I need to get for it to actually start to matter?
So there is something diamond would be perfect at, and this is one of the issues that we have with Construct 2.
Could we do...
There is a hard cap to flow rate in Construct 2, not because of the nozzle, not because of the length, not because of time or material.
It's the heater, right?
No. It's the CHT blades. We are thermally sapping the heat away faster than the CHT blades can recover that heat from the nozzle.
And that's where
diamond
would
hard
matter.
Cap. Diamond would fix that because it just transfers immediately back into the polymer.
What a ridiculous problem to have. Oh yeah, we're flowing so much material. The CHT blades are cooling below the level that we need them to cool.
Yup. Because so we've done, like, remember when I had my backdrop with all the mirrors with all my writing on it? We had a nice graph on it that showed pressure goes up and then you get this nice spike. The spike is not a straight line. It is like, it's just a higher gradient.
Okay.
In Construct 2, the line started normal, started curving up, and immediately maxed out. Because the moment the blades cooled down past a certain temperature, they blocked the entire nozzle.
Yep.
Diamond CHT went, Diamond CHT went, Diamond CHT went.
Buddy, I've been saying the same stuff to them, so, you know, like, I've been saying the same damn thing. You know, that's such a unique problem to have. I feel like you are very, very unique on that issue currently.
Yeah. I am confident to say I think I have found the absolute limit of current heater and nozzle tech for a single nozzle.
Now,
the only thing we can change is going longer, which has its own downsides.
That's what I've said too all these years, you know. The amount of inappropriate jokes in this episode are going to be high. Deal with it. You should know.
Lost in Tech. They are copper blades. CHT do use copper blades.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
For reference. It does. No, the speeds we're pushing, it don't matter.
According to my stream counter, we have 1 minute and 30 seconds left before we hit 1 hour. If we can get enough likes to hit 100 likes, I'll let Jacob release the number that I told him to release. Otherwise, I'm just going to mute him.
Oh, come on. Get those likes up. Come on, do it.
Yeah. So with that problem in mind, and this would be probably good advice for anybody, I think, you know where things start to go bad. How much farther do you drop it down? So like, and this is going to be a percentage. So, you know, it hits X number. What percentage do you drop it down to be reliable?
So that is a challenge where it's very subjective, and it also depends on the material being printed.
Sure.
So when we're doing flow rate tests on the C2, we have actually experienced something we've never experienced before in any other print or any other nozzle setup. which is a color degradation before your standard cooling of the outer surface of the part.
Okay.
Because the flow rates you get depend on how fast you can move the printer. Most printers nowadays, I would say, still don't print above 150 millimeters per second, like in terms of straight line speed, because they're limited by flow rate. So take your Bambu Lab. Let's put infinite flow rate on that nozzle.
Okay.
Infinite flow rate. You now speed that machine up closer and closer and closer and closer to the max limit of whatever that nozzle is. You are going 100 millimeters per second, looks fine. 200 millimeters per second, you start getting a cracking of the surface of the part. The polymer is still fully molten, but the surface of it is being stretched by the speed of deposition faster than it can contract to the layer below. So you're ending up with a matte surface texture by just going faster, even though you can qualify the part is fully molten. You get to 300 millimeters per second, and the amount of matting is identical to 200, and you can keep going up. And it's this weird, like, previously, if you're doing flow rate tests, you look for gloss to matte,
right,
and then it jams. You can't do that anymore. It's kind of weird. So I've started looking at this gloss to matte issue as a secondary side effect of speed instead of a flow rate limit. Whereas previously a flow rate limit, you got matter because it was cooling the material down.
Right.
Now, there's probably a changeover point where it's matte because of material and matte because of speed.
Right.
And they look identical. So it's like, you can't do flow rate testing based on visuals anymore. And then once you get past 300 millimeters per second of movement speed, and bear in mind this research was done on a 0.6 nozzle, we found the only thing we could measure that was an actual like visual artifact limiting where you know where to lower the number down by is polymer strain. You can see the strain in the polymer as it's coming out the nozzle. It will adhere to the layer below, and then over a second, it will warp in random directions on a single line. Because the literal polymer structure is trying to relax itself and constrict, and it is warping.
It will find a way to do that one way or another. Yeah.
And because you're doing on such a long length, it's the only thing that is visibly different. And then you get another like 20 cubic millimeters per second of flow out of that. And then the extruder jams, and you just sat there going like, I have no idea what I'm doing anymore. This is new levels of melt polymer experience that I've never experienced before.
So to answer the question, what's the percentage you drop it?
I'm now dropping it by 50% on some materials. So 50, I would normally do 20% for me.
Yeah, I'm normally a 20% kind of guy.
But 50% still is some of the fastest printer on the planet. That is acceptable in my eyes, but at the same time, it's kind of bittersweet because you know what the machine can do, but people won't believe it.
Yeah, like when you showed me the numbers, I'm like, this isn't a typo, right? It's like, no, this is the real number. I'm like, for what material? Oh, PETG. I'm like, really? PETG. At this number from a reputable source? Yeah, that's the number. I'm like,
and not with cranked to the surface temperatures of the sun either.
Yeah, I'm like, I looked at it and said, I don't believe it. Like, I looked at it and said, there's no way this is real. But it is. What was the PETG that got that flow rate?
So I need to remember off the top of my head. We tested 3 as standard because PETG is a more common material. We tried eSun PETG, we tried Eri1 PETG, and we tried 3DQF PETG. I think it was eSun that got the highest speed, but all 3 of them were above the this is a regular number that I can advertise and people would believe it number.
I mean,
pretty much.
I think Luke's lab got it. The 69,420 per sec, micrometers cubed per second. What is that actually translated to millimeters squared per second? Now I want to know if that's like remotely
well,
close
that's really
to the real
simple
number.
because it's just micro to millimeter. So it's 10,000, is it? Micro to millimeter? Millimeter, then decimeter, then micro. No, it's 100. So that would be... That's very close to the actual number of flow rate for that material. I hate how close that actually is.
It's micro to millimeter, but it's cubed, right? So it's...
you ignore the cube. When you change standard units, you literally can drop it out, put the new one in, and just do the modification to the number.
Oh, it's 9 decimal places. So no, that's not how units apparently.
9?
That's not. I don't know. I have business degrees. I'm not the math guy here. Okay. Look, I think anyone would be okay with you releasing the number that I said. But if you want, you could drop it down to the funny number that it's close to. I think you should drop it to the funny number that it's close to.
I think I need to drop it down to the funny number. Oh yeah, I just Googled it. Yeah. It's 9 zeros.
Oh.
It's 9 zeros. I completely was wrong.
Okay.
Wait, no. No, that's cubic meter, not cubic millimeter. Okay. You know what? It's uncalculable.
It's incalculable.
There you go. But no, so we have on pretty much every material across the board
except
been able
TPU,
to achieve.
right?
Well, let me start with TPU because that was the 50 like limit. We were able to achieve a repeatable number for TPU above 40 cubic millimeters per second on 3 different brands.
You could have said above 42.
Oh no, because we're rounding. If you want specifics, I'm going to give specifics.
But 42 is the answer to everything.
With more specific numbers.
But 42 is the answer to everything.
I hate how right you are, though. But yeah, it was. Your own risk has got it. If you at your own risk has said it, 69.42 millimeters cubed per second. I was right. It wasn't 9 zeros.
Because it started with meat. You know what? You all figure it out. Whoever figures it out.
Anyway. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
The PETG flow, and what was that? I'm gonna give it away because I want to do it.
You do it.
What was the temperature for that PETG?
We did 2 temperature tests, one at 250, one at 265.
Okay.
Because some PETG requires slightly higher temperatures.
Let's say 265. It was above, and it's a lot more above than 69.42 cubic millimeters per second on a 0.6, right?
On a 0.6. On a 0.6 vanadium steel nozzle. So this isn't a copper, stupidly like high conductivity nozzle, which would have improved it slightly more as well.
It is above 69.42 cubic millimeters per second, and it is quite a bit above that number.
Oh yeah.
Luke, what's a tube do? I don't know off the top of my head what a tube does. But I actually think that you're in tube territory. I'm fairly certain you're in.
Something tells me I might be.
I think you're in spitting distance of the tube.
We have literally maxed out the heater for that nozzle. We cannot fit more heater in that. Luke, the nozzle type was a vanadium CHT volcano. So it's vanadium steel. The melt chamber length is 44 millimeters long. And it's running a 100-watt PTC heater, which means nothing because PTC means the wattage means absolutely nothing.
Luke says he can fit a bigger heater.
Oh,
you're small, you're English boy.
Don't tempt me with that. Yeah, PTC is awful.
Yeah. There are reasons to keep PTC, but, yeah, it...
You know what, Luke? We need to be in contact again. Because if you can give me more wattage, I can get more flow rate.
Why aren't the two of you talking more often?
Well, I've started doing a design for the Pika.
Like, see, the thing is, we need to have Luke on the show as a guest after the two of you start your discussions, because otherwise you're going to do your damn discussions on the show, and that's dangerous for the both of you, because the both of you get excited and probably say things you shouldn't.
Oh yeah, I
Luke
would
has
warn my
emailed
lawyer
you.
to
Did you
not
reply
be
back to him?
I did.
Luke said, "Isn't
because
that content?" No, it's me having to quickly mute microphones. That's what it is.
But no, I've got all the CAD for the Pika, so I'm currently doing a mounting solution to get the Pika on a unreleased, unnamed machine prototype that might go into full production soon-ish, which is not the C2.
I don't know who
That's
it is.
That's
it might
not
be
the C2.
It an email tag. I don't know. I have no clue what you guys are talking about. You all can just DM each other on Discord, for God's sakes. Jeez.
Yeah, but if we're doing it in the chat, it builds engagement.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it builds engagement.
It's good. It's good.
Haven't you heard of phone tag? Luke, no one wants to spend the money to call Jacob, okay?
Nah.
You know, call him on WhatsApp, if anything. That's what I do.
We're at 98 likes. Come on, give us 2 more.
I already gave it away for less than the likes, so...
Oh no, but I've got more things I can always leak.
Well, okay, let's go back into it then. So the nozzle material matters a lot here, and we're finding that, you know, obviously the more advantageous the machine itself is, the worse the nozzle itself tends to be. So, like, if you want to run high flow and fiber because you apparently hate yourself, you're going to choose, like, a vanadium. You're going to choose an H2. You're going to choose something that you will eventually throw away because it clogged, because you hate yourself. I know that people do this, and I'm sorry, but you're wrong. Do not, under any circumstances, use high flow nozzles with real good fiber filled material. It's dumb. You're going to clog expensive nozzles and you're going to ruin expensive prints. Don't do it. Just use a 0.6 and move on.
See, I'm torn against that. I honestly never had a nozzle jam with a high flow abrasive resistant nozzle. Now I have on a 0.4.
You know,
I found it's the tip that jams, not the blade section.
Yeah, like Chris Catlett says, you might burn a hole in your carpet.
Don't torch a abrasive resistant nozzle, by the way. I don't need to tell you that, but yeah, don't. They're heat treated for a reason. Do not add more heat to unheat treat it, because then your abrasive resistant nozzle is not abrasive resistant
don't
anymore.
Try to use a ramrod to clear the clog, because it's not gonna work. You're gonna, well, you know, it did work technically. It cleared the clog. I just went to a 1.75 millimeter diameter nozzle. Wait a minute. Could this could work, couldn't it? In theory, this should still work.
Oh yeah, it should still work.
Oh damn it! Now I really want to try. I really want to.
Well, one of the nice things about CHT is you can go wider than the input. So
well, the CHT insert's over here. It's
just push fit it back in.
Well, that's what I was gonna do, but I was told not to.
No, just get a cheap, like 30 quid Craigslist special like press and just press it back. Oh, you've got a clamp, right?
I've got hammers. Like, help me. We're just gonna tap me.
No, don't do that.
I have a vise. I can put it in a vise.
Good. Put it in a vise. Print a little jig so it stays in square, and just vise it closed.
Meh.
Put it in a vise.
Lucas said, "Don't you all have Harbor Freight in the UK? They are not blessed with the Harbor Freight.
We got Machine Mart.
Nah, you're no Harbor
Not
Freight.
Cool enough.
Harbor Freight is when you come over to the States, I'm gonna take you to a Harbor Freight. It's part of it, man. Harbor Freight. They're tools that are either going to last forever or could seriously injure you. It could be both.
Hey, the more dangerous they are, the more fun they are.
You'll love Harbor Freight.
Oh, I really want a Harbor Freight. Like the closest we get is Machine Mart. We don't even have Craigslist in the UK.
Oh yeah, that's right. Doug is going to be at 3D Printopia. I can send Doug back with some weird Harbor Freight crap for you. Like their jack stands that they had to recall because they would fail at like a third of the rated load. They would just drop.
You don't have to give him that one. Don't give him that one.
Oh. But so the metal starts to matter a lot, right? Like the metal really starts to freaking matter here.
Yeah. When you're getting to the edge of flow rate, every small bit of decision has huge impacts.
Yeah.
From length to speed to material of the nozzle, material of the block,
That's what
the
they tell me.
That's
what they tell me.
Even preconditioning the material actually makes a surprisingly big difference.
What do you consider? What is preconditioning? Help me out here.
Pre-warming.
Oh, okay. So having like a multi-stage heater.
Yeah. Like if you can precondition the material.
I wonder why that's not done
doesn't do much
often.
Because it doesn't do much. It's at most like a 5 cubic millimeters per second difference. Because most of the energy is going from solid to liquid.
Okay,
except some materials, their glass transition point is really spread out, so you can get a bit more of a benefit from that.
Okay, so but it also adds a fair bit of bulk, doesn't it? Because now you have another heater.
It's not worth it, but when you are trying to get the limit of tech, it can be, but it's not usable. So, like, the big thing is we have a hard limit for a single nozzle. Like, as a industry, there is a hard limit, and that is based on pressure advance.
Okay.
Once you go longer and longer and longer, your pressure advance becomes less and less important. You can compensate with pressure advance by having faster printers. If your printer is more aggressive, you're not using pressure advance as much.
But you start to run out of other, like you'll run out of extruder pressure. You'll run out of heater. 3D printers can move faster than their heaters and their extruders can do. Like this is an already known problem. It's why speedbenches use ABS.
Even if we made Construct 2 twice as fast. Now, bear in mind, Construct 2 is already an overvolted system. It's not a 24-volt system. If we made it move faster, we still can't get more flow rate because we need more heater. We literally, on the top end of the heater cartridges...
When's Jacob going to put a freaking blowtorch in his printer? Like there's just going to be a little butane torch right at it, that you could automatically control. It's just... Oh, wait, that locked it. Just a little bit of heat. Just a little bit of stuff.
There's alternative tech you can do, which we are investigating, like ultrasonic assisted melting.
That's weird. Like I'm aware of
a 40-watt ultrasonic module to melt the polymer.
I'm aware of sonic welding.
Melt.
Like I'm aware of like sonic welding and cold welding and all that, and that's you find that often in plastics, like a plastic enclosure that doesn't come apart, but there's no hardware for it. It's because they've taken the two halves, they put everything in it, and then they vibrated the hell out of it just enough for the plastic to heat up and melt. That's what it's done, right?
Pretty much.
Beater Printer with the 5 memberships, Big Sexy 527, Adventure Printing, Eric R. Colby, Magenta TIDE. No, wait. Maganti DE? Sure. Keel Nick 13 all got memberships, so enjoy the behind the scenes content you guys now have access to. Hope you enjoy it. Thank you, Bearded Printer, for making that kind of thing happen. Greatly appreciated. But
Sip of coffee saying microwave heating. Yes, that's possible. No, you don't want it.
That's so dangerous.
The problem is it's so good and so bad. It's the best of both. You can have exceedingly high power densities with a microwave heater, because you can bounce the microwaves to where you want them.
Yeah, but magnetrons
the downside
is scary.
You have to deal with magnetrons, and where does the microwaves go if it's not absorbed?
Into your body, into your body. They go all into your body.
It's so true though.
So yeah, you could put a cage around the microwaves, and eventually, because of the inverse square law, they'll just dissipate and it won't be that big of a deal.
Yeah. Like, it is theoretical that the whole of a microwave.
Why is like the
I can't believe we're talking about it. We're
why
so off
is
topic,
like
but I love it.
Spyro, like I'm thinking styropyro or the plasma channel. Which one of them are going to be the first one to put a magnetron on a 3D printer? And I'm thinking not like, you know, a purpose-built magnetron. I'm talking like normal microwave magnetron that runs on 4,000 volts. Like, just you look at it the wrong way and your eyeballs feel a little tingly.
Can somebody Google what the mesh sizing for the shielding of just a standard microwave is? Because I think
it's not big.
I think it's 1.8 millimeters.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent size. Oh yeah,
but
Emily
you know
the engineer could do it too.
You know what that means though? If it's 1.8 millimeters, you can have a mesh with a hole with the filament going in, and you're not risking leaking any microwaves.
I hate this. It's not
the nozzle
wrong.
is smaller than the mesh, and the input is smaller. You could have a little box of microwaves.
But just imagine when like, you know, the A-net of printer brands picks this up and clones it, and all of a sudden, every time you get close to it, your phone stops working, your Wi-Fi stops working. You know, you start to get a headache. And you never understand why. And like, you accidentally left a cup of water near your printer, and for some reason you came back and it was much warmer than you were expecting.
Yeah, your coffee just stays hot.
Yeah, look, it's one of those new Ember mugs, right? But it's just wireless. Don't worry about it. Jesus.
Yeah, you don't need batteries for any of your devices anymore. Oh, why do I really want to do this?
Please don't do this. And if you do, I don't want to know about it. I don't.
Well, this could be an alternative for an auger pellet-based printer.
We do not, under any circumstances, condone experimenting with microwaves or magnetrons unless you are a certified professional that knows what they're doing. Magnetrons will not only kill you, they will hurt the entire time you are dying. They run on more than enough voltage to end your life in an instant. And the last thing you want...
Though. Huh? That won't hurt.
It'll hurt a little bit. It'll hurt a little bit, and then it's just lights out. Does it matter if
you're dead? You're not going to remember it. Philosophically, is pain something that is experienced at the moment, or if it's remembered? Because if you die and you forget it ever happened, did it ever happen? That's how anesthetic works. You don't remember the pain, so it never happened to you.
I don't like you anymore. I can tell currently there's enough like hamsters turning in the chat right now. They're like, well, he's not wrong, but I mean, kind of. And Dreams Voice said, oh crikey, can you switch on specific bed tiles on the Prusa XL? Because if you can leave your coffee there while you print. You can't specifically do it during a print. But Prusa does sell individual bed tiles, and there is a mod for it that Mikolas put out where you can USB-C power it and turn it into a little warm coaster. So, yeah, it's actually a thing. So, yeah.
Why do the problem is now, the only thing I've got in my head is, would a microwave transformer-based melting system be lighter than a injection molding auger printer, like a pellet feeder?
No, not a chance. Unless you use a solid state microwave oven transformer, because the MOTS, the old school MOTS, like the ones that I know, the ones I build my Tesla coil with, right? Those things weigh like 4.5 pounds. I'm sorry, 2 kilos.
Oh, that's nothing. That's nothing.
The little tiny
compared
augers,
to a pellet feeder.
No, the little tiny augers and pellet feeders are not all that heavy.
They're like 10 kilos. 10 to 20 kilos.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
Can someone look that up and tell us? I don't think they're that heavy.
I'm pretty sure they're like minimum 5
I've got
kilos.
a scale under my desk and I can see a microwave oven transformer. Like, I can go measure this.
Do it. Do it now.
Yeah, like I can.
Because for anyone who doesn't realize, the biggest issue with going to a pellet feeder isn't even the pellet feeder. It's the weight of the feeder itself, because they are heavy.
This is a microwave oven transformer. This is a spare for my Tesla coil build. And for those thinking, oh, he's really dangerous. No, my coil uses 3 mots, 2 for power, and then 1, the primary, is shorted to be a current shunt. So, or sorry, the secondary is shorted. So the primary becomes a current shunt. So it is 4,000 volts at like 100 milliamps, give or take, before the tank circuit. So weight is 6 pounds, 11 ounces.
About 3.5 kilos.
Yeah, give or take.
Yeah.
Well, no, it's probably that's under 3 kilos. It's 2.2 pounds per kilo. So call it that, round up to 3.
What is a magnetronic?
Luke says,
escape?
"Congrats, it's a girl." That's no, that's never mind.
Yeah, that and the microwave generator. If that's lighter than a pellet feeder, that could legitimately be a good solution for pellets. Because pellets suck.
But you're still going to need an auger to feed it. You're still going to need an auger.
No.
How do you
feed
it?
Use regular filament stock.
No. Pellet feeders are better.
No, why are they better? Give me one reason they're better.
Because it's way more affordable. And they're way easier to deal with. I can go buy a Gaylord full of pellets, put a vacuum in the stupid thing. Yeah, way easier to deal with.
Yeah, but that's like saying raw bauxite from the ground is easier to deal with than processed aluminium. Like I mean, materials you can pre-process, and filament is just pre-processed pellets to a uniform diameter and thickness.
All right, fine.
So it's easier to control.
I'll play to your science game. I'll play to your science game, Mr. Magic Man over here. Fine. Every time you heat polymer, you are dealing with a level of, like non-plastic deformation. You are work hardening the material every single time you melt it. So instead of an extra melt to turn it into filament, we're dealing with raw pellet stock, which means it is better for the material overall.
But is it better for controlling the material output? If you're getting bad tolerances,
the bigger printers seem to agree that it is. On average, they seem to agree that it is.
I just think they've never tasted good tolerances because they don't have good tolerances. They make all their parts with the idea that they're not good toleranced. Like the edges have slight bulging and the surface wibbles a little bit.
Hey, you told me you liked a big bulge the other day.
I love a big bulge, but...
Yes, I'm clipping that.
It's not about the size of the bulge. It's about how accurate it is.
Like and that's fair, right?
And preforming the filament makes it more accurate.
You can get really accurate pellet extruders. Really, it comes down to the nozzle orifice, because a lot of pellet extruders are using just dummy thick nozzles. Like they're using 10, 12, 14, 20 millimeter nozzles. So yes, the nozzle itself is going to create more of those problems. If you put a pellet extruder on let's just go with a 1.0. A 1.0 nozzle, which both filament and a pellet extruder can do. I would argue that you will get identical results.
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe
I really
not identical.
Don't think you would.
Identical is a very
don't think
definite term. I think you would get much closer results than you think.
Like, I'm not saying there isn't a place for pellet extruders, especially the smaller ones, but this is going to sound really inflammatory because I'm developing the Miso tech, but I do think the Miso tech is going to make pellet extruders basically obsolete except for the larger like auger extruders, like the 20 to 30 kilo extruders.
Yeah, I guess
because
it depends.
if you can just imagine, like, you've got, call it 6 filament inputs on a Miso. And a Miso block is tiny because you only need the same like surface volume of a regular nozzle, and you literally copy it. So we've done a 6 nozzle output, 50 millimeters long, so it's a 50 millimeter melt chamber with curves, so it's got the equivalent of a CHT style of more surface area in a very small package that weighs less than 400 grams, and it takes pre-made filament. Each length is going to be getting you 40 cubic millimeters per second. So you're doing like what, 300 cubic millimeters per second of flow? That's like 35 kilos a day. 35 kilos. If you're running 35 kilos a day, it's a smart investment to buy an auger pellet feeder to make your own filament.
But why not just remove the middleman of making the filament and feed raw pellets instead?
It's a control issue. Yeah.
Look.
So if you take away the put raw material in because it's cheaper to get output, pre-working the material allows you to get better tolerance control. So you're putting it into a more easily controllable raw stock.
I disagree with you.
Well, it's like when you're recycling filament. Like, there's normally 2 stages. One is when you shred it, and then you make an attempt at making filament, and then you cut it again so it's closer to pellets, and then you feed it back, and it's actually kind of good at that stage.
We absolutely do not. We absolutely do not. Nope. We shred it to get it into roughly the right, pellet size so it fits into the auger, and then we just dump it in. We don't. We do not do a secondary extrude to cut it into pellets. I know that there are ones that do. I never did, and I made filament for years. Now, to be clear, that's on a fill extruder that uses an actual auger drill bit as its auger. So, you're not working with like precision manufacturing here, right? We used, I still have it somewhere. It was a death trap of a machine. We took a paper shredder apart, flipped all the blades upside down, and ran the motor in reverse. So it was
pulling and crushing.
But you fed from the outlet, which has a much bigger, like, the outlet has a larger inlet, if that makes sense, right? Like,
yes.
the inlet of a paper shredder only handles, like, 20 pages of paper. On the outlet, it has to dump into a big bin. So we said, well, why don't we just flip everything around and run it in reverse? The motor didn't have enough torque, so we added a flywheel to it that we screwed a bunch of screws and bolts into to add a bunch of weight to it, and it was able to get the crush size that we needed. And it was a very, very effective system of filament recycling. Like, it worked very, very well. A lot of people will do the extrude and then cut because it is more reliable. You get less issues. Like, you'll get less air pockets on a cheap, crappy fill extruder. To be clear, fill extruder is not crappy, but when you're comparing it to like industrial level machinery,
when you're comparing to an industrial, it's baby level.
Yeah, exactly. I could take filament scrap. Like, I have boxes full of PETG. I could take that, shred it up, and put it into a regular extruder, and you would, outside of the fact the polymer would perform slightly different, you'd have no idea. You'd have no idea.
See, especially for like the lower end extruders, that's where you want to be doing your 2-stage shred, extrude to a rough filament.
It's too much time.
Diameter cut. So you just feed it back into a shredder and it cuts it into rough pellet form.
I know.
And when you feed it back in, it gets a much better uniformity because they're closer to being pellets.
But with the right size melt chambers, it's similar to like get a high flow material. With the right size melt chambers, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter because when the material starts to get softer, those air pockets go away, right? And that's why, like, pellets being round-ish, they're round-ish, right? How you can get filament with no voids in it. It's because of the pressure and the preheating and that kind of stuff. But that's That's my thought process, we should say. Right? But I'm also lazy. So, what we would do
that's
for our
also
process,
one reason not to use pellets. Because filament is easier to store.
Oh no, it's not.
Pellet. If you get pellets, you have to get a blast dryer. You have to dry your pellets.
By the volume, I can store more pellets much easier. And
oh no, you can store more pellets, but you have to process the pellets to put in the machine.
No, because at that point, I would argue that the facility that you're going to run it in can be maintained at a low moisture level, and you don't have to worry about it. Right?
You'd still have to worry about it because you can never trust what's coming in. You have to still dry it.
Yeah,
because it's not going to come vacuum sealed. It's just going to come in a cardboard box.
Yeah, so you always assume that pellets are wet, like you always do, and that's fair.
Assume even filament is wet, even if it comes in Mylar.
The problem with blast dryers is that they're very expensive. So
yeah, or make one yourself, because if you're doing high-end 3D printing, you have all the equipment to make one.
See, now
filament is easier to process.
I would argue that in today's day and age, filament is easier to get faster. So like if you had an emergency and you needed more material, I can get filament faster than I can get pellets. Unless you have a source for it locally, you're going to have to get it shipped in. And filament, you already have like Amazon as a system, but you can't normally get above 1 kilo rolls on Amazon, and finding manufacturers that will sell you above 1 kilo is also easier said than done. I know Polymaker will do it, but they're few and far between on their materials. Printed Solid used to do it. I don't think they're doing it anymore, and that kind of thing. Yeah, it depends on how lean you run your business, I guess. And let's be real, you are not buying a Miso or a pellet extruder for that matter, if you're not running a business. Some sort of research, right? They're fundamentally too expensive, and likely they take up too much damn room, and they're a little complicated. So, yeah,
they need specialist knowledge. Like if something goes wrong on a pellet or a Miso, you need to know what you're doing.
Oh yeah.
And the machines that are being attached to a pellet on its own has all of the pellet feeding complexities. A Miso will, no matter how you look at it, have to have some form of automated filament management system, because you are dealing with multiple filaments at the same time. And again, this is one of the benefits of pellet and Miso. You can make metamaterials in the nozzle. For a pellet, you just pour whatever blend of pellet you want in. You can blend anything, because that's the whole benefit of a pellet. Whereas on a Miso, you can feed X amount of filaments in and have a specific geometry, or just choose a certain type. So you can either get bi-directional printing, or you can have a core with a sheath printed around it. Those are like the benefits of that technology. And if you're doing that, you're not a hobbyist.
No.
You are either advanced research, or one print is going to earn your entire company's profit in one print.
I mean, nothing wrong with that either. Nothing wrong with that.
Nope. Do it.
See what now? There are not commercially available Miso systems out there. So Not yet. And so the conventional system is to do pellet. Right? The commercial available high flow hot end right now to me is the tube. Right? The tube has the highest flow on the market that I'm aware of. But again, that I'm aware of, you can't buy a printer with the tube already on it. You have to do it yourself. Oh, the Slice Prime. Okay, but
oh, let me Google the Slice
Prime.
It's
$1,000. Oh, I can. Oh, right, because, well, I can get it on one of Luke's printers, but I'm not gonna... I can't say I want to buy a printer today. That I can't do.
The Slice Prime is stupid. I'm just going to say it. The Slice Prime, just looking at the design, that's a shit design.
Luke, who sells your tubes on a printer already? I don't think you keep inventory of machines, do you? Oh, a company picked it up recently. Okay, fair. I was not aware of that. See, this is why it's nice to have the people behind the products in the chat. They'll tell you.
Honestly, though, going back to the Slice Prime, just buy Goliath. Just buy Goliath.
Go buy a tube.
Go buy a tube. Just the Slice Prime looks so bad.
We're going to get into this. I would much rather people support the community than support a big business. I would much rather you support the community than support a big business, because these small businesses like Luke's Lab, Construct 3D, and others are the base of our community. If we don't keep them moving, then we will be stuck with one or two options forever. People like Luke, like Jacob and his family, they enable us to have other options, and they can put heat under these larger brands and say, hey, these are things we care about. You got to start caring about it too. So, just saying. We care about the small brands way more than the big ones, in my opinion.
Oh, got a message. I can't remember where. I shorthand wrote it down, but somebody was saying that Rotez is working with Bondtech for the extruder for his Miso, and it looks really good. I've seen it. Looks amazing. We are probably not going to go with a direct drive extruder for Miso. We're probably going to go with a remote drive extruder. So it's a big motor somewhere else with a flex cable.
I've seen that stuff. Yeah, the flex cables. They're weird.
Because one of the benefits of Miso, with it being able to replace like augers, you can mount them to robot arms very easily because they're light. So
but
one of the goals I
don't
want
really care about speed.
They do. No. They can go really fast. The issue is when you put weight on them, the tolerance goes down. So if you put a really light head on a robot arm, they keep the tolerance at their top speed.
But with the right robot arm, that doesn't matter. It doesn't.
You're right, but cheap robot arms are like £10,000 versus expensive ones being 50 to 200.
Well, I'm not buying one brand new. I don't have brand new robot arm money, so even the nice ones are like
John S says,
$5,000.
like the Flexi Drive, yes, similar to the Flexi Drive, but it's going to be a little bit more complicated because there's 4 inputs with 1 motor.
That's a lot of places for things to go wrong.
Yup. But that's what research is for, and we still haven't actually finished the manufacturing process yet. We've figured out how to stop the leakage issue. So any printed item will have a leakage issue. And I think Rotez has found that as well, where he Teflon tubes everything that goes in. Downside, it limits your temperature to 250 degrees.
Yep.
Can't go hotter than that.
Nope.
We found a way how to solve that without post-machining.
Nice.
So that's going to be like the really big thing, and I will not be leaking that.
Yeah, no, that sounds like
that's
IP.
The secret sauce. Yeah, that's the secret sauce that lets Miso be actually feasible as a commercial product.
Yeah.
So you'll just have to buy one and take it apart, and then go, oh, that was simple.
See, it's funny because like the same way that we removed Index from all this, I want to remove Miso from this because
we need to now remove Miso.
It distracts from what is currently feasible, right? Even though we love Index, it does, and it solves a lot of problems. It also brings a heavy level of firmware and software complexity that is currently not widely easily supported, right? Miso's the same way. There's a lot that it can do, but you only have like what, 2 of them? Like there's not many of them in the world.
We've got 6 now.
Okay. So a lot more than last time I was there. Or a lot more than the last that I saw.
Oh, wait, no. 6 was the latest batch, so it's about 10.
Okay.
10 differently manufactured, different ways with different geometries and everything.
You know, and so we were talking about filled materials, and CHT. Some people are saying they do it. I don't think you should. And so
I do it.
Maybe on like a 1.0 CHT.
Nah, because you're not clogging the nozzle, you're clogging the blades.
Correct. Yeah, you end up clogging the blades. But
so the nozzle output doesn't matter.
Well, I think the blades get like I guess they really don't, do they?
They don't, because the blade section is 1.2 millimeter diameter throughput. I have never clogged a CHT nozzle with fiber before. I have clogged it with PLA. I've clogged it with PLA where it's carbonized, but never with fiber. Now, one of the things that I did to clear a jam in a CHT was I just got a heat block on a little stand, nothing else. And I put the nozzle in so I could access the top of the nozzle while I heated it up. So I didn't need to blowtorch anything.
Mm-hmm.
And then I literally just 1 millimeter pinned into the blades, and it cleared it instantly. And it was just carbonized PLA.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see an issue with using carbon fiber and like just fiber fill on bladed nozzles, because it's never really the blades that cause the issue. It's the filament. And I think it would have jammed a regular nozzle the same as a bladed one.
Maybe.
The only downside is you can't cold pull a bladed nozzle.
Yes, it's like clearing the clogs are what's difficult, right? You can use a needle on a regular hardened nozzle, no problem, but you can't easily do it. Like that to me is the real problem. The real problem to me is that these bladed hot ends, you can't do anything with them. Like I can clear a hot end. Okay, I've done a many in my days. However, I can't do it when the company makes it so you can't like physically clear it, you know?
Yeah. It's almost like a CHT becomes inherently prosumer to industrial just by the sake of you can't maintain it.
For raw materials, I'm totally fine with it. Like pure P, ETG, PLA, I'm fine with that. Mine clogged from Polyterra, which they're now calling Panchroma. That's what mine clogged with, because of, I'm assuming, the talc additive that they put into it. So that's how mine happened.
So this is a weird one.
And I'm still upset at that.
I'm with Luke on this, where I treat CHTs as a disposable part of a printer. While they are expensive, if I'm printing carbon fiber with a CHT nozzle, do you actually care if it clogs? Are you trying to maintain a never clogged nozzle? Because if it clogs, I'm just swapping the nozzle and getting back on with printing.
Yes, but often by the time you realize there's a clog, it's gotten so far along in the print, the whole print is trash too.
Well, yeah, like that would happen with any regular nozzle, though. Like, if you get a clog forming, it's gone.
Well, I'm looking at like CF Nylon, CF Peak, CF Ultem, where those kind of failures can cost you big time, where in reality, it just makes more sense to not run a CHT high flow nozzle. It just makes sense to take the speed and flow rate hit and run a nozzle you know won't clog. Right? It's like, if we have to do fiber filled materials and it is a mission critical component for a client, I'm putting 0.8 diamonds in the machines. Because if a 0.8 diamond clogs, something's wrong with the filament.
Yeah.
Right. I have done crappy carbon fiber through the CHTs, but I was almost dead certain, even by just looking at it, I was almost dead certain that it was just carbon fiber dust, right? And not long strand fiber. You know, having long strand glass or long strand fiber, that's where you need those bigger nozzles.
Now, I print a lot in PET CF with long strand carbon. Most of it's from Fetus because I actually quite like their stuff. It's quite a good blend from what I've experienced that they produce.
I'm not sure it's long strand, but I'll trust you on it.
Oh no, it is long strand. It's definitely long strand. That is the one thing that we specified, and it costs enough to be long strand. It's like 85 quid a reel.
Oof.
Not
Buddy, I
cheap.
can get Made in America 3DX tech for less than that.
Yeah, it's not cheap stuff, but it prints really well.
Like, I'm almost
And
positive
I haven't had a jam. I think it's 1.5 mil strand carbon. And guaranteed between 1 and 2, but I'm pretty sure it is long. I need to Google this now.
All right, so their CF Pet G.
Not Pet G. I don't want to do Pet G.
Oh, you want Pet.
Anything higher than Pet G, because if you're printing in carbon fiber Pet G, why?
They don't make it. So you don't get Pet. I can give you PES. I don't even know what the hell that is. But okay, CF Pet G. Work with me on it, because it's what I thought you said.
Okay.
For 2 kilos, $96. So it's about $50 a kilo.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Damn good. It's damn good. Every brand has their own recipe. Like our 2-step process filaments are all big boy strands. Yes, all my homies love glycol. By love, I mean hate. All my homies hate glycol. Some Kevlar-filled nylon. Luke, why aren't you sending me this fun stuff? I like to play in exotics.
I would love that. I would love that.
Exotics
I'm
are
so
fun.
annoyed that I've got... Where is it? I've got it in front of me. So I've got some fibrology PEI that they've given me just to see if I can process it. And I don't want to process it because I want to do it on a specialist high temp nozzle instead of trying to do it on a 350-degree nozzle. And it's there. It's in front of me. I want to do it. Right there.
Mad Cat's asking a question I think is actually valuable to talk about. Does Kevlar-filled nylon warp as bad as regular? No. Any fiber-filled material has one massive benefit for all the other downsides that it has. It doesn't warp anywhere near as much. Significantly less warping. In fact, and I've never used Kevlar nylon. I've used a carbon Kevlar blend nylon. That was an experiment from 3DX. But I found that like carbon fiber nylon, good carbon fiber nylon, is much closer to like ABS than anything. So, yeah.
Yeah, fiber fill, don't think of it as a additive for strength. Think of it as an additive as a stabilizer. It will make parts warp less. It will make it print easier. It will make them more resilient across the board, but anything that material is really good at, it might drag it down a bit.
Right.
So you're rounding everything out instead of really going down something like carbon fiber PET G, for example, is not bulletproof indestructible material.
No.
It just rounds out the rest of the issues it has to being much easier at the cost of maybe the stiffness dropped ever so slightly.
I want to do a video on Kevlar filled filaments, but also get like some, and I'll have to talk to my local PD and see if they have like some Kevlar body armor so that I can shoot both of them and show that it's not even close to the same thing. Right? People are like, oh, carbon fiber, like a Bugatti. No. It's the same material, but that's woven strands of carbon that are then cured with epoxy. Carbon or Kevlar nylon is just fibers thrown into the extruder. Right? That's all that it is. Right?
It's like arguing that a calzone and a pizza are the same thing. They're not. They're different.
No, they're
similar.
They're the same
but
thing.
They're different.
No, a calzone's a pizza taco.
Yeah, different thing though. It's got a different name. Point being is they're the same base material, but they're not the same thing.
You gonna Ben Wyatt this?
Maybe.
Please tell me you've seen Parks and Recs.
Nope. I don't watch your funny American shows.
It's a good one. It's got Nick Offerman in it, and that's how you know it's good. Okay. God. I'm upset with this Miso thing, and that you want me to run like four big ass spools. I'm over here like,
yeah, 4 or 5 kilo spools. You'll go through that in a day.
I'm much happier with just a big hopper and a vacuum. It's a Stromboli's a pizza burrito. Jesus Christ. He's not wrong.
Oh my God, yes.
No.
Oh.
So, all right, with...
Because ignoring Miso as a thing, the real thing that makes Miso good, in my eyes, is other than the size, because it is much smaller, there's less complexity, because it runs on the basic
Wait, so you're
premise
saying
of a standard single nozzle. Small is good in this size.
Let's go!
I'll have you know it's averagely sized. So yeah, that's at least what people tell me.
It could even be large, even, you know.
Yeah.
Just saying.
But like, so you don't have moving parts in a Miso nozzle. It's a standard nozzle. You have an extruder, and that's the only bit that moves. Whereas a pellet feeder, you've got the complexity of the pellet feeder. So you get a simplification. And that is really the main benefit, is you're simplifying the printing process at the cost of making the material production more complicated.
Certainly, if you were looking at adding a high flow machine to your workflow and you already owned a bunch of other machines, a Miso might be a better move because now you're still standardized on filament. If you're an operation looking to add a large 3D printer to your business, you might find that a pellet...
It gets very muddy.
Miso makes sense to me when you already have a standardization around filament. It does not make sense if you don't have a standardization already, but we can look at that another time because there's probably a way to make Miso pellet-based as well.
Yes, but there is also one other thing that Miso does. It makes 1 kilo reels viable for industrial use.
That's fair. That's fair.
Because you now have 4 kilos worth of capacity with a 4 nozzle Miso.
Yep.
So you're not limited to buying bigger reels. If you want to, like, if your supply can only do 1 kilo because they're on hand,
and that's totally
you
fair.
can now do big prints with 1 kilo.
And that is a great use case for it, right? You'll spend less time changing out materials for the same volumetric flow on a print.
Yep.
SoundSpark was adding to the why I want to get vests from PD. I can get level 3A, level 4 vests locally. That's not even that difficult. There's a few stores locally that sell bulletproof vests. I just don't want to pay for it. And so the local PD would probably give me one if I told them what I was doing with it. Or, give me one that's already been shot, like that's been used, right? Because it's like, I know it's not going to go through. I just want to show the difference, right? I'm just wanting to show the difference, and I don't want to spend $400 plus on something that instantly becomes valueless. As soon as you hit a bulletproof vest, it has no value anymore. As soon as it gets hit with a bullet, it is no longer valued. They can take multiple hits, but there is not a single person out there that would say, "Oh yeah, I already took a hit. I'd wear it again." Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
That's why you just put 2 on.
Oh, it's like 2 condoms. Don't do that.
It's guaranteed to work. Guaranteed to. It does not guarantee to work. Actually, we are not legal advice. Do not do that. And this is why your EDC should be a 5.7. Because then you laugh at that.
Did I ever tell you about the time a client pulled out a pair of 5.7s?
Well, they're obviously full of money because that is not cheap.
All right, I'll tell it in the after show in the Discord. Remind me, and I'll tell the 5.7.
100%.
Yeah.
5.7, my beloved.
Yeah, that was
when you have more money than sense, and you really want to say screw level 3 anything. Oh, you're wearing body armor? Shame.
This is a great time to remind people to leave a like, get subscribed. If you do want to join the Discord and hang out with us after the show in our private Discord, you can do so at the $10 tier and higher. That is available via the links in that description down below. It's where you can also find links to our super sweet merch. And as always, during the live streams, the Packet Loss shirt is on sale for 10% off with the code FUISP10. the letter F, the letter U, the letter I, the letter S, the letter P, and then 10. Gets you 10% off of the Packet Loss t-shirt, because I'm petty, and it's funny.
Really? Couldn't tell.
I need to... It's funny. There are so many shirts that we've launched that I don't even have yet. Like, I love the art so much. We're like, all right, put it out there. Just put it out there. I need to do it. Luke said, wait, can you give that to me in the phonetic alphabet? I could, but I'm not gonna.
I'm literally waiting for the Miku shirt. That's what I'm waiting for.
Oh, I can put that onto a shirt. The Meowku, sir.
Yeah, the Meowku.
Yeah, Hatsumi Meowku. But yeah, and I guess let's hit the billing department real quick since it just ticked over the 2-hour mark, and then we will jump into, because well, have we brought this to a close? If there's other things that, okay, so if there's other things you want to mention, let's keep doing it.
I think we brought Miso to a close, but there's things that we can talk about that affect people today that they can choose today.
Okay, then let's bring it to a close. Then we'll hit the billing department.
Yeah. So, nozzles.
Yep.
Nozzle size.
Yep.
Which one do you go with?
For just on average?
Just on average.
0.4. And I know that you're going to probably go with 0.6. I know a lot of people go with 0.6. My XL is set up 3 by 0.4, 2 by 0.6. There are some cases where we use 0.6. 0.6 is great because you can do like 0.8 millimeter wide extrusions or 0.9 millimeter wide extrusions, and you're getting, 2 perimeters for the price of 1. That is always great. But by and large, we don't. So like pretty much every off-the-shelf machine comes with 0.4s, right?
Yeah.
And nozzles are not cheap. And when you have as many machines as we do, swapping them all out doesn't make a lot of sense. It makes more sense to work with what you got and max that out. And if for some reason you need more, swap it. But as soon as you swap it to, let's say, a 0.6, it doesn't go back. Right? If it goes to a 0.8, it doesn't go back. So like the Mark III that's behind me that always has like 2 spools orange on it because they're really, really old Prushman spools and I don't know where to put them. So they just sit there. That machine has a 1.0 diamond nozzle on it. It is a hyper-specific machine for hyper-specific materials. And it's also our R&D machine when we're testing out like really weird stuff. Like I tested out a material that had a lot of butylene in it. It stinks. It smells like vomit when you're printing. And I'm like, I can't get behind this because it always smells like somebody's vomiting. And I don't like that. But that's what that machine is for, because I've never clogged a 1.0 diamond. It's just, it will eventually go to a Mark 3.5. That is the end result of that machine, is it will go to a 3.5. However, that's all that machine does. It serves a specific purpose in the shop. But because the vast majority of the work that we get in is just all over the board of like, I need detail, I need speed, I need both. 0.4, because you can still go to 0.6 on your extrusion width. It's fine. You can do it all day. It doesn't matter. You can really clean up a 0.4 to make it run reasonably fast, get it close enough to a 0.6 that it works better in my experience. And
I find like if you default to a 0.6 and you get used to that, you don't have to worry about fiber, because fiber does not like a 0.4.
Totally agree. And yes,
so you
I
can
agree.
Just switch materials and you don't have to consider it.
But find me a machine that comes with 0.6 from the factory that is, on the consumer level of affordable, and there aren't many out there.
There aren't really.
The XL, my XL came with 5 0.6s on it because it was one of the first XLs that was shipped. I was a day one pre-order. So
now, the reason they went back to 0.4, in my opinion, on the XL is entirely because they missed the memo of why a 0.6 is good, but also what makes it bad is flow rate. A 0.6
Yeah,
almost doubles your flow rate requirement to get decent speed.
but the melt
So if you
zone.
don't want to be printing 60 millimeters per second on a 0.6, because you were doing 120 on a 0.4, you needed a bigger melt zone.
I guess,
They
yeah.
just didn't have it.
No, they don't.
Like, if they came with CHT to start with, and it was in a 0.6, I don't think anyone would have complained. But because the 0.6 didn't increase, well, it didn't decrease the print time at all, because they were flow rate limited.
They were hot end, not nozzle limited.
Yeah. And then on top of that, the slicer profile wasn't optimized for a 0.6. It was optimized for a 0.4. Because the best benefit of a 0.6 is 2 walls.
Yeah.
Versus a 0.4, which is 3 walls.
Like, there's a
you
client,
don't need to move as much.
There's a client that we've worked with for 7 years now, give or take, and it's the same parts over and over and over again. They have only recently allowed me to raise the prices, but over the last 7 years, they've declined my price increases. As my raw cost has gone up, as my labor has gone up, they have declined the price increases. And I finally went to him and said, look, I'm either increasing my prices or you can find another supplier, because I'm not making enough money on these jobs for the amount of work that you guys need. But what we did is we refined those parts to be really, really fast printing with a 0.6. And even though it has to be on the XL, it's one of the only printers in our shop that's big enough to use those for those parts. They're huge parts, or huge for us, I guess. It is still like, you know, I'm playing this game between as fast as I possibly can, but also trying to keep it under half a kilo, so that I can get 2 parts in 1 kilo. And it's not always the easiest thing in the world to do, but yeah, I mean, I don't normally go above 0.6. We don't often see a reason for it, because the big machines that can go faster, they're not designed to go faster. The XL's not designed to go that fast. You know,
and the moment you put like a 0.8 in, you're flow rate limited again.
Yeah.
Like, I do find 0.6 is, for the current size of nozzles, a 0.6 is like the sweet spot between flow rate and accuracy. Whereas you go 0.8 and yeah, you're getting stronger parts, but in reality, you're still doing 2 walls. Like, if you wanted to really get a speed benefit, you want 1 wall. You want to go 3 walls for a 0.4, 2 walls for a 0.6, and then you want to go to 1 wall. You don't want the wall thickness, however, to be less than 1 millimeter.
Right.
Because then it's weak. So you're going to a 1 millimeter nozzle, and you're getting 1 millimeter like nozzle width, or even 1.2 millimeter nozzle width, which would be the optimal. And then you really flow rate limited. You are not using any of your machine speed. You'll be at what, like 40 millimeters per second on a machine that is probably designed to go at 200.
Yeah,
so
if that.
Yeah, it's why I find 0.6 nozzles are like the nice sweet spot. Because if you can do high speed and you've got a CHT in that length, most printers are designed for doing those speeds.
Now they are.
Yeah.
Yeah, now they are.
Like, you could put a high-speed CHT in a Bambu Lab, and it will actually do quite a good job.
Yeah, man, that's what I have in mind. So like, you know, so there's some talk about the 0.5, right? The 0.5 nozzle. So my Lulzbot Taz 6 came with a 0.5 stock, right?
Okay.
I replaced it once with a 0.5 after the first 0.5 blew itself out. Like, literally the tip of the nozzle and the threads of the nozzle separated. They failed over hundreds, if not thousands of kilos of printing on that machine. They separated, and I put a 0.5 on it. We were expanding the business at the time, and so we had brought in a bunch of machines. They were all on 0.4. Now, this was before Arachne and all these other benefits that we have with modern slicers, okay? We were using, like, Repetier Host and Cura, and we were happy, okay? So you have to remember that. These were 8-bit printers at best.
Yeah.
They were 8-bit printers. A lot of them ran on Arduinos still, with, like, a ramps board sitting on the top of it. So this was one of those weird cases where every other printer was a 0.4. So we ended up changing out the Lulzbot nozzle to also be a 0.4 because it standardized everything and it made more sense. And yes, Luke is correct. The 0.4 is just because it is the same size as a 5/32 inch drill bit. That is the only reason that we use 0.4 is because it is a standardized drill bit size in both metric and SAE. It is the same. So I understand that.
I mean, even ignoring that, the benefit of a 0.5 versus a 0.4 is non-existent.
It's very, very minimal. And now the Basel crew is going to come out of the watch. You've just crapped on the 0.5 Basel, and that's going to upset the Basel people. Okay?
I will stand on that hill. The benefit of a 0.5 is not psychological, which is what you get from a 0.6.
Hey, an extra 1/10 of a millimeter I'll take every single day of the week. I mean, what?
But you're still getting the same issue as a 0.4, meaning you need 3 walls to get acceptable strength.
Yeah.
So while you're printing faster and you might be doing more material deposition, your times are the same, but you're using more material. Your infill is slightly thicker as well, so you're using more material. It just seems like it's all the downsides of a 0.4 with none of the upsides of a 0.6. Now, and you're using more material, so it costs more.
The
Because a 0.6 has a psychological element, which is 2 walls. 2 walls for the same strength, even though it's the same material deposition, your machine moves less, meaning faster print speeds, even for the exact same.
So,
but at 0.4, you're doing 3, and at 0.5, you're still doing 3. So all the thing that's changed is slightly thicker wall, so slightly stronger, but more material usage.
You might be able to get 2 out of a 0.5 by pushing it to like 0.8, but you don't want to do that. Yeah, you're getting a little close to where you're pushing harder than it should. And so, you know, Luke says it is what it is. Just pick the correct size for the application and send it. So going to the business side of it, okay, we have specialized machines for specialized things. And because of that, those specialized machines don't run all the time. We don't want to spend time and, more importantly, the issues that can come with changing nozzles, right? A lot of our printers are standardized on the V6 standard. I know they're starting to move more toward the extruder, which is fine. You know, we've got the Bambu ecosystem as well, which I would love to see more people standardize on. And soon it's going to be the Pika, when I can finally destroy the +4 nozzles that I have in inventory and replace them with Pikas. But even the Pika is a very similar standard to the E3D. Instead of an M6, it's an M5, right? Changing out nozzles when it was not a one-piece system was always a risk. You ran into the risk of not tightening it enough, over-tightening it and stripping out the block, forgetting to hold on to the block, and now you cut wires. Now you there's all this extra stuff. So to me, from a business perspective, it made sense to buy a printer specifically to do specific parts. Like the Fusion 3 F410 that I have up there, it was bought for one client. One client had us buy that machine. Now I don't need that machine anymore. The XL took over for it. So like, if you're in the Tampa Bay area and want a great deal on a $5,000 printer that does not use belts, it uses Spectra. It does not use belts. It uses fishing line, like really, really special fishing line. Hit me up. I will make you a screaming good deal on it. It was $5,000 US retail. It is made in the USA and it weighs 90 pounds. It is incredibly heavy for a machine that is like 355 by 355 by 315. It's incredibly heavy. Like the machine is a big aluminum box, but the aluminum box is the frame as well. It's a very interesting printer. But, you know, we replaced it with the XL. I bought the F410 because the XL had too many delays, and I needed to have this done and running beforehand. So that was the next best thing. So that's what I bought. It was a $5,000 printer. It was worth it to me. It made sense. So from a business perspective, I don't want to change nozzles. So I totally understand the value of high flow, high speed, and trying to push all the beans you possibly can out of this. But in reality, if I'm going to do that, I will have a test bed printer and a production printer. And the production printer runs at 20% or slower of the max so that I know I have reliability. Because I care a lot more about reliability than I do speed. If a print takes a few extra hours to be reliable, I don't care. And I would argue the vast majority of people would agree with me. After they push their speeds to 9s and they have multiple failures due to speed. So.
Yeah.
Let's see. Luke said, I don't mind changing nozzles, but I also don't worry about my hot ends breaking. And that's fair.
I'm with Luke on that. I treat nozzles like dirt, mostly because I have access to way too many of them. Having a factory where I have a shelf with like 30 nozzles minimum at any stage of any size means I go along and go, oh, there's a new CHT Volcano vanadium tipped nozzle, and I'm putting it on a machine just to see if it works. And then I will put it in a different box once I'm done with it.
But see, you're also still in the R&D stages, right? You're still in the F around and find out, but we're going to write it down so we can call it research side of things, right?
Well, even on the print jobs I don't care about the nozzles that much, because if the print job is important, I'm just printing. And if I think there's anything wrong with the nozzle at all, I switch it out just in case as a precaution. So I don't even do it until I confirm anything. Step one is I'm changing the nozzle, even if it's a perfectly fine nozzle.
Like, here's an example for the XL. For the XL, I do have spare nozzles. Like, I have spare extruders laying around. I have even more fully built hot ends. So that is an extruder nozzle with a block, already hot tightened down, with a heater and thermistor all already installed. So in the event that we have a problem, I can hot swap a machine and move it over and not have to deal with the assembly process. It is easier for me to do it that way because I run less risks. I run less problems by doing it that way. So it's different, right? Things are a little bit different. And maybe it's because we are a high value, low volume versus high volume, low value, right? And that could just be my fundamental difference, but I don't know. People in the chat right now, people in the comments, let us know. Are you someone that says, I'd rather have a specialized machine for the job? Or will you just keep modifying the few machines that you have to fit each job that comes in? Think of it as a business, and then think of it as a hobbyist. Answer for both. I'd love to know. But as a hobbyist, I'll change out nozzles all day, especially when they're as easy as like a Bambu. I mean, the A1 style where there's no wires, that's goated as far as I'm concerned with nozzle swapping. You would get me to swap nozzles a lot more on something like an A1 than you would on other platforms. It's just easier. But from a business perspective, we can't use them. So
see, I'm 50-50. Like I will use every machine at my disposal, but I also treat them poorly. Now, I've always been in the mindset of if I can treat my machines poorly and they still function, it's good enough to go to somebody who will treat them with a little bit more care. So I intentionally do abuse my equipment because I need to know how they break before others. So just keep that in mind behind the scenes. But when it comes to doing production work, like we had a batch of like 1,000 parts we needed to make only like a week ago. One of the things that I would do is just, oh, this machine has suddenly started behaving weird. First step, throw the nozzle out. I don't care if it's 50 quid. It's the first step in diagnosis. Don't
throw it in the trash. Put it to the side.
Throw it out. Oh yeah, I will reuse them in my own personal like research.
Oh yeah.
And I will clean them and I'll use them for myself. But on the machines that do production, Oh, I just got a warning on Zoom saying Zoom is not responding.
You
can still see me, right?
I can still see you. You're good.
Cool. Thank you, Zoom, for making me shit my pants. Thanks. Brown trouser
Don't touch
moment.
it. Don't touch it.
I'm not closing it because it will close. I know it will. Thank you, Zoom. But no, like I treat like 50 quid as a nozzle change because these nozzles aren't cheap. They're like what, like 48 quid for a vanadium CH3 volcano. They're not cheap nozzles. I don't care though, because if I'm doing a job, it's not even high value. It's more production time. It's just part of that process of I don't want to diagnose, I want to fix. I can diagnose later, I can't fix later. So adding just a nozzle off the shelf, open it, whip it up, put it in, do any calibrations I need. It's just
we're
part of doing business.
We're at the point if it's a mission critical part, I'll just replace the nozzle. I'm not even going to bother risking a used nozzle. I'll take it, I'll put it off to the side, and then I'll clean it. Right? So with PLA, if you're printing a lot of PLA, it's delimonene. Gets rid of it. No big deal. You're good. If you are printing PETG or most other materials, DCM will dissolve it so you can clean nozzles chemically. You can also heat the piss out of them too, but you have to clean the carbon out of it. We do that on the Cheaties. Often we have like a rolling set of nozzles that we use on the Cheaties because if there is a mission critical component, it's not worth those fragile nozzles to me. Yeah. It's easier just to swap them out. I don't throw them away or anything like that, but yeah. DCM.
Yeah, it's one of those weird feelings where I've gotten very comfortable with, oh, I'll just change a nozzle. Oh, I'll just burn 50 quid and get the project going.
Well, if it's a $500 part, I don't care about a $20 or $30 nozzle. I don't care. I
think there's a little bit of a holdover where nozzles were $3 each, and I'm like, oh yeah, I don't mind swapping a $3 nozzle. Now they're $50 to $100 each, and I do care a lot more. But then, why were you okay with $3 each versus $50 each? And then I realized they're the same reason.
Oh, dude,
it's like disposable production.
I still feel bad about it. Like I still feel bad about it to this day. But I have like a box, like one of those bins full of nameless geometric Chinese company V6 clone parts because damn it, they do just work. They work really well.
I hope no one from Bontech is watching this, but I literally have a box of cloned CHT nozzles
we know
that I put on instant destruction machines. Like I will be running a material that I know I can only run once. So I'm not going to waste my really nice Bontech nozzle. I'm going to put the one that I know only runs at half speed because it's a clone and it's poorly made. And I'll put that on.
Yeah.
Just to like get numbers before I put the expensive one in. We
bought all of that before we understood. Right? We did all that before we understood the impact. It was well before I had my YouTube channel. Now that I understand the impact, I only buy real stuff. Like when Fadis sent us the SiC nozzles, the silicon carbide nozzles, I got them in and then I'm like, hey, I don't see that these are branded Prusa. Are these official? They're like, oh no, we cloned them. I'm like, then I don't want them. I'm not going to run them. Because that's stealing money from Prusa. And that is how we lose companies that are so important to this industry. Right? And it's how I think Bambu's about, well, I mean, they've already done it, but I think they're going to hurt their I don't know, their public appeal to the community. I think that they're knocking
kind of got big enough
down
where they do not care what the community thinks anymore. They've gotten to this stage where they just do what they want, and if you don't like it, tough, because you're not their market anymore.
Yep. So I think we've kind of put the high flow nozzle and all that stuff to bed. Size matters, but only to a certain extent.
Well, size matters, but it works in both directions. Yeah. No one said bigger is better.
It does work in both directions.
There are choices.
Let's hit the building department real quick, and then let's go to the Bambu cloning Hue Forge. Because, like Luke says, my thoughts are mixed. My thoughts are mixed.
My thoughts are very mixed.
First off, if you're just joining us, make sure to like, subscribe, share the stream out to your friends. I don't know. And then donate to help keep the stream ad-free. We're
at 126 likes at the moment. If we can get to 140 likes, then I'll leak another thing about C2.
Make them 150.
I want it to be possible. There's only 156 people.
Right, but not all of them are still here. I say 150.
Oh, that's true. Work for it. Okay, let's make it 150. 150, and I'll get Doug to leak something.
Doug, okay. Doug can leak it. So, again, huge thank you to the sponsors to make this stream possible, right? I did see that Liz joined as a member. Thank you, Liz. Great to see you, as always. The sponsors are what make this show possible, and we are looking for more. So if you guys have companies that you'd like to see sponsor the show, please let us know. We will pay a finder's fee to make that happen as well. But huge thank you to Construct 3D, one of the sponsors of this show that make the UK's fastest 3D printers, the world's first Bambu 3D printer, and coming soon, the Construct 2, a machine that has over 69.42 cubic millimeters per second of flow on PETG at 265 degrees Celsius. Machine that is designed for lights out manufacturing that can keep your business running strong. It is expensive, but when you compare it to other machines on the market that can even remotely get close to it, it's going to provide a lot of value for the money out there. Check them out, construct-3d.com. Links in that description down below. And a huge thank you to Printed Solid, who is sponsoring the filament that we give away here on the stream. You can enter in that pinned chat message. You do have to be here live. If you ain't watching it live, then you missed it. And a huge thank you to 3D Musketeers.
Yeah. The place where if you need 3D scanning, they know everything about it. They have some fantastic teammates behind the scenes, able to do any modeling or CAD design that you need. If you need any consultation as well, they have probably the best industry knowledge that I have ever experienced myself. So they can definitely give you an opinion on something and probably work through from start to end of whatever project you want. And of course, I can't not say 3D printing service. They run probably some of the highest quality machines that I have seen with some of the most knowledgeable operators. So if you have a part that you need making, reach out to them. They know what to do. They'll make sure that they do your part well. They care about what you're doing, and they'll make sure the quality of that part isn't trash like other 3D printing services.
And when you have us
not naming names,
when you have us go down to the Florida Keys on like 24 hours notice to scan a submarine on a super yacht, that submarine will be 8.46 billion polygons. And that was not the highest quality that scanner could do. I put 96 gigs of RAM in the laptop just to process that data. And it still wasn't enough, by the way. It still wasn't enough.
Oh my God. So yeah, check out 3D Musketeers. They're absolutely fantastic. And again, make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. Like seriously, we want to get those numbers up. I want to leak more stuff. Doug wants to leak more stuff. Oh, I've just seen it's 153 likes.
Doug is able to leak.
Doug, you know what you're gonna leak. We already talked about it. You can leak it.
Okay.
I don't know how you're gonna leak it. If it becomes a link that I need to post in the chat, send it to me. Otherwise, leak it. Feel free.
Zach Smith said, how many terabytes of data was that? So the submarine scan alone was about 110 gigabytes of raw data. Just to give you an idea. That is it's excessive. It was a lot. So we did it with the Artec Leo. This is our Artec Leo to get that scan done. I have the video filmed. I don't have a good outro for it yet. So we'll see. But yeah, this is our Artec Leo. It's a very, very, very nice scanner. It's expensive, but it gets the job done, and that's what's important to me. It performed admirably considering that it was over 90 degrees ambient outside. So, apparently Amber's name is now Amber B4. That's odd. Amber B's here. Everyone say hi to Amber. And huge thank you to Sam Bazuru. Sure. With the $5 saying, huge thank you to the super chat donations. Yes, thank you for the super chat donations. Zaxman says, so STL when? I am not able to release that. And I don't think you'd want it. We could only get like 3.5 sides of the sub. We could not get totally down one of the sides of the sub. It was too close to the wall of the yacht. So we couldn't. So yeah, that's how that went. Okay, so let's shift gears into the thing that kind of blindsided both you and I this week.
Yep.
You didn't even know about it until late last night. Or early
I
this
literally
morning
found out about it while we were working on the notes for this.
So Bambu,
and I hate it.
Bambu has cloned Hue Forge. I'm sure it will be legally distinct, but call it what it is. Even in their beta sign up, they are like, have you worked with Hue Forge before? Have you done stuff with Hue Forge? So like, guys, you played the copy my homework, but just, change the name. I'm not a huge fan of that kind of thing, right? Like, I don't like it. My initial take on this is like, you had every opportunity to present an olive branch to the community and, work with someone, pay them a royalty, lift up the person that made this possible in the first place that you probably had no idea even existed until they came up with it. And instead you decided to, I was going to use the word steal, but clone is probably the more correct word.
Yeah.
You decided to clone it and remove someone's ability to be as successful as a business. And the business capitalist in me says, that's business, baby. They can do what they want.
But I feel awful because I hate this. I actually hate this with a passion. This is everything that, as a company man, I never wanted to see in this industry because of how good the community is. But I've come to just understand Bambu Lab is the silent bear, and I just expect them to do scummy things now to the point where I'm not even outraged. When I should be. If you told me this a year ago, I would be so outraged. You have no idea.
I was upset.
Now they've done it now. I'm like, wow, that sucks. It's another Bambu thing doing Bambu. Like, they've lowered the bar of being outraged so far that I'm kind of apathetic to it, where I shouldn't be. Like, I should be even more upset than I am.
Well,
but because they've done this on so many different areas, like cloning CHT nozzles, where they're in that legal gray area of just, we're Bambu, we don't care.
Instead of working with the community where they were working with E3D, they said, nah, forget it. And
I mean, like when they locked out Big Tree Tech and all of that sort of stuff as well, and they shut down a load of third-party mods. I hate that I've become used to Bambu ruining the community in the way that they do.
Like, I feel as though someone brought it up. Someone said, oh yeah, we can do this. They found existing code for Hue Forge. They likely bought Hue Forge and just reverse engineered it. It is what it is. I don't think Steve has any patents or anything on it. So like, I don't believe outside of social that there's really anything keeping Bambu. I don't think there's anything legally keeping Bambu from doing it. And so the business person in me says, well, screw him. If he didn't protect his business, then anybody else can clone it. But at the same time, Bambu has done a lot of taking and not a lot of giving. And this feels further on that line. And like, guys, you had every opportunity. Do you know how cool it would have been to have whatever the hell they're calling it, Bambu's chroma print? I don't know what the hell they're calling it. I don't really care. Powered by Hue Forge. You know how cool that would have been? You know how cool that would have been? And see, the problem is that it looks like Bambu's going to give this away. I think they are. I think they're going to give it away. And so they're going to overnight remove Hue Forge from being a thing because you have to pay for Hue Forge. Because Hue Forge is keeping Steve employed. Not Steve Builds, different Steve. Tall Steve, Hue Forge Steve. Not big beard ZZ Top Steve. So it's like Bambu had an opportunity to do something good with the community. Instead, they said it's easier for us to vertically integrate and do it ourselves, and then we don't have to pay any money out to other people. And it's like, you're not wrong, but you're an asshole. And that's, yeah. I stand by the Lebowski thing for this. It's like, well, you're not wrong. You're just being a jerk about it.
Like, they could have put anywhere the based on Hue Forge.
No,
just
they absolutely should.
Screen.
They absolutely should not do that.
No, of course they're not going to do that because they actually have legal sense.
If they worked with Hue Forge,
they could have done so much to make it okay. And even if they said based on Hue Forge, there's no legal ramifications to it. Because while it's an awful choice and the community is going to go like, oh yeah, they definitely stole it.
If anything, they would call it filament painting, right?
Yeah.
But it's so blatant that in their beta test form that you fill out, it asks you if you have experience with Hue Forge. So like they know blatantly what they're doing. And I'm going to give props where it's due to Steve. He put out like one of the most professional statements where I would have been absolutely burning bridges. At that point, pitchforks are out. Like the fact that he's like, well, I figured this was going to happen sooner, eventually, it's good for the consumer for competition. Yeah, Luke said Steve is based AF about it. Yeah, he is. And that kind of upsets me. I want to see Steve put some gloves on and go to work. I don't have a direct contact to Steve directly, I don't think. But when it was pointed out to me by Danny, Neokoi Prince, I said, what the F, to him. And then I saw Steve's response. I'm like, this just sounds like you want to work with them. Buddy, they don't want to work with you. You've got nothing to lose and everything to gain by building the community around you by being upset at them and boycotting them for doing this kind of thing. Like, it's funny because, I feel like this show, we go week to week of praising Bambu to absolutely shitting on them.
Absolutely dunking on them.
We never do this with other companies because nobody else does anything in this industry, it feels like. Right? And we had our episode about the Snapmaker. We had Fiber Seeker last week, which was cool. Prusa never does anything that makes me pissed off or makes me really happy. They're just like, cool. Anycubic just copies. Elegoo just copies.
Just copies.
They do good jobs on their copying, but they just copy. Cheaty. There'll be a thing about that. We were supposed to have people on, but they never got back to me, so I don't know if that's going to happen or not. But, I guess I'm not mad, but I'm disappointed, right? I'm not mad, I'm disappointed. And I'm disappointed in Bambu because, honestly, I expected better from them. They've worked with the community before. Why couldn't they work with the community now? Now, there could have been behind the scenes talks about this and Steve told them to kick rocks and they just decided to do it on their own. But it doesn't change anything for me. Right? That's still... Steve is a very reasonable individual to me. If somebody doesn't agree with Steve, I feel like they can come to a mutual understanding.
Yeah.
So I don't think that Bambu reached out. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. It doesn't feel as though they did. Um, it's just frustrating. I think Ajax saying, he says, I can't tell you they did not even attempt to talk to Steve, but I think he's saying, I can tell you. I doubt they did. And
I mean, they probably had a board meeting that was, we can just clone it faster with no external interference and do it our way. And that was good enough.
So Ajax did confirm they did not talk to Steve at all.
Yeah. Like, the worst thing is I can understand Bambu's logic with not wanting to work with anyone because it keeps it all internal. They can do whatever they need internally for themselves. It is a smart asterisk business decision.
It is a very smart business decision. Yes. And I think Directed Tech hits the nail on the head. How much of the community will actually care? I feel like the people that actually even know what HueForge is makes up about 20% of the 3D printing community. And yep, yeah, there are going to be a lot of people that had no idea what HueForge ever was, were likely never going to find it, that now that Bambu is talking about it, because Bambu is willing to put more money into marketing their clone than Steve has likely ever brought in with HueForge, they're going to show this out, right?
Yep.
Like, and to be clear, Bambu's done a lot of really awesome things with their Maker World integrations, like their 2D image to 3D model. It's not perfect, but damn it, it's better than most people are going to get with a single photo and some basic training in, like, you know, one of the sculpting iPad programs, right? Like, I just look at this and say, man, you all had an opportunity for creators to be singing your praises, and now we're just upset. But I think what really upsets me the most about this is there's quite a few creators that are remaining dead silent about it, and it pisses me off. Right? They should be. Why aren't more creators talking about this? And I look at the ones who are, and it's the ones who are blacklisted from Bambu. It's all of us that have said negative things about Bambu, and they don't work with us because of that. But the ones that are fundamentally nice to Bambu have been dead silent about this when they themselves have worked with Hue Forge before. And they should know that this is, Steve is watching money come out of his bank account because of this. Like, as a business,
this is what annoys me is,
like, if you see Walmart try to compete with, if Walmart starts up a 3D print on demand service, we are closing that side of 3D Musketeers indefinitely.
Yep.
Like, the next day.
There's no way you can compete.
You can't. And Steve is going to have a hell of a time competing with Bambu. If it's possible for him to survive and make a living off of this still, I will be surprised. And that's upsetting. Because Steve developed this. This is Steve's baby. That hurts. And so who's going to buy Hue Forge now? It's the people that care. Like, I bought a perpetual license, but I'm now looking to, like, buy another monthly license just so I can pay Steve. This is so anti-community. And it's the community that has enabled Bambu to be as successful as they are. They are once again giving the community the middle finger, and that upsets me. I am mad and disappointed. I am mad and disappointed. It sucks. And sure, Bambu's iteration could be dog shit. It could come out looking terrible. We don't know. But if they have access to Hue Forge, and I think it's fair to assume they do, okay, chances are it's gonna be the same.
Yep.
I agree with some people that Hue Forge could use a UI overhaul. It is very confusing to me. And that's kind of where I look at Bambu saying, well, I know they're going to get the UI right. So maybe it is just a great way for Steve to see what his UI should look like. But how does Steve differentiate? That's what sucks.
Yeah. Like, it's annoying because while I can't blame Bambu, they haven't done anything wrong. They've done so much wrong. It's that difference between legal versus moral. And once again, we are seeing that Bambu as a company, and this is also why I don't treat them as a 3D printing company, I just treat them as a company, are doing company decisions. They are doing not unethical, but borderline immoral decisions because they can get away with it as a corporation. Like, instead of bolstering the people who have made that entire side possible, they are taking to profit, and that's it. Like, they aren't investing in the future of 3D printing. They're investing in the future of their shareholders. And it pisses me off because everything like I do as a company, we publish. We make sure people can learn from our learnings to make the industry grow faster. Everything the hobbyists do, they publish and they talk about it and they do everything like that. Every YouTuber publishes and says about what they found and how to, like, it's education. Like, everyone is teaching everyone at the same time. And then a company like Bambu Lab comes out and they don't give anything back. They use it to earn ungodly amounts of money by just putting that little bit of extra effort in on top of the hard work that somebody else has done, and they stifle that level of development. Just straight up. And it really, really pisses me off. And the thing that annoys me the most is I don't even blame them. I can't blame them. I'm sat here as another business, and I'm like, you know what? If I was in Bambu Lab, like in their shoes, I could probably make the same decision. Like, if we're just trying to earn infinite money, yeah, I'm going to steal. And that's what I don't like about it, is I don't see this as a friendly thing. I just see this as the inevitable end of the community that we know. Like, eventually, you're not really going to be able to do public posts because you do a public post and big company steals it. Like, this is the silent death that happens when a community grows big enough to become mainstream. Like, look at the drone community, how everyone used to make custom drones and that was it. That was everything. And then DJI came out and now barely anyone buys custom drones. Most of the development is done by big company now. And I see it eventually heading in that way. And I can't even blame it because that is an inevitable end. Like, the community growing into a business sector is a good thing. It's good for the world. It's good for industry. It's good for jobs. It's good for everything except the community that made it happen.
Yeah.
And that's what I don't like. I don't like how much I understand that it's inevitable.
I mean,
I don't like how much I'm not annoyed at.
Tom Makes here saying, I just remember how CNC Kitchen interviewed Bambu Lab and asked if they are evil, and the CEO said no. What a joke. I'm so happy I haven't bought a printer or anything from them. So, this does not make Bambu evil. To be clear, you have to define evil very specifically. And evil to me is not this. Do we really have a website for the Construct 3D leak?
Apparently. Doug has put it on a website.
Jesus Christ. I don't even know what it is. What the hell is it? Like, now I have to look at it. It's okay. You let him leak that?
Yeah.
All right. I mean,
can you make out any of the stuff on it?
I mean, I know what's on it.
You know what's on it, so you can read between the pixels.
Yeah. That's all I'm saying. But I guess this just proves where the alliances of Bambu exist. And it's rough. Yeah. I want Bambu to care more about the community, and this very much shows to me that they don't. And I'm not certain where that brings me. Like, it's funny. It's like sometimes I feel like they care, other times I feel like they don't. They're not being evil, they're just being capitalists. For a lot of people, that is evil.
And arguably capitalism is immoral inherently. Because it's a neutral demon. It's a demon in the same way that demon in mythology is something that is uncaring and only is out for themselves. There is no ethic decision because they do not understand ethics the
business
same way
ethics
that
don't
people
matter.
do.
Business ethics
Business
just don't
ethics
matter.
is so clinical. It is like a machine, and the machine is just trying to decide what is permissible with the current law to allow them to earn as much money. And that isn't evil, it's just analytical. It's analytical with a coldness that people don't have. And that's why people like to attribute evality to something. It's not.
Yeah.
It's just, this is almost like an alien. They have a different mindset, a different thinking pattern. They are not people. They are machines of industry. And
yeah,
human life is cheap in their eyes. And this is that.
Well, they're also funded by big business, right? They have venture capital funding. Yep. This to me, this is IDG doing IDG stuff, right? IDG Capital is the second largest venture capital group in the world, if I'm correct. They are backers of both Bambu and DJI. I'll be very interested to see how specifically Polymaker looks at this. So Polymaker is also partially backed by IDG. Polymaker has been a huge supporter of Hue Forge. In fact, Polymaker is arguably the reason Steve at Hue Forge was able to like go full time. Right?
Yep.
They helped lower that barrier to entry for people. And certainly was a reason that I chose the license that I chose. I chose like the top tier commercial license, like the top friggin' tier license, you know, like the big one, because it made sense for me. But I said, well, you know, I'm probably not going to use it as a business, but I'd rather Steve have the money. So I did. I've used it personally like twice, and then I've never used it again because it was difficult. And apparently there's been a new UI update. So maybe it looks better. I haven't looked at it. You know, but certainly this to me is a kick in the balls. Because again, Hue Forge exists because of the community. And for them, they don't care. For Steve, he took time to build this baby for it to be cloned, right? I don't know.
I mean, after this, I'm literally going to buy a lifetime license for Hue Forge.
I mean, to me, it's worth it.
I mean, it's one of the things that I wanted to do as the first thing with a filament changer is actually good Hue Forge. Especially with Index, where I could get every nozzle doing a different color and a different material. That's what I wanted.
Hue Forge
so screw Bambu Lab. I'm getting Hue Forge.
For the Hue Forge stuff that we've done, it has been quite nice. I still have to learn it. Steve has offered to do like a live stream where he teaches me, which I think would be a ton of fun. I think that would be just a monumental amount of fun for me. However, I recognize Bambu's stance on saying there was nothing keeping us from doing it, so we did it.
Yep.
That's the problem.
It's the problem I hate that I understand.
Yeah, from a consumer standpoint, this is a backstab from Bambu. And you know, it's funny.
Well, from a consumer standpoint, it's a benefit.
Well, I guess
look,
so,
they've
yeah.
added a new thing to Bambu Lab. From a community standpoint,
from
it's
a community
just yet
standpoint,
again they've stolen a pillar of the community for themselves, rebadged it, and said they're the inventors.
It's like I'd like to know. I don't know if they're in here. I know Liz is in here. She's been in here. I don't know if Kevin's in here. I don't know if Zombie's in here. Like, the three of them tend to be like some of the larger, like, they love Bambu. I don't know if they're sponsored by Bambu, but they're very big proponents for, if that's the right word. They like Bambu.
Yeah.
I'd love to know thoughts from like Bambu fanboys or fangirls or fan people, if you will, to understand, like, am I just looking at this through the wrong colored glasses? And should I be happy that Bambu is allowing this to be more available to others in the industry? Like, I don't know. You know, I don't know where I stand on this.
Yeah. It's annoying. It's really annoying. And the only thing that I feel at the moment is this is what annoys me actually, is I feel disgust, not to Bambu Lab, but to me, that
for being
I
okay with
accept
it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel the same way. I'm like, shit.
That's what I don't like. I don't like going, all right, just gotta live with this now. And that feels bad for me. I like praising community members when they do something amazing. I like watching the YouTube videos where somebody's doing something insane. Like, what was it the other day? I found a video from Wonderwolf on YouTube. I know, like, I've spoken to them on Discord, but I didn't realize they had a YouTube channel. It came up in my feed. And I was like, shit, I recognize that printer. I recognize it. And I loved it. It was great. And that's what I like to see. I like to get giddy when I see somebody's cool machine that is finally in the limelight and they're doing really cool stuff. I don't like, however, how apathetic I've become to, oh, that's a really cool machine. If Bambu stole it, I'm just going to be like, well, that sucks. Move on. And I don't like that aspect.
Matt Weber's putting an opinion into the mix. I want to read it. He says it'll be a mix. They have to surpass HueForge quality immediately in every way, or people will just go to HueForge once it's more widely talked about, and once by HueForge, they will likely have a vested interest to use it over Bambu again. Now that is an interesting perspective, and I can't disagree with that. That's a glass half full kind of look at this. Hold on a minute. So if Bambu doesn't come out of the gate with a 10 out of 10 no notes on this, people are going to look for another option, and it's going to be HueForge, the only other option out there. And it could literally be a business pipeline.
I mean, it has brought a lot more eyes to filament painting, however you want to call it. And if you Google filament painting, you're probably only going to come up with the Bambu Lab one or HueForge, or people talking about HueForge. Though, the one thing we've learned already is Bambu Lab is great at silencing opinion in a way that isn't they're deleting posts. It's just they do not bring attention to certain aspects. And while I don't believe Bambu Lab will put as much care into their version of HueForge, the regular person probably isn't going to Google it. And that's what I see. But I could also argue that the regular person wasn't going to Google for HueForge in the first place. So the only thing is, HueForge is going to get more awareness, though I can't guarantee it will be more downloads.
And Ajax says the product will speak for itself. And yeah.
It's like, take Miso, for example. We've been working on Miso for years, but we haven't advertised anything about Miso. Roez, a YouTuber, has started his own Miso project. Now we've actually had emails, people asking us about ours. So literally from somebody else doing it, we've had higher interest. So that can happen. And that can happen with this, where because Bambu Lab has opened up HueForge, more people are going to, just because they're in the same sphere of conversation.
It's fair.
If there's conversation about it, there's going to be an overlap.
Gabe is in here. Sousaphone himself, Mr. Lucky 13, Dummy 13, saying if Bambu system is free, that's where the vast majority of users will go. The barrier between $0 and any dollars is infinity%. And he's right. However, if the Bambu system is using older UI, if it's using older UI from HueForge,
Oh, it
$5 a
It
month
won't.
for Hue Forge might make sense.
Nah, the one thing Bambu Lab is great at is UI. They will always give it a fresh coat of paint. Just always. That's all they're going to do.
Yeah.
That's what they did with Orc Slicer. That's what they've done with their H2D. That's everything. It's all they do is they give a fresh coat of paint to something that already exists.
But Bambu has money for development that Steve probably doesn't. So there's something to take into account there. Maybe they will make it better. And because of that, he can make his system better too. It's like this Orca and Bambu, the fight back and forth of who can be better. Like, it's the same deal. Does this become a net positive, or is it consistently a net negative?
I mean, you could argue competition is always good. The problem is we're seeing it from a community point of view, not a consumer point of view. Competition is good for consumers, not for communities.
What I don't want is a kind of what Bambu did to every other company in the industry, right? It's like every other company in the industry got pantsed instantly, and it took them months or years to pull their pants back up. I don't want that to happen to this, solopreneur, if you will. I don't know how many people work for Hue Forge. I'm assuming it's just the one. I'm assuming it's just Steve. Could be more than one. I'm assuming it's the one. I'm happy to be corrected. But I don't want to see his dream die because a big business said it's easier to screw him than it is to work with him. So,
yeah, neither do I. That's the thing, is I want to see him keep doing what he does best and innovating in areas that he is strong at innovating in.
And it is just one.
And
so Ajax.
Yeah, I don't want to see him lose a part of his livelihood, also his legacy, because a company has come out and decided to say, fuck you, we're doing it ourselves. Because that's what it is. It's literally, they've decided it's going to be easier doing it ourselves.
Yeah.
To earn more money.
They did. Winslow Joy with the 9.99s presented an interesting perspective too. Thank you for the ad-free stream. Greatly appreciated. Said, Hue Forge supporter, owner of a TD1 filament scanner, and I predict Bambu will only provide TD values for their filament.
Of course they will, because that's a vertical system. They want to vertically integrate all of their customers to only their products.
I mean, I could not blame them for that. I have no issue with that at all. Like, I don't blame them whatsoever for that. That's business, homie. And, locking people from being able to use other brands, that's business. Now, if that does happen, that to me is very much a precursor to the further locking down, of which a lot of people called us FUDs for and all that. There was a clip that we took from a show where we were talking about Bambu potentially like having the ability to lock down to only Bambu materials, and how that is the inevitability of this road, is that eventually you are locked in to only Bambu materials. Will that happen on older machines? Don't know, but the eventual road is, this is, you can only use our brand. If that's what they do for this, that is just the ringing of the dinner bell, letting you know that this is kind of on the way. But that would add a ton of value to Hue Forge, because Hue Forge works with anything. So you could look at this as a net positive if they do it in the wrong way.
Which is possible. Like, Bambu haven't got a great track record of doing things perfect the first time. Or second time.
And
or third time.
John Stern says the short-term competition is more likely to lead to a monopoly here. This is not good for the consumers in the long run. But you could argue that Hue Forge has had a monopoly since day one. Right?
Yeah.
And now adding a competition means that there isn't a monopoly. And users will vote with their wallets. They'll go to whomever makes the most sense. Are we giving Hue Forge a pass because it is one person versus a big company? And I feel like I am. I feel like I'm giving Hue Forge the benefit of the doubt here, and like really wanting to support them because it's a small company versus a huge company, Right, David versus Goliath.
No,
but I'm not
you're
certain
not
if
doing
I
it
should.
because of that.
Steve's
You're doing
also
it because
friend
it's a
of mine.
community member. That's why. You're doing it because he supported the community.
Dude, he gives so much back.
And that's the thing. It's like he saw, obviously, we understand people have to eat. We understand people have to earn money. We're not complaining about that. He went out, he did a thing, he deserves to get paid for it. The difference is he doesn't deserve to get stolen from. Mm-hmm. And that's what it feels like because we're community members before corporate members. And we're now dealing in a world of corporate instead of a world of community. And that's why, in my eyes, I'm annoyed by this. Like, if this was a computer industry where there's so many big players out there and they decide to do something, I'm like, yep, that's part of the job. But because this isn't, it hurts more.
Well, it goes from Intel to Intel and AMD.
Yeah.
Right. I don't mind competition, but I guess I'd want both competitors to be on the same playing field. Right? Like, so if somebody else came in as a solopreneur with a different style of Hue Forge or a different style of filament painting, I'd be fine with that. That's fine. But when they're venture capital backed, that just feels like they're cheating.
Yeah. It does. They've got the fast pass to do whatever they want, and they're doing it.
They do. It's a bummer. I don't see any of the big Bambu fan people that I'm aware of in the chat. I really want to know. I really want to know from Bambu fan people how they feel about this. I really do. I want to know what their thoughts are, because like I know my biases are obvious here. Right? My biases are that I want a solopreneur to succeed. I want the small business to succeed. I don't care if that means that things go a little slower. I want the solopreneur to succeed because I want more people to actualize their life's goal, which is to be self-sufficient. Nobody wants to work for other people the rest of their lives. Given the opportunity to work for yourself and make the same amount of money, 99% of people are going to choose to work for themselves. That's how I see it, at least. And Steve took the leap, and now, 2 years later, he might have to unjump? And that sucks.
That does suck.
That's what hurts to me.
And I could argue, no, that's okay, because he had a 2-year golden period of doing what he wants, being in charge. Like he got a good experience, and everything comes to an end. But that doesn't mean I wanted it to end.
Yeah.
I don't want people to jump back to what they're doing. Like I could be like, oh, just think of it as a good, like, dad law. Like when you finally get a kid in like 15 years time, you're like, oh yeah, by the way, I did this stupid thing, and it's really changed your worldview on me. That's kind of this. This could just be dad law.
That's fair. Bearded Printer with the $10. Thank you again, sir. Helping keep the streams ad-free. So Bambu is most likely going to go the route of limiting functionality so it's easier to use. Cleaner interface, but capability is lacking. That is 100% what I would expect. And you know what?
Yep.
I wouldn't even disagree with it. I think that's totally fine. That, to me, would be the big thing. If Bambu goes forward with this, and it's only limited to Bambu filament, you cannot change the TD values, you can't do anything like that, then you know what? I think that's okay. I think that's okay because they've locked out so many opportunities. Now, Bambu could then release dedicated lines just for Hue Forge like a lot of other companies did, but I think that would be a happy compromise, right? Where they're only going to steal the people that don't care to do the work. And at that point, Steve's already gotten his money from it. It is what it is. So I guess I don't have a problem with that.
It's sour, but it's a sour that I can stomach.
Yeah. Yeah. View at your own risk with the $4.99 says, you don't like this because the captain of the football team is a bully and beating the shit out of the AV club kid. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. And so is this a Rudy moment, right? Is there just like in the background, Rudy, Rudy, Rudy? Like when are we going to get a quarterback sack on a third or a fourth down to run it all the way to a touchdown for Rudy Rudiger? Like, when are we, like, is this a Rudy moment? I don't know. I don't know. And my father's probably already writing out how I got that scene wrong, and that's fine. I'm not as big of a fan as Rudy as he is. He actually has a football signed by... Is it the real Rudy Rudiger, or is it just Sean Astin, who's the one that played Rudy Rudiger in the movie Rudy?
I don't know your funny American shows.
Yeah, it's a football movie. I think it's actually a decent movie, but I'm over here as, one of the other players in the game saying, me too, coach. If Rudy can't play, I don't want to play it. Me too, coach. That's me. I'm over here saying, if I can't have Hue Forge, I don't want it any other way, because, like, yeah, it does kind of feel like, the graduating senior is beating the hell out of the AV nerd high freshman that, that's brand new to the school. Like, it would suck.
It really would suck.
That's probably where I sit. If Bambu does lock it down, hey man, that's so fine. But
actually, I'd be more happy if they did lock it down than if they didn't.
Yeah, I think then it would be a net positive for Hue Forge overall. I think it would be a net positive. Yeah. So I think a lot of people that do Hue Forges bought the lifetime license, so like, doesn't matter to him if
they're using it either way.
It's the ones you really only care about are the ones that haven't bought the lifetime. If they've bought the lifetime, who cares? Who cares, right? You've already got the money. You're not getting any more money from them. That's it. The money's done. You have to look at the new users. Do the new users find out about Hue Forge from Bambu's system? Because it's not like... There are opportunities. It is not as bleak as I'd initially thought. Like, I came into this thinking this was going to be very, like, I was going to have to, like, put a disclaimer for language in this because I was just going to, be cussing like a sailor.
Grant.
Yeah. Where's the music? I need a button to like put in the Grant. I need one for Grant Rant and Lord Lecture to put it on the screen. I guess Adam will do that, but I don't know. The perspectives of the audience have made it more valuable to me in the long run because there are opportunities, but that assumes Bambu does it the way we expect them to. But how often does Bambu do things the way that we expect them to? That's the tough part.
Never.
Yeah.
Absolutely never.
So, War Paint and Unicorns says, I was going to get a Bambu because what they brought to the market, but as a Cricut maker owner, I would have still been mad at Bambu, even owning a Bambu with this. Yeah. So Cricut did a very similar thing where they
did
locked everything down. That's actually like the thing that told me to be a YouTuber. We went from 50 subscribers to 250 overnight. Yeah, from a video, because it got picked up by a really big YouTuber. I was on some big YouTubers' videos for it, and that's what told me that like I wanted to be a content creator, like that my voice matters, that I can help like educate the masses and do all that. And yeah, literally Allison, who's in here, hi from OG. Allison originally found us because of the Cricut maker drama, ended up buying a 3D printer and has become a 3D printer maker as well. And that's why Allison and Eilish, they're two fans that have like stuck with us since the Cricut days, have access to the Discord totally for free. Because that is so freaking cool. Also, Allison's background, super freaking interesting. Like, I did not expect it, and it is so cool. Like, metal's cool. And additives-ish metals cool. Very, very cool. You pay? I gave you access. If you paid, that's because you pay. I gave you access. Okay, Warpaint Unicorn saw us first on a Cricut live stream. They were pissed as a user. Yeah, that was a whole thing, and I don't want to see... Again, from a business perspective, it makes sense. But you're screwing your audience. The question is, how many of them will care enough to jump ship? And the answer, I think, is much lower than most of us think. Because Cricut walked it back. So Cricut walked it back. There was enough people pissed off that Cricut's like, JK, LOL. You know, we were just joshing. But future machines after, I think it was the Maker 2, are locked. Like, all future Cricut machines that come out are locked, but all the current ones are not. And the industry, like, the community said, okay, fine. That's not what we want, but we'll take it. And that's one of those weird sales tactics where you hit them with something like, oh, no, I don't want this at all. Oh, well, we'll do this for this much. When in reality, you never wanted them to take, you know, the high-end thing. You wanted them to take that medium level. It's the idea of a price ladder. And the top-tier price, you don't make as much money on the top-tier one as you do, like, kind of the middle ones. Yeah, the H2D with its drag knife and its laser. Bambu's not going to sell a lot of those. They never wanted to sell a lot of those. But they can. So, yeah. There's a lot. We do have some people that want to join us. I'm going to send... I sent the link to Helix just now, and he can send that out to all the others that want to join. Because of that...
We'll figure this out live.
Yeah, because of that, I'm going to have to change some things around here. You guys are going to lose the fancy background. There's nothing I can do about it. You're going to lose the fancy background when more people join. Rob Letter said, everybody here, the H2S is getting announced early September. Yes, yeah, we saw that.
Yeah,
Luke
we
said,
saw a final picture with confirmation. It is H2S.
Yeah, yeah. Steve from the corner with the flying apple. It's not Steve Built, it's a different Steve. There's enough Steves in this friggin' industry. I am waiting for people to pop up. There's one. I'm waiting for others. Well, here.
Is there going to be others?
Let me...
Or is it just one?
Let me convert this and see if this works. It could crash the stream. We're going to try, but this could crash the stream.
We're going to figure it out. It'll be fun. What's the worst that can happen?
Okay. Okay. All right. I think this works. It's not perfect, but this is what we're getting. Okay. This is what you're getting. Uh-oh. Not that way. Yeah, this is what you're going to get. Steve's here. Who else is going to join us about this Cheaty stuff? Because there's some stuff going on with Cheaty right now that we want to talk about. So who else is going to join us from...
we're working on that, I guess.
Okay. I think...
You know what's lovely? I can stretch now.
Yeah.
Because
yeah.
We
have room now.
I can move. Like, there we go.
We're not stuck to the little square.
Do we have audio?
Yeah. You got audio. Steve, send the link out to the rest of the team, 7 people.
Okay.
I only sent it to you.
I will send it out now.
Yep. Because yeah, I now no longer can change my screen. This screen is stuck on Zoom. If I go to anything else, it will cover up Zoom. This is just mirroring one of my monitors. That's all it is doing right now. Which means, that means I'm sideways in this. Yeah.
Oh yeah, because it flips you.
Yeah, because this is my left hand, but it's not in the video. So yeah, it's double flipped. We're just gonna leave it. It's fine.
Yeah, let it
now.
fly.
I'm not gonna worry
I sent
about
the link out. Hopefully the folks will get there.
Please don't tell me you just put it into your Discord.
No, I sent it to a direct message.
Okay, good. Because like, there's a lot of people in your Discord, and I am not about to deal with that.
No. Team 7's got their own little direct message thread going on.
Wait, just double check. Grant, you are recording the entire thing, right? It's changing over didn't ruin your recording, right?
In theory, it didn't.
Brilliant. Adam's not going to kill us.
In practice, I have no clue, but in theory, it's fine.
Adam, if it broke, we tried.
Yeah, we'll see. But while we're waiting for the others to join us, Steve, aka Helix, can you give us a rundown of what's going on right now in the cheaty world and what the heck Team 7 is? Because I only know about SEAL Team 6, and, well, they're not exactly known for anything in the 3D printing world.
Okay. Well, for starters, Grant, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. I love the podcast every Sunday. Do DIYs, put it on the phone, put the phone in the front pocket, and I'm listening away for 3 hours. I really appreciate you having me on.
Yeah.
Team 7 is basically 7 folks who are community members, initially cheating members, okay, of the community, who really feel that customers shouldn't be beta testers. First-time adopters should never be beta testers for companies.
No, they shouldn't be. They just straight up shouldn't be.
And what we want to do is we want to beta test printers, peripherals, accessories in the 3D printing industry for these companies ahead of time, maybe a month before they leave the factory.
Like so 3 months is
we're
pretty
not
good.
So we're not associated.
Yeah, a month is not long on like the industrial scale because everything's like locked down at that point.
Yeah. Oh, you there?
I think we're having an echo problem.
Are you also listening on the stream?
I was trying to get off the delay here.
Yeah, you have to mute the stream because otherwise, there's going to be a weird echo for all of us.
Let me do that real quick. I'm sorry.
You're getting the true YouTube experience now.
Yeah,
where you have to manage different things. I've got 3 OBS windows open, the stream, 2 chat logs, Zoom, and a Discord all open at the same time.
Yep, and I'm over here wishing that I could like crop out the Zoom stuff, but it is what it is.
Oh, you should be able to do that, right? On OBS. Just be like, whoop.
Well, we got Jenny from the block coming in. I'm sorry, there's just when their name is J-Lo, it's always Jenny from the block. It's always Jenny from the block.
J-Lo's here. Great.
Yes. Yep. Arco is here.
Yay. Great. We're gonna get the whole gang. That's all.
Yeah. Hi guys.
What's up?
Hi. Hear me, guys?
How many people have you ever had in a podcast before?
Uh-oh, is my mic not working?
This is probably the most. We can hear you.
Oh, I can hear you. I can hear you.
All right, cool. Nice. Oh, there we go. Now it's working on Zoom. Average Zoom moment.
Give me a second here. We're going to move over the headset to the
I wonder if I do F11, I bet it works better. Let's try that. Let's try.
Watch the stream
It didn't work.
I just love OBS. Oh my gosh.
All right. I moved the headset over to the phone, so that should be better.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
way
that's
more better.
pretty clear. That's nice
Awesome.
and clear.
Way more better.
Oh, yeah, because I have the YouTube stream up on the Chromebook, so.
Yeah,
I get the Shure mic good. There we go. Does it sound good?
Yeah. Do you guys have?
Sounds great.
Do you guys have video or no video?
I can get video working.
We're working on it.
It's a video podcast.
There we go.
So
I have a $2 camera.
We have a stupid amount of screens going on here, so.
Yeah.
I have like 3 mice and 3 mice and 3 screens going. So
let's go.
Don't worry about the mess here.
I mean,
yeah, don't worry about this one.
I'm not moving my camera.
There's about 3 printer projects and apart behind me. So
there's a reason this camera is locked off here. Everything outside the frame is filthy.
And that one right there. You worry about that guy Jacob, okay?
Yeah.
I'm a menace.
You
I
are.
think we've got some of our echo and delay figured out.
Yep.
Yeah,
Everyone should be good.
headsets are the way, man.
I think
Headsets
it's
are
going to be
beautiful.
like a CNN, where we wait for the political guy to say something and then the anchor says something.
I mean, I can do it so whoever's talking is really big, but that instead of it being just like, all of us as the Brady Bunch.
Oh no, trust me, Adam will prefer it like this.
I know he
because
will.
Otherwise we're going to be cutting all the time.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so to continue, Team 7 was formed so that the community and the consumers don't have to be beta testers. We wanted to beta test printers, peripherals, accessories, boxes for Cheaty, okay? And we were thinking a month in advance before they leave the factory. That would be a good amount of time for us to get the printer, to look at it, to debug it, to test it. But if we could get that any sooner, then we might be able to save that particular company, not just Cheaty, mold cost, tooling cost, assembly time, all of these things that we're offering, okay, for these companies. We do it for free, just for the cost of the printer or the peripheral. Okay. Now we draw our inspiration from the hundreds of the community members out there, Grant and Jacob, who have spent their time, thousands of hours, literally thousands of hours, okay, helping to make Cheaty products better. And I can tell you one thing, I'll grant you this. Stu, Madam Vega,
My gosh,
Aaron,
yes.
802 Garage, these people that you're looking at here in front of me, they must have saved Cheaty hundreds of hours, if not thousands of hours in support time.
Yep. Guaranteed.
And what we're about is bringing help to the community. And it's one of the things that's me as a manufacturing engineer, as a product designer for 30 years, I'm seeing this whole attitude from these manufacturers. And it's not just Cheaty, but right now we're going to talk about Cheaty. They want to send out incomplete products to us and expect for the consumer to fix them for them. And that's got to stop. Okay. It's a bad business practice.
To be clear,
it's giving people a bad taste in their mouth. Now, Grant, I know for a fact you really hit Cheaty hard on some things.
Oh yeah, they deserved it, but they're not the only manufacturers that do it. I think in general, manufacturers should not be doing this.
Right. I mean, the Elegoo's, the Centauri Carbon. If the Centauri Carbon, if that group over there, if they had their own Team 7 and they had this Centauri Carbon for a month before it left the factory, I bet it wouldn't have 1/10 the issues, okay, that it had on the initial release.
Right.
And there's FL Sun's one, okay. I don't want to sit and trash on FL Sun, but that company really has a lot to learn. Okay.
Oh yeah.
A lot of companies could do from having actual beta testing and and having real time. So like, I was part of the Pio Poly Magneto X beta testing, and while that machine has not resulted in the end product that I think any of us had hoped for, I can tell you the beta side of it. Oh, we were changing a lot of things on that machine. Oh my God. And we were being listened to. That was the big thing, is that companies were paying attention. It's when they don't pay attention. That's the friggin' problem.
Mm-hmm.
They actively try to hurt you.
Yeah, right. I mean, Steve, you had a power cord.
Hey, got this power cord. This is from the Queedy box. Guess what happened? Well, it didn't work in the first place.
Marco's got the same one.
Oh, yours is just straight shorted to begin with.
Yeah, no. So when I first opened the Cheaty box, sorry, I sometimes use Queedy because that's what I first thought it was. What happened was I was like, this thing doesn't power on. wait, the little indicator light on the IO button, the on and off, it doesn't shine like it should. So I was like,
it's not getting power.
That must be a dead cable. Yeah, it must be a dead cable or something. So I grab like a known working cable, I test it, boom, it works. But this cable right here, I've marked it with a marker somewhere to show that it's dead.
NFG.
It just didn't work. Yeah.
And not effing good. NFG.
Well, I just put a dot on it, No,
you know what you should do?
This thing, though, it doesn't work.
Cut the end off it. Just cut the end off it. So you cut the IEC end off it, so now you have a short extension cable in the event that
since it's intact, we can actually test it with like a ohmmeter or something and actually get a reading off of it.
That is true, actually. I would be interested in that. I would be very interested in that, because faulty
it didn't do what
like
Steve's
power
did.
leads.
Steve's blew up.
Steve has the Bluetooth cable.
Bloody hell.
Or no, no, I missed it. He's got the FireWire.
Yeah.
There you go.
This is the FireWire.
It's the
Absolutely.
FireWire.
And Grant, I don't know if you've got the photos. You can pull up the
I don't have
photo
them handy, no.
of the tablecloth.
I've got them. I'll get them.
Went up.
Basically,
his table has a new hole.
So the TLDR for people are like, what the hell are they talking about? The power cord that comes with the Cheaty box is like 19 gauge. It's very, very thin wire. It's so thin, in fact, that if you attempt to use it on the regular Cheaty printer, it has a tendency to do what Jacob is showing you.
1 second. I'm going to stream the video so people can figure out what it was. 1 second.
Yeah. There you go. Like just
look at
that. Like
just a glory hole on the table.
It's awful.
Yeah.
And it's 100% a case of just buying the cheapest thing you can to send with the product.
Steve got burns out of it, so he got burned by it.
I got, because I was putting the thing out.
Show us the burn.
It's an shit. You're just like trying to put the fire out. Like,
that's what it was.
Yeah.
It was an oh shit moment.
And you don't want to pop an extinguisher because my God, those are that a mess.
Oh yeah,
it is not worth it.
After that,
at the bus company, we'd have extinguishers pop in the engine bay, and we'd have to chisel it out of the engine bay. Like no, avoid at all costs.
Now, I would like to let me preface one thing real quick for your listeners and viewers out there, Grant. It was my fault for leaving the cord under the table, because when Arco and I first discovered that we had cords that were shorted out, okay, that was during the first week. And Cheaty only gave us these boxes 1 week in advance.
1 week before they shipped, because that's beta.
Not even a week. I got like 3 days.
Yeah, that's not beta. That's just early release. That's all you get.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
We didn't even actually get time to test anything. Well, we did, but
Yeah, and in my horrible unboxing video, okay, you could see where I'm struggling with the power cable, okay, because it's not lighting up the box. It's not sending power to the box. So after all of that was done, that's another one.
God.
Yeah, there's a wire through a
my God.
Cable.
Oh yeah,
well, not a wire, but a screw.
God.
They screwed right into the. Oh my God.
Yeah.
This is like on the same level as bloody Creality putting live wires directly onto a belt.
Dude, I need to tear down mine because I need to see if mine has it.
Now, wait a minute. Did this cut the cable, or was the cable still functioning perfectly?
The cable was working.
Yes,
functioning.
Oh my God.
Functioning. It was working.
It worked. The cable worked. So this was the case of the Johnny Appleseed moment, okay? When you're firing the arrow at the apple and you just barely split the apple instead of splitting your son's skull. Okay? So to continue on, it was my fault because I left the cable underneath the table, underneath the printer. So days later, okay, after I've replaced the cable and everything, I'm about to go live, okay, on an interview with Taylor over at YGK 3D.
Mm-hmm.
And just before I go live, I'm scrambling around to turn Shemp around, okay? I unplug him. I'm fiddling around with him, moving him around, and I go to reach and I grab the wrong damn cable.
Like there should be a wrong cable. There's not a wrong cable.
Exactly.
Yeah, you shouldn't be blaming yourself for a faulty piece of equipment.
In the US, they ship 18 gauge cables with the +4.
Yeah.
And you almost never see anything below an 18 gauge IEC cable, like ever.
You shouldn't.
Well, to continue, this story.
We should just be using Mickey Mouse connectors at that point, right?
What I should have done, folks, and for the watchers and viewers out there, what I should have done was I should have tossed it into the can. Sorry, Grant. Did I get a clip moment there for you?
No. My ear was.
No, I dropped my phone.
So I should have tossed it in the can. I didn't. I plugged in a shorted cable into the printer.
Yeah, but you shouldn't have had one. So those cables are manufactured not by Quidia at all.
They're so cheap.
They are
they're cheap.
No, hey guys.
Cable.
The cheaty managers need 1 cent extra, all right, per box.
Right,
all
1
They
cent.
need 1 cent.
Right.
It might cost
18 to 19 gauge. But the fact that it came with a short in the cable itself or a broken wire somewhere in the cable itself is ridiculous.
And there was 2 of them. The 2 of them in the first 108 units. Arco, what was your serial number?
Mine was 120.
Oh, within the first 120 units, you've got 2 shorted out cables.
And that's an actual fire hazard.
That's an insanely high failure rate. Cables of that standard do not fail within 1 to every 10,000. The fact that you've got 2 in, I'm going to just round it to 100, is a scary number to the point where that is recall level of scary.
If they shipped 1,000, now we have 20 people with their houses burning down.
So it would be my professional opinion at this time that if you're watching this show and you have pre-ordered a Cheaty box, let's reconsider that at the moment.
I wouldn't buy it. The software is just terrible. I'm gonna be straight up. The community can't mod anything because it's closed source.
Even Noisy's,
we can't even fix it at this point.
Big time out on it because be careful, okay, guys, gals, everything in between and nothing at all. Y'all, gone are the days of being able to trust manufacturers to do it the right way the first time, and it's a shame. Because and J-Lo, we had this talk. J-Lo was on
tinfoil pulleys, man.
You were on PrintFix 1.
0.5 millimeter thickness aluminum.
Yeah, it's Cheaty has every ability to produce this really cool market segment of $1,000 engineering grade printer that has a couple of squeaks and weird noises.
They were the ultimate alternative.
Yeah,
it's they don't even know that they are on an own island or something.
Yeah.
What competition do they have in that price range? It's crazy. They don't have none.
That's my brother from another mother.
It's so crazy.
Another
to see
country,
them just
maybe.
Follow their own feet right now. It's so stupid.
Yeah, and it's funny because dude, they promised me in writing from all these, issues with the fire from the +4 that I would be a beta tester and assist them in it. You know how much communication we've had since then?
None.
A big old
I'm still under NDA, by the way, for the launch that is upcoming for something, but
it's the
that ain't gonna
Q2.
happen.
They've already teased it on their social media in their emails. It's the Q2 is launching soon. TM.
To be fair though, they did a pretty good job of the marketing. They were focusing on that first layer quality, and that was a huge issue with the +4.
Am I the only one that's it's fine? It's not perfect. It's fine.
Well, it's not like the X Max 3 where every time you started it, it would add the layer offset and just keep every time you rebooted it would just get worse.
J-Lo, don't forget about the brace at the bottom.
Oh my God!
Don't forget about the bracing that they had to change at the bottom because
that was community feedback.
Yes, that was from community feedback. Thank you. Yes, it was.
No, I'm sorry, that wasn't community feedback. That was a colossal fuck up where they were oh yeah, let's put the entire Z assembly on a thin piece of plastic and assume it will be fine with zero testing.
What'll go wrong?
Well, hopefully they've learned some things, but I've learned today that they haven't learned much because
I'm very doubtful.
They've got some users out there already with Q2 Pros okay? And there's more than one of them. I'll tell you that right now because I found out about 2 more team, okay? They've already got Q2 Pros, and these people, they don't know how to work on a printer.
Yeah.
They don't know. They're one person, okay?
They're going to be the least critical reviewer.
Exactly.
That's what companies.
And who knows?
Literally, what companies want, dude.
It's
companies no longer want people that are going to be critical. And if it wasn't for the fact that I was already blacklisted for Bambu, I promise you the level of research and time and money that we're going to spend to figure out their NTC thermistor issue on their power supplies would absolutely put me on a blacklist. Absolutely would put me onto a blacklist. And it is frustrating because what happens then is that we get a community of reviewers that are just yes people, right?
Yeah.
Their followers become cult-like. I'm not going to put any specific content creators on blast for that, but their followers become cult-like. And we end up with a us versus them. And like, I've made it very clear that I've had some very bad experiences with Bambu, but I've also made it very clear that I think they make decent machines. With Cheaty, I've had some less than pleasant. Like, I have 4 Q1 Pros right now. One of them is already slated to go back.
Wow.
Well, it was my original one. I've got a label for it. I just have to take it and get it boxed up. The other 2 have the identical issues of the one that's going back. But get this. If you order a printer off of Cheaty's website and it doesn't work, what are you supposed to do?
Well, you're cooked. Just order off of Amazon at that point.
Yeah.
Well, I negotiated a decent discount for myself off of Cheaty's website. What I didn't realize is that discount was it was the problem. As soon as I open those Q1 Pros, I can't return them anymore. According to their terms of service. I'm like, they can't actually believe that, right? Nope. It's true.
Are they just violating consumer protection laws?
So literally, I'm at the point where these 2 machines don't operate properly. They ghost worse than Casper, and it's becoming, dude. The ghosting is so bad you can see it.
Sputnik had the same issue, and it was unsolvable. The only solution was just returning it and getting a new one. So
and they're refusing to just. I've said, look, I don't want them. Give me my money. Give me my money back. I don't want them because. At this point, I'd rather just wait for Centauri Carbons to get pretty much where they need to be, and then Big Tree Tech to take all that stuff seriously, get a Centauri Carbon, put a Pika on it.
Luke, I can see you're in the damn chat right now, you son of a gun. I need Pikas on the freaking Centauri Carbon. Please, senpai.
But you know, as soon as I have a chamber heater for a Bambu available, which means I can put it into a Centauri Carbon, and a Pika available for a Centauri Carbon.
Yeah.
Some of my
or you could go X1C and have the worst VFA known to man.
I can't. I don't want to go to prison. Like
it's actually so true.
I had
only run them in a Faraday cage.
I kid you not. Oh yeah, I'll turn my office into a skiff. That's what I'll do. My whole office will just be a skiff. No more live streams because it won't make it out of the skiff.
I can sell you a lock for that. Okay.
Well, it's funny because like one of the expansions I'm looking at for the business are shipping containers. So like, technically it's a skiff. I mean, it's pretty damn good. If you shut the doors on a shipping container, it's basically a skiff.
And I can give you an RF door for that now too.
Yeah, I don't have that kind of money. You know, I'm looking at a shipping container because I can't afford a building. Okay.
Hey, Grant, I'll give you a Cheaty discount.
No warranties implied or otherwise.
Yeah, the moment it arrives on your property, you can't return it.
The moment you look at it. No, not even the moment you're 10 kilometers nearby it.
What's a kilometer?
What is a kilometer?
I don't know what a kilometer is.
Much.
Yeah. We've got a Brit and
it's
a
that
European
number on your speedometer that makes you think you're going much faster.
Kilometers.
And you're not part of the European Union either, so you don't count.
That's true.
That is true. That is true.
That's
the biggest L our country has ever done.
I look at this and say, you know, you guys at Team 7 are providing a value which you're not getting paid for, which I think is wrong. You should be getting paid for the time that you're putting into this. And at the same time, the company is just basically saying, yeah, we really don't care. You can find all these problems until somebody like Noisy, like Grant, like, you know, a Canuck creator, like Alan Mandic, Vector 3D, until one of the smaller creators who are completely willing to burn bridges to, you know, for consumer health and safety, decide they want to burn the bridge for health and safety, nothing gets done.
No.
I think the hardware is great on the Qt box or Cheaty box. I think it's pretty good.
The problem is the software. Had good hardware.
Yeah, exactly.
Except for the SSR board. Let's just ignore that.
Wait. Categorically bad at electronics and heat problems.
What'd you say,
But
Jacob?
the hardware's good.
Pulleys are hardware as well, so they've not got a good track record in my eyes. Wires are hardware as well.
That was JLo's single printer, and they don't design printers to be user serviceable, and to their credit, nobody does. Right? Nobody except Prusa really designs printers to be user serviceable these days. They design to be user replaceable.
You're so replaceable, right?
Go fuck yourself.
You just threw the sponsor under the bus, Grant.
I'm sorry, I forgot one of the sponsors of this show.
Crap! We lost our money.
Whoa, we're poor again. Wait, we were never rich. Oh,
I'm gonna go to my history. So this Q1. Total print time, 10 hours. That's how much printing I've been able to do it.
Look.
Before, like, by now, I'm just now getting it to function.
I don't have an SSU2 money, but I have a 3D scan of a submarine. Does that count?
Damn. Yeah, no, I think it does.
Yes, I'm sorry. Construct 3D and Prusa. Are you happy now?
Now I'm happy.
Okay.
Now I'm happy.
Now you can say, thank you, sponsor daddy.
No, that comes later. That's in the after party.
That is in the after party. Yeah, that's fair.
Make sure you thank your chair sponsor as well.
$10 tier or higher to join, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
PBD products asking, does anyone know if the control board can be flashed with Happy Hair firmware on the Cheaty box? Is that possible?
I don't think we've messed with the MCU yet.
Yeah, have we pulled the heatsink off to see what the actual MCU chip is?
I've got somebody working on that. As a matter of fact, I've got somebody working on that today. I've sent them the photographs, and we're going to take this thing apart this evening, and they're going to map it.
So we're doing full, like, hacker stuff.
Oh, yeah. We want more GPIO pins. We want door safety switches.
Well, see, that's a good segue to our next topic, I guess.
Ooh, here, 1 second.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm waiting.
Does it show up?
Yeah, we're looking at GitHub.
Okay, well, basically, Cheaty, they first released the box firmware and the software, not the firmware exactly, but the software. It was all open source. But the next version, V1.7.1, which came after like a week and a half after the first initial release, well, all the PI files are on .so. So they're, you know, we can't actually see the code in them. So the box RFID, the box stepper, all of this stuff we need to make this work is now like, we can't access it. It's closed source now. And what they did is they scrubbed the previous GitHub releases, so we can't access the previous PI files,
and nobody
which were open source.
Forked it in time, so it's too late.
We did fork it. Well, we didn't fork it, but we downloaded it.
Okay, so well then re-upload it. Screw them.
We already did.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on the +4 wiki from Stu.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
But the issue is any further updates, we can't do anything about. If it includes extra functionality, we can't change it realistically.
No, you have to do what the X1 Plus team did and say, F you, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, we have to slowly work through it. And I don't think anybody, they're going back on their roots here. Like, Cheaty is known as like the
lazy.
open. Yeah, they're getting lazy, but also like, they're going back on their roots. When you think of Cheaty, you think of very functional, yet some QA issues, but with a really, really nice community that makes upgrades and just makes the customer service area just possible. But when you close this down, we can't do any software upgrades to it. The amount of stuff we've done to the +4 is ridiculous, and it makes it like a 10 times better experience. But when it's like this, the software is Garbo, so then we're forced to slowly hacker through it to figure out what does what.
And at this point, the point of diminishing returns occurs because of all the time that you've spent doing that now equates to money. It equates to dollars and cents. And here's where we're going to get into the meat of the subject. Okay. They're going to have to learn. And the only way they're going to learn is if you hit them in the purse strings, if you hit them in the bank account. Okay. So what we'd like to do today, Grant, is we'd like to call on the community to join us in a petition. We're writing up a petition this weekend. We're going to have it on change.org. We're going to hit every social media outlet that we can hit. Facebook, Reddit, Discord, Instagram. I'm going to do some TikTok for the first time in my life.
The only way I'm going to sign is if you do a TikTok dance, Steve. That's really, I mean.
Hey, Grant.
We got him, Steve.
Hey, you're there.
The
I will do the cheaty dance, sign the petition, and it'll go viral. I would love it. I would love it.
We got it on video, so.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, buddy. Once on video, it's out there forever. I'm just saying.
Have you ever seen me moonwalk? No.
Whoa. I want to see that.
We are soon.
Not yet. I'm going to have to rehearse.
Now, the biggest question is going to be, is the consumer or the people at home going to care at all?
No, they're not going to care. They never have and they never will. I'm sorry, but that's just the way that it is. This is not... So, Cheaty is not an at-home printer brand, right? Cheaty sells to people that are watching the show, that are currently in the room right now. We are the engineers and engineer adjacent. And engineer wannabes, I guess. I'm an engineer wannabe.
Mechatronics.
Okay. Yeah, we're in the industrial field.
That was okay. I take that back. That's too mean.
Oh, that was right at the belt line. I don't know if that's below the belt. Mechatronics being
Jacob,
what I mean is not engineering.
We got to clear
that, Mark.
I'm watching you, who on my personal CV is lead mechatronics engineer.
Oh, that's that Carvera Air. I'm surprised you agreed.
It's trashed, by the way, my shop. It's awful.
Oh, my shop's terrible too.
What do you mean? It looks awesome.
Yeah, I know.
Here, look, you want to see my shop right now?
Please do.
Oh.
It's a light box. That's it.
Yeah.
That's
most important item. Seriously.
Well, it's because we're doing some photography for a 3D scanning client. So
see, and if I show off my shop, we get taken off of YouTube. So
it's less than 2 meters from the edge of my desk to that behind me. So it's a much smaller room than it looks like. But
wow.
But from the standpoint of your average user, you have to word a petition in such a way as to grab their attention. This is what we're doing.
I mean, that's fair.
Yes, we're going to word the petition so that just the average user can understand what it means to the people that really, I want to say, matter in the community, because we give so much of our time, our effort, our hard-earned money, to making these printers better. Not just the Cheaty printer. I've said it before on other podcasts. I've said it before. I would love to see Team 7 for every 3D printer company. That would make me happy.
I am aware of a few companies that already have Team 7s, right?
Yeah.
Or the style of a dedicated beta testing group, right? That to me, I'm aware of that, but I'm also aware that a lot of companies don't. I'm aware that Bambu has one. I'm aware that Prusa has one. I am aware that Peopoly has one.
Peopoly's got one.
Because I've been a part of that one. That's the only reason I'm aware of it. And Elegoo technically does, but it's not. It's the Team 7 in the way that Cheaty did it, where they gave you the stuff a little early.
Yeah. Well,
slightly, like 2 days.
Yeah, like that's just a thanks. They have not contacted me at all.
No, they just walked back on it. Yeah.
Zero
I think the only
contact.
contact you've had with them. I think the only contact you've had with them is regarding the Q1s.
Oh, and yeah, all the issues I had with the Q1s. Construct 3D, I guess, technically has a beta testing team, but that's themselves at the moment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm
basically.
available, Jacob.
Yeah.
Send it my way.
Hey,
don't tempt me.
get in line.
Yeah,
Get in line.
Just send it across the tube to Yves there.
I'm very close.
I'll put a tube. I'll find a way. I'll use one of those bank tubes. We'll vacuum it over to Florida.
Ooh.
Let's race,
We're
brother.
bringing back those. Those are really cool.
That would be cool.
By the way, the teaser, it's looking great.
Thank you. It's
Honestly, like
it's taken a while to get to that quality. Let's just say that.
Yeah.
We have been way too slow by being way too particular on everything to Grant and my mum's frustration.
Even
where
I've yelled at him,
keep
like,
being
stop it. Just stop it.
We are doing everything to an nth degree of perfection, which is not something I can say many companies seem to be doing.
You're picking the
Frozen
toughest
Arco.
filament and trying to get the
Well,
most ridiculous
part of me's
profiles.
like, Construct doesn't really need beta testers because of how high quality they build their printers to start with. Really, the thing they need for beta testing is to make sure it can survive shipping. That's it. That's really,
actually the big
That's
one.
really all that they need. It's as soon as it goes out of their hands. Like, they build their freaking printers on granite surface plates. How many of you have a granite surface plate laying around that you build printers on?
Hey, I can get one.
I got a $50 cable.
If you want to do it stateside.
Great. Well, you asked the wrong question to the right guy. You know I've got a surface plate. You've seen it.
You've got a granite surface plate laying around?
You know I've got access to a whole metrology lab.
But that's not just sitting in your shop. That's just not sitting in the shop, okay? Like when I built it's literally sitting in his shop. He used to have them in his house.
I did.
And
we
he
got
had to
3
take
of them,
them
610 by 610 wide. They're like 8 inches thick. Double A grade metrology plates.
Did you do the temp test on them every month?
Yeah, we don't.
Yeah, I'm sure
they're
not
more than
certified
good enough. We're not doing that. The last time they were zeroed in was 1968, I think.
I'd say they only vary by less than 1/10,000th of 1 inch.
They're probably not gonna vary a lot, but they're not certified. But they were the right price. Like, I have a piece of granite in my garage. I found it because I found a custom countertop company. And I said, hey, y'all got any sink cutouts you don't want anymore? Like, well, we normally turn them into cutting boards. They're like, what do you want it for? I said, I just want the ugliest piece of granite or marble that you have laying around. They're like, why? I said, I need something reasonably flat to build a printer on. They're like, oh, yeah, come on down. We'll show you around. You can pick out whatever one you want. I'm like, oh, cool, great. And it weighs it weighs like 40 or 50 pounds. I've cut my foot on it many times. Because it's of course in a really convenient location for me, and it also weighs so much it hurts me to pick it up.
Well, see, this is the level of detail we wish these printer companies would follow.
Yeah, but then they would cost as much as a Construct 3D printer, and nobody would want it then.
Actually, I'm not asking them to CT scan their printers. Yeah. I'm not asking them to.
Wait,
I've done that.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, we CT scanned up. Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yeah, we literally CT scanned a load of benches recently just to make sure they were within a set tolerance. So we've got an actual tolerance mark with a standard deviation of 0.002 millimeters.
Do people not believe me when I say that these are business class machines for a business class environment? Like, I'm not lying. This is very true. Like, look, the C2 is going to be no less than somewhere between 10 and 15 grand at this point. Like, they're expensive. That's a lot of money. But
it's a major investment.
Are 10 plus 4s a better deal? I don't think so.
Well, if you can spend the time on them, yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, if you bought 10 of the original plus 4s, absolutely not. You would have spent way more in fixing them.
Yeah, you'd spend more than that in nozzles.
Well, stainless steel on the first release was actually not that bad.
On my first unit.
I have a steel one too, but it heat creeps too much because instead of moving the fan closer to the heat sink, Cheedy, in all of their grandiose ideas, decided, let's just change it out for a ceramic heat break. Because we can't
be lucky they
arsed
didn't try to fix it with Kapton tape. They're good for that.
At least Kapton tape would have been old school, okay? Kapton tape and fiberglass insulation, that's old school silicone socks, okay?
I just fogged up my glasses.
See, and Grant hates me because we've got ceramic in our new hotend as well.
It's fine. Every time it breaks,
are you ramming it into...
But see,
part of the printer.
No,
I have Jacob's personal cell phone number. So every time it breaks,
metallic nozzle.
Guess who's getting a phone call?
No, it's not going to break. It's a tri-metallic nozzle. It's copper.
Wait, hold on. Let me clip that.
You
said it's not going to break?
Oh, no. Why did you say that,
I've tried. No, because I've tried. Literally, the last thing we've ordered. So the video when Grant did the factory tour, we had turned adapters for a Roto and a Hemera. We've gone away from the Roto and Hemera. We're now with an LGX Pro, but we needed an adapter that wasn't crap. So instead, we are now metal 3D printing out of stainless steel the entire adapter assembly to get a perfect hard mount where we can hit it with a 25 kilo force and it doesn't bend.
Nice.
And this is the difference as to why Construct 3D probably doesn't need a Team 7.
Well, I was trying to get in on the inside. That's all.
Oh, we've got live thermal cameras like pointed at it 24/7 as we monitor like heat up and wire usage. We've got a high-speed camera that's monitoring micro vibrations. So you offset the video by a frame and then you invert the colors. You only see the movement in the scene. So we can actually see where micro vibrations are happening for analysis on that. We've done like full-on like CFM analysis for the flow rate. We've done it also for like the internal chamber temperature. So we can actually monitor how the air is moving and everything. Oh.
Do you make
imagine if Cheedy and Bambu Lab and previously Sovar with some of their print heads, if they had taken a single thermal camera image of running their printers to know that there were these problems.
Well, that's the thing. It shouldn't be.
It's so simple.
Very hard to do. Like
thermal
if
cameras
I
are
can do this
$250
on my own.
They're cheap.
Mine was $150.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
like they're super cheap. The Gen 1 ones are like $100.
Oh, dude, it's like a 256 by 256 thermal camera.
Like, yeah, and they're good enough, right?
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, but a burning SSR or an MOV is like, it's a glaringly obvious problem on a thermal camera.
It's not.
That's why we use them in industry.
The Bambus are not MOVs. I thought they were.
Ooh, what we got?
NTC thermistors.
Oh, wow. Hi.
Because as they heat up, their resistance changes. So it'll add more resistance as it heats up. Well, I guess if you can
That's kind of a runaway problem.
you can apparently heat them up too much. Well, in theory, when you add resistance, the temperature should drop because you're pulling less stuff. But apparently not. So that's how
there's no place for the heat to go. The heat's constricted. There's no place for the heat to go.
We'll figure it out. Neokoi Prince is hanging out. We talked about you like an hour ago. Where were you? But so Team 7, you guys are looking to basically go after manufacturers and say, we can help you make your printers better. And to do that, this is what we're looking for. We're looking for early machines. Yeah. We're looking for financial compensation. You're looking for financial You're working. You're working for these companies. They should be paying you. If they're not paying you, don't work for them. Like, Noisy. Your knowledge is not cheap.
I didn't understand it.
The amount of work that we have to do on, like, printer videos. Yeah. Imagine if you're doing that kind of work for a ton of companies for free. It's not a sustainable business model.
You should get 3 times the pay, though. He's the god.
Me, it's more at the point of the YouTuber. So I review a machine. I have problems, so I try to fix them. That's kind of the deal that I'm doing. And I met these people by doing the things that I do, and that's how the team grew. And especially Stu, who isn't on the stream, he is the I would call him the god of cheaty.
Well, he's not here.
He
We
is
don't care
the
about him.
biggest contributor of yeah, and he, except for the box, that's it. That's his compensation.
Yeah.
That's just wild.
No, Stu is like the godsend, and he's got so many custom stuff. And like, I know Luke was in here earlier. He runs +4s. He has the beacon mounts for him. I don't. I just can't be bothered at this point. It's too much.
Yeah.
I don't care. I need them to work reasonably stock, and if they don't work reasonably stock, I go to the company and say it doesn't work reasonably stock, fix it.
Right, but that should be the experience that you as a buyer have.
Yes.
We shouldn't be beta testing on the public. It's not only unfair, it's irresponsible, it's dangerous.
I agree. And issues like Steve's with the power cord, I mean, that is a public safety issue. If they are shipping out cords that are 0.5 millimeter smaller than they should be, that's a public safety issue. And if you're going to tell me that the Cheaty box cord can only be used with the Cheaty box, then I want it to be a unique cord and not a standard IEC power cord. Like, and that's not even asking a lot.
What's the C13 standard? What's it rated for?
I don't know.
These
A
cables
lot more
certainly
than what
aren't
you
doing
just
it.
experienced.
I mean, at most,
like-
Steve's just saw 2,000 watts. At most.
I mean, so we've
Not even that.
C13 cables
Whoa,
in
wait,
the
Not
back.
even that. He just turned the printer on.
Yeah,
It wasn't even during a print.
Oh yes, the printer was
Oh,
not even working.
no,
There was standard wattage from the outlet to the power supply.
I know. When
It
it
was different.
shorted, it experienced no more than 2,000 watts. That's what I mean. And
But you
cords,
didn't blow the breaker, right?
yeah, cords should not melt when they short like that. They should not melt.
No,
Ever. Never.
No.
Yeah.
Well, they should
For
be
example,
self-extinguishing
the
too.
cables, they should be. They need to be self-extinguishing because otherwise they're buying really cheap stuff. But then the other side is, so the cables we supply aren't very expensive cables. Like I'm going to admit, we ain't going to put £25 cables for a machine that is just a standard 3-pin plug.
Well, then
We're
I'm
going to
not
get
buying it.
standard cables,
I
but
wanna-
they're rated for a minimum of 3.6 kilowatts.
Sir, if your cables don't come with sleeving and you don't tell me to put risers on them to help deal with the transient voltage spikes from Earth's gravitational pull,
This is
I'm
some
gonna be mad at
audiophile
you.
stuff.
Yes, we're
Yes.
gonna start shipping 50C wire now.
Yeah, if it's not,
okay,
if it's
Grant,
not
I'll just tell you to
pure
put a nail
silver
through
at
the middle of
500
it.
MCM, I don't want it.
Yeah, Grant, I'm
Hey, it's
just
a
going to tell you
50K
to put a
printer.
nail through the middle of it like Quiddy did, because obviously it works still. So
I
you
can't
got to
believe
tack
the
it
one
down
with-
to make sure it doesn't go anywhere.
Honestly,
But-
the fact that still worked. But
Not even just to include the cable issue. Like the only reason I bought my +4 was Stu, honestly. The community mods, the open sourceness, the amount of upgrades and software changes I can do. That's the only reason I got it. And
Yeah, to promise something open source and then take it away and lock it down. We've
Yeah.
seen
It's
this
disgusting.
before.
yes, we have.
Thievery.
PBD Products says, I would rather have these guys get paid before the so-called sellout YouTubers who will not give the truth about the printers. Yep, I would too. And, you know, I get it for a lot of content creators, myself included. It's a business. But I'm not willing to get any of my morals or ethics at play and at
Compromised.
risk, compromise, thank you, for money. Now, don't get me wrong, there's a certain amount of money, well, I will gladly look the other way, but it is multiple zeros more than I've ever been offered. Right? Like, freaking, mill company, Carvera. Carvera
Yeah.
wanted to send
Yeah.
me a Carvera Air. They wanted a full review with project 1 week.
That's a
Ew.
very short timeline.
I
That's
told
less
them,
than short.
End of
rocks.
September, the soonest.
10 grand. 10 grand.
10?
1 week.
In a
10
week?
grand.
No, sir.
Well, he's just cheap. He's just cheap.
I'm $2,500 a day.
Damn.
If you want my time, it's
5
$2,500 a day.
days. That's 5 days. I mean, it's
That's
5 days.
4
We're including the weekend too. You're working.
Well, I don't work on weekends. I only work for these folks on the weekends. Okay.
Yeah, and
Okay.
you know, Neokoi is saying, yeah, dude, I'm not selling out a review, but I'll do an ad. Ad is totally fine as long as you state that it's an ad. The people that are giving out these really good reviews, because the company is also sponsoring them for other things, like they are shrouded by the thickness of their wallet, and that is changing their opinion. Like, okay, it is impossible to be unbiased. Eve,
no, it isn't.
You know this. You know it's impossible to be unbiased. It is impossible. Sure. And whenever people are like, oh, you're just a Bambu hater, you're biased. You're biased too. I'm not a Bambu hater. I hated the way that Bambu treated me, and I hate the way that Bambu treats their customers. But that's a fact. That's a fact. I'm not a hater. I am biased, and I clearly state my biases every single time I talk about a product in a positive or negative manner like that. Hey, I've gotten this for free.
I'm definitely biased to smaller creators coming up with innovative ideas on their own dime and time.
Yeah. But smaller creators,
the value is higher.
Coming up with ideas on their own dime and time is not a long-term sustainable business model. It does not result in a profitable business venture.
Well, let me add this to the conversation. By taking payment for what we do as beta testers, as individuals, okay, from companies. Yeah, it would be nice to get paid, but let's think about this. If they're going to slide me a check for 10 grand beta testing for 1 week on a product, and they're saying, you know, here's the problems that we've seen. Can you kind of slip this under the rug and not release that?
Oh yeah, no, they can't.
No. That's where I draw
in the contract.
But if they want to reimburse you for your time and expenses that are estimated and associated with doing a full, proper tear down, beta test, reverse engineer, and even further penetration testing of their products, I think that's totally fair, because that's a company understanding and realizing that your time has value, other than the opposite way where currently companies say your time has negative value. You're going to pay us to be beta testers. And that's how they currently do it.
No, that's the issue. And all the reviewers, like most of the reviewers I see, like the people who got the Q2, they're yes men. That's simple. They love the FL Sun printers, apparently, the new ones. Like, oh my gosh, they love them.
You sure you want to say that about all the people that got the Q2?
Not all the people.
Okay.
There's a couple people on the GD Discord that are like, oh my gosh, I got a Q2.
I didn't even get the email.
Yeah.
I didn't even get the email asking if I would like to be a part of the launch.
But I
did not hit my inbox.
But I think Grant hit the nail on the head earlier when he said he doesn't think that these companies want solid, unbiased reviews.
They don't.
They don't want people to beta test their units because, and this is why I suspect Cheedy right now, okay? We asked them, give us the Q2 Pro 1 month before it leaves the factory. Give us that Q2 Pro, and we will make sure that it works out of the box. I made that solemn promise to them, okay? They blew me off. They blew this team off.
Cheedy doesn't want you guys. They need you guys.
I mean, we were offering to beta test it quietly before it's in the hands of public.
Yeah, I gave them the NDA. I gave them a 3-page NDA to look over.
A good beta tester should be under a non-disclosure.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Because what the thing you don't want, and I can totally understand them not wanting to put YouTubers in it, but the thing you don't want is someone going out there and talking about a beta product as if it's a finished product, talking about all the problems with it. That will destroy
or talking about it at all.
But that's exactly what they're doing to the community. They're releasing a beta level product as a finished product.
But no one's
and they're not the only ones doing this.
But no one's under an NDA to talk about it once it's public. Right? You're so
cough. Don't check the Q2 channel. Don't check it.
What it should be, instead of an NDA, it's a media embargo. For creators, if someone sends me a non-disclosure, that's a very different thing than a media embargo. A media embargo means I can have all my content ready, pre-filmed, my team can know about it, we're good, but I can't talk to the public about it. And non-disclosure means unless you have a specific requirement to know, you do not know. Period.
Right.
Right. And I've signed NDAs recently that Lockheed would have laughed at because they were so tight. Like,
I've signed NDAs that are
NDAs cost a lot more than media embargoes.
Oh, media embargo is just me being nice. Media embargo is a handshake. An NDA is a contract.
Solid NDAs cost a lot of money. solid ones do.
Yep.
I've seen some
I
NDAs
recently
out
just
there
received
that you could.
the
I've
worst
seen some
NDA.
NDAs a hillbilly lawyer could read it out of. Okay, I'm serious. I've seen that. And what we offered them was total silence. Okay, nobody. We were gonna ghost the whole Discord for a month. Nobody would have seen us, heard from us. They would have wondered if Stu was dead. Okay.
Oh, don't do that. That would have been dangerous.
No, dude. Their stock price, their stock would go.
Yeah, when
and that's kind of the
when people find out Stu's going to go off to Australia for eight weeks, it's going to be
over.
Chaos.
It's done.
Yeah, all of us kind of have to take a break after all this. It's mind numbing at this point.
The concern that I have is that, you know, we want to get companies to take beta testing seriously, and that's kind of the goal of having you guys on is to kind of talk frankly about what is really needed. I don't think a month is enough time because realistically, you're doing alpha. You're not even doing beta. Alpha is where you find that your power cord catches fire. Okay.
Or your molding's so garbo.
Yeah, or you know, or your injection molds are being, you know, ran hard and put away wet, right?
Or your assembly procedures are screwing screws through wires.
That's alpha level stuff.
The fastest any company can do any turnaround, even if they're agile, is about 3 months. You can't do anything faster than 3 months because it takes 2 to 3 weeks to get something in for testing. It takes 2 to 3 weeks to get that produced by someone. Normally, that is the limitation. And even if you have all those facilities in-house, changing a big process, 3 months is like the golden area. In reality, it's much longer than that.
We said his name.
Even Prusa, who prints their own parts, and Ratrig, who manufacture a lot of their parts in-house or next to in-house, and Construct 3D manufacturing their parts in-house and all their testing in-house. Even the highest level, like where you have most of your manufacturing as close as possible to home, you still need 3 months.
Stu, go back to bed. It's 6 o'clock in the morning where you are most.
Oh no, Stu's here?
Yeah, you said his name 3 times in the damn chat.
The devil.
It's freaking Beetlejuice over here but it's Stu. Look,
hey, that means he can still like work for free, you know, for cheating.
I want companies to start paying their beta testers, and you know, certainly if you sign up to be a free beta tester, then you acknowledge what comes.
Yeah, the best you're getting for free is the media embargo. If you want true beta testing 3 months in advance with an NDA, it should be a paid gig with an actual real contract.
Well, we offered them over 100 years worth of combined experience in manufacturing, in software, in assembly, in product design, the whole 9 yards. We have our team. Grant is so varied in their talents and their skill sets. Okay. And we have an international presence. What company that works internationally on a global scale would turn that down? A company that doesn't want their bad designs and their bad software management to be exposed early on.
Exactly.
Okay? Well, if we could find one honest company, one Kickstarter to do that 3 months in advance, like J-Lo said.
Oh, dude, I'd start backing Kickstarters again.
Yeah. Well, I was going to bring that up about the Kickstarter. I mean, how many times have we seen companies go to Kickstarters now that's given everybody a bad taste in their mouth? Okay. Now, actually, the beta testing from the community starting through Kickstarter now. So,
I mean, beta testing through Kickstarter, I feel like I'm a little bit more okay with because, like, you should know better, right?
Well, no, it's not even that.
I think at that point, if you're receiving a manufactured machine, you're not in beta testing. You're in pre-release. Like that's so far past beta testing.
The problem is Kickstarter uses. Well, Kickstarter was supposed to be you set a factory up and you're getting the first batch, and that inherently comes with issues. The issue is these bigger companies are now utilizing it to launch products that are fully featured, pretending it's a Kickstarter, when a Kickstarter was supposed to be, hey, this is our small team's very first job at doing a production line, and we don't know what we're doing. You've paid to make this happen. you are a beta tester, but not a alpha tester. Like,
At
that was
this
the
point-
whole point of Kickstarter.
At this point, it's now like, hey, give a small loan to this company. Enjoy.
Exactly.
And then
Yeah.
now with their pre-orders to get lower prices on Kickstarter, that's even worse.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate it. It's so predatory. It shouldn't be allowed.
Yeah.
Except the government won't do anything about it. Never.
Speaking of
They like
Aussies,
this.
another Aussie just woke up. So
Yeah, I
What's up,
think
Rod?
the total number of employees left in the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is like 30.
Wow,
Sounds
really?
about right.
You're joking.
Also, PBD Products, welcome to Basic Support. Thank you for supporting the channel. Greatly appreciated. And Duff has a point here saying, I'm willing to bet if you had a Chinese person on the team, you might have better luck. And I want to be specific in that I'm assuming Duff means not someone that is historically Chinese, someone that can speak the language, someone that can speak the native language and be able to communicate on their hours.
And also on their apps, on their website, because they don't use Facebook. They're Chinese. They use what was it, WeChat?
Yeah, they use WeChat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And so and this is a little tip and if you're still watching this at this point, then you'll get this one for free. For small creators out there that want to work with companies, stay up late. Or in Eve's
or get up early,
mind,
like in our case.
Yeah, work on their time. The amount of respect that is immediately earned by just
say up to 1 a.m. Boom, done.
Yeah, I'm on the East Coast, so it's 12 hours difference
easy.
between me and China. So simple. It's very, very easy for me. I don't mind staying up till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I've had at least once a week, I have an early morning phone call or an early morning, Discord call or Zoom call or whatever with a company overseas. It's a very common thing that we do, and I find it to be a respect thing because there are times where they can do that for me, and you don't want to know how I'm like, that feels good, like they're paying attention. So I know it feels the same way for them.
Because it's the same thing for me as well. I stay up to 2 a.m. or so. I get a response at like 12 or something. And we kind of work for both of each other.
Yeah, if you if you need help from Cheaty or any of these like predominantly Chinese manufacturers, bother them late at night or early in the morning, depending on where your time zone is. Bother it in their local time zone. And
and don't give them crap over Chinese New Year.
No.
They don't get much time off.
No. Yeah,
don't give seriously.
Never ever do anything don't say things about holidays like, oh, I can't believe you're doing this. Oh, I can't believe you're taking a holiday.
Oh,
don't
you know what
do
I
that.
do? I ask them to
they work 6 days a week.
I always ask them to send me photos. I always want to see what it's like. I always want to see the world through somebody else's eyes.
You should always ask for mooncakes. They love it.
Well, okay.
And I love mooncakes. I can never say no. I actually love them so much.
I'm not that cool with them, right? Like we have a business relationship, but we're not friendly. And the problem is a lot of
instead of getting Swedish fish or gummy bears or Haribo bears, we're going to get mooncakes with the Cheaty printers.
I've had the real Swedish fish. Cannot recommend them. 0 out of 10. The American ones, however, they're slightly better. Jacob would still find them tasteless and covered in wax because they are tasteless and covered in wax.
I still can't believe how bad your stuff is.
Man, I have emails dated and timestamped at 1 a.m., at 3:30 a.m.,
yep,
at 4:30 a.m., back and forth to Cheaty.
Yep.
Cheaty also, and we've been harping on him for this. I want to say something. The Cheaty support team works hard.
I see your message, Jimmy. No.
Okay. The Cheaty support team works extra hard, 6 days a week.
They do.
Okay. I've gotten an email from the marketing manager who was in surgery, about to go in surgery from her hospital. Okay. From her hospital. They work tirelessly 6 days a week, and nothing. You can't say enough about these folks. Okay. And the relationship that I have with these folks has blossomed. The relationship that Arco here, that J-Lo, that Noisy Works, that Eve's had all
good people.
And our message to them is to management.
Yes.
Because we know the people on the ground, the people doing the work, the people communicating with makers and community, they're doing the work, but management is making, dollars and cents decisions.
Well, and right now it's hurting the consumers. And
it is.
Consumers are still buying the $300 printers because everybody's racing to the freaking bottom.
But we've been there. We've done that.
Oh yeah,
we've seen
and
it.
Two and 100 printers, 2 and 100 cheaty boxes are going to catch on fire.
That's a 2%.
That's a non-significant.
99% of cheaty boxes aren't going to work.
That's a recall level of percentages.
Yeah, I put a warning out on Facebook. I don't know who's going to adhere to that. I mean,
for saving a penny.
Look,
I mean,
guys, when the P1S user had their power supply thing and I said, hey, I'd like to get it and all that, and offering all my support, telling people what we want to do, someone had to reply, oh, this guy hates Bambu, just know that he's very anti-Bambu, you can't trust what he says. And I'm like, he's like, oh, he offered a bounty. I'm like, so I offered to pay somebody to do something who's better than me at something, and I wanted to pay them for their time, and that makes me wrong. And sharing my experiences with a company publicly, showing you the chat messages of how they provided different support to me when they realized I was a content creator, that makes me a problem
100.
to you? Out of here, buddy.
Why don't they go over Gamers Nexus? He buys dead products all the time.
Literally, we are following in the footsteps of the giant of Gamers Nexus. We are going through the
And Louis Rossman is offering hard cash bounties to people that can bring back functionality from products that companies are closing off.
Except I'm 1/100th their size.
Yeah, I don't know how it makes any sense, to be honest.
It doesn't make sense, because I will tell you that video...
Buy Grant a coffee. Oh my gosh, people, buy Grant a coffee.
I don't drink coffee, but...
no,
you can join the Discord.
You know what I mean. Yeah,
but
join the Discord.
Like, I'm looking at buying a Bambu A1. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with it. So, like, I was trying to find some on Facebook. I'm like, well... If I was a hater,
for the shipping container.
Well, if I was a hater, I would say that, oh, it's a used machine. You don't know the history that it came from. You can't guarantee that it wasn't messed with before you got it. I'm like, okay, that's fair. So now I got to buy a new one. That's like $400+. And like, look, if I'm going to buy it, I want the AMS light. Like, come on, if I buy it, I want the AMS light.
You want the
AMS. This goes back to the Bulletproof Vest conversation. Why are you going to buy a new one just to fail it immediately?
I don't want to fail it. I want to do a thermal analysis of it, and then I want to beat the hell out of it and see what happens.
Yeah.
We're getting
They cut the corners. They cut it too close thermally. Honestly, like the fact it can't even go into a heated chamber says a lot.
I am not going to comment on any of that because it will spread what I think could be potentially false narratives about it. We are working with a professional studio that does electronics failure analysis. That is what they do. This is their business.
First.
And
gather the data first.
Yes. Then after the expert gives us their expert opinion, then I will look at it and say, do I agree with it? Yes or no? And here's why.
You're still a shill, though, apparently.
Yep,
it's because I have Prussia's. It's because I have Prussia's.
Yeah. You're still a shill. Unbelievable.
I mean, there's 2+4s right there. I mean, I guess I can just move the camera. There's 2+4s. There's a Fusion 3. Get off the mount. Thank you. There's that covers a lot of it. I mean, on the other side of the light, there's Q1 Pros, but it's like I'm not a shill. I don't think I've ever accepted financial compensation from a company before. Mainly because I've never been offered it. I've had companies cover our costs. It's like when we filmed with Construct 3D, they covered a hotel. And they covered the travel costs to get down there. And they covered the travel costs to get back. They covered all of that. When we went to go hang out with Bondtech and film with them, they covered all of our costs. Except for the days that we decided to stay afterwards on our own. They did not cover that. Otherwise, we've never taken money from people. I'd like to. Yeah, Jimmy says, I see the Swedish flag, Bondtech shill. Yeah. Like, does the Swedish flag make me a Bondtech shill? I don't know, a fan sent these, but they're huge and I can't open, I don't want to, we have a Denmark flag and a Faroe Islands flag. We are collecting flags from fans, but I don't want big. I want flags like that size. That's what I want. I don't want huge flagpole flags. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with this.
The huge flags are for hiding the shipping container, Grant.
Oh, right. Yeah.
No, don't worry, guys. I'm gonna send you a 3 foot by 5 foot American flag. Don't worry.
I've got one.
Will it be made in America though?
Grant.
No, of course not. It's made in China.
Grant, I've got one for you. Right here's the 3D Fuel rabbit.
Yep.
Whoa.
Okay. John Schneider's logo. Okay.
Chill.
John Schneider gave me 4 rolls of multicolored PCTG to run my beta testing with.
Chill.
Okay. But I have bought more than 50 rolls from him for my business. He sent those 4 rolls over to me. I'm a big shill. Okay. But you know what? When I asked Cheaty if they could send me 4 rolls of PLA, you know what the response was? I'm sorry, sir. The discount is already so low, we can't offer you 4 rolls of PLA to do your testing with.
Yeah.
And you know something else? This is my tip jar. Total.
It's the poop jar.
Plastic. Trash in plastic. This is my tip jar. This is what's happened, okay, from the testing of the Cheaty box. Okay?
That's got to be like $20 at least worth of filament right there.
Oh, it's 2 kilos.
Oh no, that's like 30.
There's 2
40 if you're
of,
buying good material.
Okay, it's dense PCTG, but it still came from John Schneider's company.
Mm-hmm.
And my point is, okay, I rep John Schneider because I like what he's doing. I like the company, okay, and I'll buy his filament all day long. Okay, how many people out there can you honestly say of those reviewers out there, besides maybe Eves and a couple of others, really could say that? Okay.
Yeah, it comes down to what is your name behind something? What is your name worth?
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Jay. Exactly.
Yeah,
Nazi over here.
I don't rent mine out, you know.
No, I don't either. I mean, everything has a price. Gonna be clear at that. Everything has a price. With enough zeros, you too will do dumb things. I guarantee it. I do dumb things for charity. But
I've worked on multi-million-dollar R&D projects, and
the same way that everyone was
you're
mad
under
at,
NDA.
What was it? Bree Pettis and the entire MakerBot team for selling out to Stratasys. They sold out for $620 million.
Oh yeah, move on to another project.
You can take a private jet to every one of your customers, personally flip them the bird, and then go retire to your private island with generational wealth. So, yeah, there becomes a certain amount, but you guys aren't asking for a small fortune. You're asking to make sure that your time can be valued as, experts, creators, voices in the community, and that kind of thing. And that is really
and without
the main
compromising our values, because that is 100% a baseline.
Correct.
Precisely.
Correct.
Precisely. That's the root of everything.
Yeah. Is there anything else that you guys want to say before we call it?
Yeah. So all in all, I want the Cheaty box to succeed. It would be amazing if it did. Another AMS in the market, and it's open source.
And an open source one.
Yeah, exactly. And it could be used on other clipper printers. But no, they want to close source it. I don't know, for whatever reason. And if we had it open source, I think we could go ahead and just make this thing the best AMS we could ever make it. Because it's a software, the hardware mostly there. Like there's a few issues, of course, like the power cord and stuff. But those are simple issues, right?
Yeah.
But like if we get the software, the work of Orca, like boom.
We got some work to do on.
Yeah. They released it open source. They backtracked it, and the point of the petition is that we as a community have already put in valuable effort into it. And we want it to go back to open source the way it was released, the way it's legal. And we do want a success out of it for the community as well as Cheaty.
I honestly think they're not going to sell as many units if they make it closed source. I think a lot of people, like the small sub-market of the +4 owners, they're probably going to want it open source, and they're probably going to want the community to make upgrades and software improvements to it.
Right. No, I was on a chat with the 2 of the developers over at Elegoo, and somebody in the chat asked, hey, when are you going to release your AMS system? And both of the developer engineers, they said, yeah, that's just silly to build another closed source AMS. We're gonna look at the box turtle, and we're gonna figure out how we can integrate that into a commercial product that's 100% open source, built and supported by the community. Because it's silly to build another open source AMS at this point.
Closed source.
Closed source, right?
It's that simple. Like, there's already too many closed source, and I for one don't want to spend the time building a turtle box. Let's be honest here. There's a lot of work involved.
I would happily buy a box turtle from Elegoo, and if they support the community that built it, if they're transparent about it, and it's fully open source. Absolutely.
There was a
I
few things
don't have time to build kits all day.
Yeah. I'm of our group, Grant. I represent the small print farmer. Okay, I don't have a beacon or a cartographer on either one of my +4s. I do have a whole other ton of Stu Scrape mods and the community Scrape mods on my printers. Okay, but I don't have time to do this. I don't have time to dick around. Okay, I've got money to make. Right now,
heard that.
I'm not. Right now, I printed $65 one pulley right here. $65.
Good money.
And I've got 3 more pulleys being printed on other printers. Okay, I don't have time to dick around with this. I don't have time for Cheaty to close source everything. Okay, the community has done so much for me. Okay, I would be willing to do this stuff for free just to give back to the community. When I first started my little Cheaty journey, I didn't know squat about Core XY. I was an old MK3S plus bed slinger dude. Okay, and now that I've gotten into this community, I can't thank these people enough. Okay.
Yeah.
I told you the other night I live in a perpetual state of gratitude to these people. So this is why Team 7 started. Okay, and I want to see Team 7 sprout up everywhere. Okay, but that's not going to happen unless these companies change their business model. It's a good business model to be open source. It's a good business model. Think about it. How many boxes, Cheaty, you could sell if you were open source. Okay, if you have faith in your hardware, if you have faith in your software. By being closed source tells me that you have zero faith in your own engineering.
Or they made a mistake and accidentally pulled it down. We don't know.
I don't think so.
At this point, weeks in, no.
That's not a mistake.
I don't know, man. I'm trying to write it.
Okay, we've seen their GitHub repository history. 100% intentionally.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully this can get attention.
Yes.
And so if you guys do want to follow it, I don't know. I guess I can mod one of you. Is there a public Discord that people can follow along with Team 7? Or really just go join the Cheaty Discord. That's probably a good place to start. Right?
Either one, dude. The Cheaty community Discord, best printing Discord ever. Honestly, at least that I've joined.
That's true.
J-Lo,
I don't know what Construct 3D is though yet.
Comment in the chat.
We don't have one. We have a work Discord.
I'll see if I can find a way to mod you. That way you can post the link to it. Yeah, I don't.
The problem is most of our users would prefer
802 Garage is also from.
Oh, okay. 802's in there. Great. 802 is a mod. 802, you can drop the you can drop the link to the Discord.
Oh, is the link chat filtered?
Yeah, if you're not a mod, it is.
Okay, yeah.
Because otherwise, people will be posting.
Yeah.
You know, I don't need them posting my OnlyFans on there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's onlygrantrants.com. You can try it. Onlygrantrants.com.
And also another issue is Cheaty releases firmware updates every once in a blue moon. It's every 3 years, basically. So that's another issue we have, and most people just can't rely on their update process or their update time frame. That by the time they fix an issue, it's already been long solved by the community fixes to the +4, for example.
Oh, sure. And the X+3 and X Max 3, the most recent release from Cheedy was one of their own engineers going out of their way on their own time to make that update release. It wasn't part of the company to make that most recent release for those.
That's right. I experienced it.
Like, their engineers believe in their product.
I don't think management does.
Yeah. I mean, if all of their customer service people are excellent, I just feel like we're just not getting to the managers, the management, the high level guys.
I think that's true with most of these 3D printing companies. I mean, the engineers and the marketers, the people on the ground are 100% behind what they're working on. We have to reach a culture of management that is just looking at dollars and cents.
Yep.
And that's not unexpected.
No.
But
I can't believe that some of the engineers really did some of the things that they did with the +4. If management or bean counters weren't telling them, no, bean counters rule the day sometimes. And not every time, but bean counters rule the day. And when an engineer is trying desperately to get his idea across, knowing that it's going to be good for the community, good for the consumer, and it's $15 more a printer, that bean counter is going to win every single time.
Oh, yeah. Spend the $15. I won't give a damn.
Yeah, you can't tell me that the Cheedy engineers didn't say, let's put
shout
an
out
industry
Chloe.
standard
Let's
SSR
go.
in it.
Yeah. Also Emma.
Well, we love them. We love our support team. Okay, and I'm sure that every other 3D printer company out there has people on the ground that their customers love their support teams. Elegoo's probably got some great high marks.
Oh yeah, they're great guys, the Elegoo guys. Yeah. And if you ever get the chance, they have just hang out and chat like YouTube stream once in a while. Just go hang out with them. Yeah. They're just two regular guys,
Yep.
I have proof that
they
the
are the
bean counters
community.
Really control it. Like, here, give me a second. Let me stream this. So I had an issue with the front or the rear carrier on the +4. So basically, it was heavily damaged by something. I don't know if it was from factory, but you see this square. Is my mouse visible?
Yep.
You see that square right there? It's like a third from the left. That is a mold issue. I received 3 rear carriers, from Cheedy themselves. All of them had the same mold issue. After every single one, I said, hey, there's a mold issue here. Please solve it. I'm not going to use this until it's solved. And they keep doing this. And I feel like all of this stuff, all this spur cleaning, like this is horrific right here. This is causing a bunch of carrier issues even nowadays. It's ridiculous. Like this was the right one is my like my front carrier. You see it's already damaged in the bottom right. Like that's an entire screw post mount just gone, missing. And then here we have another.
This guy uses HDR.
Yeah. I'm ashamed.
That's why I don't have an issue with it.
Oh, more
One second,
I do, but it's fine.
As you can see, I was going back
you're just
and forth.
streaming from inside the Chernobyl reactor. That's all it is.
What I'm trying to not do is accidentally get people doxxed. Oh yeah, that's
look at that. That's a mold issue.
That's their molds not fully filling.
They have terrible molding.
Yep, that's aluminium molds that are cooling too quickly, so you're not getting everything.
It's a mud mold. Grant, that's what it is. It's a master unit die mold. It's a mud mold.
Oh, you think? Okay.
Yes, it degrades rather rapidly. This particular unit degraded outside the first 10,000 shots.
Yeah. I've received 3 rear carriers, so it must be from the same die mold. Like, there's no way I'd receive 3 of the same. Like, it must be just one molder doing this.
Yeah.
And this is ridiculous right here because all of the rear bottom carrier issues are both caused by alignment, but also just poor molding like this. And look at this spur cleaning. This is horrific.
Sprue, but yes.
Sprue, yeah. But this nickel and diming of customers where they just want to save 1 cent on this part.
It adds up to being a problem, and so
hopefully this can solve it.
Hopefully this can solve it.
We want them to know we will pay the cent if they will just do it right.
I think that's the biggest thing we want to bring forward. Stop being so cheap.
Yes, stop being cheap.
You can raise the prices of your printers. It's fine.
Let your software makers have the time to actually put out something that's not terrible, like the GD box. Like, it's awful. I'm gonna be real here. I mean, Stu himself said it's undergraduate work, or I believe it was Stu.
It's really,
it was bad.
I mean, let's not give undergraduates a bad name.
True. Okay, I'll take it back. But like this is their half-assed like job to fix the rear carrier issue. You see these pits right here from the self-tapping screws that fix the wobble. This is a ridiculous fix right here. This damages this bushing right here. It damages it very quickly, and like you can see these pits right here. That's some measurable difference. Like the internal deformation of that could cause some huge issues, especially if someone like a customer just screws it in slightly too tightly. Boom, you got like a bushing issue. It's horrific.
Well, and it's certainly less worse than management telling GD to respond to our burning cords by saying, yeah, we're not going to replace them. Just don't mix them up. Like
what?
They told me.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Thank you, Jay.
Standards are standards.
Yeah, I mean, dear management, just ship some cords out. You only produced 100 of them.
Remember the SSR issue? This is 10 times worse because this is an actual fire. It's not just a fire hazard. This is a fire.
Well, I'm not on the list of cool people to get one, and I don't need one, nor do I want one. So
you really shouldn't.
And that is a management level decision to respond to a serious issue with such like flaccidity. Like,
it's a good,
don't mix
them up.
It's a good
term for a podcast labeled "Does Size Matter?" I'm here for comedic relief, if nothing else.
It's a great segue.
Well, look, thank you all for coming out. Thank you for kind of sharing it. Y'all saw the Team 7 Discord. There's a lot of new people that just joined it, so keep an eye out there. I'm sure you guys will be posting the change.org thing as well.
Yes. Absolutely.
Thanks for having us on. I mean, this is your first like community engaged, multi people giant mess of a podcast, and here we are
with no planning.
So
yes,
do it again.
We don't even have a script. We don't have a bullet point list.
Well, we've had plenty of guests before, but not on 5 minutes notice.
Grant, maybe next time we're on, it's covering our beta testing of the X Max 4.
Are they actually doing an X Max 4?
What do we figure the Q2 is really just the smart 4 minus 1
minus 1.
Grant is just
the
so
wine
dumb.
fridge. It's the wine fridge right there. We call it the wine fridge. Okay.
Dude, it's literally a wine fridge, though.
Yeah.
You compare the images, it's exactly the same.
It's a wine fridge.
I mean, +1 for style points. But
I think the +4 is a good size printer. I can't imagine how big the Max is. God bless.
350 Bill Cube dual.
Hey, look, it can't be as bad as the mini fridge, which is my upcoming machine.
Well,
it looks like a stand-on fridge.
Well, it's a business. It's a prosumer machine, at least.
We're going to call it the Avanti.
Jesus.
I'm sorry. I think we're all sorry for making this last an hour longer than it should be.
Hey, you're fine. All right, guys. Well, Jacob and I will take the stream out. Thank you all for your time. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Grant. We love you, man. Love you and Jacob. Have
See
a
you
great
guys.
day.
Poor Nazi. He didn't even get a single thing to say.
Bye-bye.
There you go. He said something.
Subscribe to Noisy Works.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
And how do I bring it back to just... I think you guys have to leave so I can take it back to just Jacob and I. Yeah.
Poor Zoom.
Thank you guys.
Oh, man, I'm going to have to move my headset over.
Like, I can...
All the agony.
There's one.
That process.
There's two. Up, J-Lo sideways. You're still Jenny from the block to me. It's fine. Let me see.
Zoom just won't close. It keeps minimizing.
I can do that. Well, here, I can do this too. Bye. I can put him in the waiting room. It didn't crash. Let's go. Yeah, back. All right. So there you guys go. That was from Team 7. That is doing a lot of the work with Cheaty on the for Cheaty, I should say. Yes, please do subscribe to Noisy Works. He tells it like it is, man. I like even the work that he does. It is quite good.
It's good content with a good ethos.
Yeah,
there's a reason I'm subscribed, and I don't subscribe to many people.
And the Belgians know how to make the best fries out there. I'm sorry, anyone that says else is just wrong. Sorry, the Belgians got the fries right. If you disagree with me, you're wrong. It's just better. It's just better. But at least the Belgians that I know didn't refrigerate mayonnaise, and that was always weird.
You're not supposed to refrigerate mayonnaise.
I gotta do the food thing that happened.
You're not supposed to refrigerate mayonnaise. What are you talking about?
Are you about to learn something about mayonnaise?
Like I do
you're about to learn something here.
I'm
not certain that you're ready for it.
Go on.
I'm not certain you're ready for refrigerating mayonnaise. It's egg whites.
Yes, I know what mayonnaise is made from.
You can't leave that at room temp.
Then why can't I buy mayo in little packets?
Because that is hermetically sealed. As soon as it's opened, it's no longer sealed to the environment. So if you get a jar of mayonnaise, you can't just leave it out. The packets are fine.
Good job I do keep my mayonnaise in the fridge, but that's just because I like cold mayonnaise. But I didn't think you had to.
Yes, you do.
It's like ketchup. It's like ketchup. You don't have to put it in because the acidity.
No, it's not acidic at all. Okay, so I had the most Florida experience. So Amber had a rough couple of days at work. She worked a triple, and she didn't leave work until almost 9 o'clock. Now, she's normally 7 to 7, so I mean she's normally gone by about 7:30 in the evening. So we're an hour and a half later than this. So she really wanted Steak and Shake, because smash burgers, they're good. Steak and Shake is cheap. Food quality is half decent. No problem. Well, the one that was closest to us midway is in Tampa. Temple Terrace, if you want to be more specific. So we get there. It's pretty empty. No big deal. Eating our meal. As we're getting ready to leave, a lady walks in screaming about how she's going to get her gun and kill her significant other. The employees start to yell at her.
Crash out.
Yep. The employees start to yell at her. She says, well, then I'm just going to go into the bathroom and off myself. So the employees continue to yell at her, tell her she can't do that. So obviously the right thing to do then is to take your dress, hike it up above your head, and then walk out and protest. With nothing on underneath.
Hey, a free show, I guess.
Meth, not even once. No, sir. No, sir. There was a lot of drugs involved in that. That was not, you do not want that. That was not the dinner and a show that we were looking for, okay? Not the show we were looking for. Yeah, I'm like, we're not near a truck stop, and I'm not on Instagram. I didn't know the lizard was around here all the time, but here we are. Yeah. And like the manager's like, I'm so sorry. I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. You all got to put up with that crap. Absolutely not.
Oh man.
Yeah. This is David Connors over says Florida girl. Yeah. Florida man. This is Florida man's wife.
Oh man.
So, yeah, that was a thing. And it's funny because, like, Amber's not fazed by this stuff because, like, she deals with it all the time at work, right? So she's just, like, eating her food. This lady's crashing out. And I'm like, do I need a gun? Like, what is this about to go down? But very obviously, she was not carrying a concealed firearm unless it was somewhere where I don't care to look. But everywhere else, no gun. So we were all right. Just Florida thing. So that was my weird weird food story for the way. That's all I got. That's my
Look,
food
look,
story.
I still want to go back to the mayo. So if you go to a restaurant and they got mayo and ketchup out on the table, they don't put the mayo in the fridge. They just leave it on the table.
No.
But it stays on the table.
That's not okay.
How many people in the UK in the chat
designated shelf
go
stable.
to like a pub and there is just
because you go to a pub for all of its supreme food safety.
Look. British pubs actually have health and safety. I don't know what it is about American pubs just being a free-for-all. I've never had food poisoning from going to a pub. Ever.
I don't really go to pubs, so I can say the same thing.
I don't. They make good lunches, though. Because nobody goes into the pub at lunch. Except me, apparently. It's cheap.
I'm now... So,
see?
Allison says you're right, but now I want to know how they do it. PBD Products with the $10 says, great show. Thank you very much. Thank you. I can now... Since I invited them to the Discord. They should be in the Discord, I assume. Who knows? Yeah.
See, I've caused a fight in the chat now. Everybody's talking about the mayo, but it's true. It's like you go in, you buy a bottle of Heinz mayo from your
You're allowed to be wrong.
You put it on your table.
You're allowed to be wrong.
And they leave it there for 5 days. And then they throw it out at the end of the week because it's been used by then.
You're allowed to be wrong.
Look, actually, here's a good question for you. When you go buy mayo, is it refrigerated or is it not?
No, because it's sealed.
Is it though?
Yeah.
How can you be certain?
I don't know. I just am. I don't know. I just work here.
Because if they've just got like a standard like screw-on lid, that isn't a sealant.
I don't know, man. Okay. We have enough listeria outbreaks and things in the States from people being crappy about food safety, so, you know.
And to everyone saying it says it on the bottle, ketchup says it on the bottle as well, but nobody refrigerates your ketchup. You refrigerate your ketchup? Why?
Because it's what it says to do.
No. Ketchup is tomato. Tomato don't go off. It's like pure acid.
See, sir, you're talking about English ketchup. See, American ketchup has a lot of sugar in it.
That makes it even safer.
I'm good. So the one condiment...
It's why Coca-Cola doesn't go off. Diet Coke goes off, but Coke doesn't.
Don't drink
because
either.
The sugar stops it going off. It's the same with honey. When you sugar, it preserves.
The one thing that I don't refrigerate that I say that it says I should is hot sauce. Because it's fine. Like,
see, that's the one I do refrigerate.
Yeah,
like
Jacob, you might be a material scientist, not a food scientist. 802 got it right. Not a food scientist.
I don't know, Chief. We've got like a 3-month-old bottle of ketchup in the the cupboard.
It is always fine right up until the point it's not.
We've never had an issue with ketchup.
Okay, and I've never had an issue with a crazy methed out Florida lady flashing an entire restaurant, but that doesn't mean there's not a first time for everything, Jacob.
Oh. The problem is the chat is full of Americans, and I don't know if your mayos and ketchups are different. I know your ketchup is actually red, which is weird.
Yeah, it's dyed red.
Yeah, yours is paint.
Yes.
And ours is actual tomato.
It's basically paint, yeah. Heinz as well, hilariously.
Oh, people are tagging me in the Discord now. Oh no, what have I done? What have I done?
Are we getting a bunch of people showing you?
No, okay. So it does say.
Oh my God, you dressed up as another person from a show. Oh my God.
Wait, what?
Is that? Wait,
where?
Rob Lutter. Who is that? In 1205, he put it in there. Is that like Drake from Drake and Josh? Like, is that what?
I don't know where 1205 is because it's in your time.
Right before we started the show, so like 1505 for you. And then there's people. Oh wait!
Oh my God!
Rob Lutter has a mayonnaise that says no refrigeration needed on it.
See?
Doug Dreams Void, who's just now in the server, says, I can't.
The story.
After opening
So that's a
refrigerate,
Heinz
there it is.
bottle.
Yeah.
Heinz always says.
Zach from
or
Saved by the
refrigerate.
Bell. You look like Zach from Saved by the Bell today. Apparently.
Thank you.
You know, the random crap. Also, PBD, you've got a link to the Discord in your DMs. I sent that to you. But, all right. I think that we got enough of this stuff taken care of. What about you?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. We went into my lovely nerdy detail about nozzle dynamics. I get way too excited talking about nozzle dynamics.
That's fine. And it's not really something that I'm all that knowledgeable on.
It's one of those topics where nobody teaches you anything about it, so you have to learn it yourself. And it's the most important part of the printer. Like, everything else is not important. If you can't push polymer, you aren't printing. Everything else is just you do it bad. But if you can't do printing, you aren't printing. That's the whole point.
If your printer's constipated, give it Imodium. Or wait, no. Is that the wrong way?
No, you're right. No, that is right.
What's the antidiuretic then?
It's Imodium.
No, if it's constipated, you need to loosen things.
Glycerin.
Yeah. Oh, so PETG. It's now glycerin.
If you've got a clogged up nozzle, put some PETG in it. There you go. Well, the stream is just, it's gone.
It's off the rails. It's fine.
We went past 3 hours and now we're into chaos energy.
We're in 5 hours, good sir. It's 10 o'clock. That means it's 10 o'clock at night for you, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. All right, then let's call this one. And apparently J-Lo needs to be modded, so let's figure that out. Let's mod J-Lo. All right, J-Lo, you can repost the link. So, that is all we have for you all today. Stay until after the outro so that we can give away some spools. But that's all we have for you all today. Stay safe out there. Don't forget to call your loved ones. And as always, keep making awesome. Like, subscribe, all those things. We'll see you guys next time. Take care.
Yep. We're 168 likes. Let's bump it up to 200. Do it. Do it for me. Do it for all the leaks. Do it for the mayonnaise.
All right. I have stopped the recording. I've stopped my face cam recording as well. My poor computer. Okay. Let's give away some filament, and in that time frame while we're doing that, what I'd like you guys to do is kind of talk it out amongst yourselves. We have some thoughts as to how we want to handle the channel moving forward and the stream itself moving forward. We like being able to stay on topic. We like to have a topic every single week. We are debating on going into business topics, and similar to this week, where we were focused on the topic most of it, then at the end was more of the news stuff. Would love to know your thoughts, how you liked that, if that kind of thing worked out. Did you like having a bunch of crazy guests at the last minute? We were not planning for that either, but if you liked it, let us know as well, because we're looking at having like a call-in section. So yeah, let me know. Just comment it. Jacob, are you a mod in the server thingy? Can you make a poll?
Discord?
No. In the chat.
No, I can't make a poll.
You
the
can't?
Only thing I can't do. So I am a mod, but I don't have any button options to make polls. I think you are the only one that can do it.
Okay. Well, I'm the one that has to do the giveaway stuff.
Unless there is like a super mod status. I don't know.
Comment for me. Let me check to see where you are. Because yeah, you're a managing moderator, so yeah, you have the most permissions that I can give somebody, I think.
Yeah, the only thing I can do is time people out. I can remove messages.
Okay.
I can shadow ban, but I cannot make polls.
Well, oh well. Let's give away some filament. You do obviously have to be present to win. And I don't know, guys, comment how many rolls we should give away. I swear if it's over 5, I'm going just to say no and cancel it all. But yeah,
you know you've just shot yourself in the foot with that because you've actually given the number you're willing to go up to. Well, that's not how this works, Grant.
I can absolutely say I want it to be lower. But, you know, what I would like to do is kind of understand as well what you guys would like to see from the show. We just enjoy hanging out and talking. We can talk about business topics. We can talk about... not really any topic, honestly. It doesn't really matter to us. You know, it literally just comes down to, you know, we wanted to do one on 3D scanning. So should we do one on 3D scanning before we get into the business topics? Do you want to see like news stories and things like that at the beginning of the show or toward the end of the show? Like what is your preference there? Because we're going to talk about this stuff. It literally just comes down to a matter of, is it something that we do all the time? So, yeah. Like, do we still do dedicated shows for news topics or not? Jib, Jibb, won the first spool.
Oh...
Mally says
dedicated Mayo time.
They would do it WAN show style. First thing is the news, then talk about the topic. Comments are at the end. Okay.
Actually, that's quite a good idea.
I don't hate that. I don't hate that. And if you win, please message me on Discord. We'll be doing some more shipping later today. These are all names I don't know. So these are new people.
Ooh.
Yeah.
New people have just joined for probably the most chaotic podcast we've ever done. Obviously, if you're still here and you haven't liked, shame on you. That hurt me.
I can't tag this person, but we'll try.
Do it for me. Don't do it for Grant. Like the video to spite Grant because it's me.
Yeah, that's fair. Let's see. Who's the next one? I mean, I'll do like 4. You think? Think 4 for this episode is good?
I think 5.
You really want 5, huh?
It's 5 hours, 5 minutes at the moment.
You just like me having more work. Okay.
Yeah. I got to add to the backlog.
Sure. Thanks. Appreciate you, buddy.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Look, if it wasn't me giving you more work, it'll be somebody else. So it might as well be me.
I guess, yeah. All right, that was 3, right? Yeah, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Okay, let me just make sure.
Yeah, we should do it 1 every hour.
I kind of want to stop and do 1 every hour, but that's a lot of work.
If we did 1 every hour, it can be sponsorship time. So you get to say sponsors.
Jacob,
again.
tell me what people are saying about the flow of the show, how they want it.
Okay, let's give it a little read. I need to get a little bit closer to give it a read. Obviously, people keep commenting what you think about the show. See if there's anything you want to change. I like the idea of going LTT style with news at the start and just gently skim over them before getting into the topics. So if you guys want to see that, do comment. But if there's anything else you want to see changing, now is the time, because we're investing quite heavily in getting.
Oh my God, the amount of money that we are investing into this right now. I just did the math on it. You don't want to know how much money we're investing.
Oh God, you have to tell me after this.
It's way more than I had expected.
Oh no.
But hopefully it gets better.
Okay, so TARDIS Griffin saying, like the range of topics, show is super engaging. Brian is saying, Mayo talk, hell yeah. Sambazaru is saying, I like the topics, what is happening in the industry and community. Birdman Anyweather. I still love that name. Dedicated Mayo Time. I can make that happen.
No. No. No.
Allison saying, "You're all crazy and that's what we love." That said, my AirPods gave up ages ago. I've got to say, I did the same. I had to buy new Bluetooths just so I could have a longer battery life for this show.
Wear headphones, Jacob.
No, look, my headphones are cool and everything. Like, look at that.
I have the same headphones that you have.
Headphones.
Oh, sorry. I thought you. I can't see you because I'm going through the list.
I
thought you talking about.
I've got the
your
Audio
shocks.
Technica ones.
Oh, the ATH M50s.
And now you don't even have the same shocks as me.
No, because you have the nice new fancy ones.
I got the new ones. They are not as good, in my opinion, for travel. So they are better for everyday use. They are a little bit tighter, even though they've said that the grip is slightly less. But the thing is, there's less bone conduction on these. So if you block your ears, you do struggle to hear things. Whereas if you're traveling, say, on a plane, and you want to put earplugs in, you can do that with the ones that we used to have, the ones that you've still got. So I'm going to be using them whenever I travel and keeping these for whenever.
It's funny because mine were on the charger, but yeah, these are the Shocks Open Run 2s.
And these ones, I can't hear anything anymore because I've taken them off. These ones are the 2 Pros.
Yeah, those have USB-C.
Yes.
This still has the mag charger. I like the mag charger better.
I prefer the mag charger.
A case where I like the mag charger.
This is a time where the EU kind of overstepped a little bit because everything has to have USB-C now.
And for those ever wondering, I wear Sennheiser HD 518s, I believe.
And my ones are
HD 518.
Technica ATH A55Zs.
I've had these 518s for 15 years or so. They're on like their 8th set of cups. Love them. Absolutely, they're the most comfortable headphones I own.
Timor saying they would enjoy a comparison between printers between certain price ranges and hardware levels. So we can go either part to part, so extruder to extruder, or printer to printer.
That
I can make a fun video, like a tier list.
That probably is more suited for a main channel video, honestly. Like, you know, kind of in the latter quarter of the year to get all that nice, juicy affiliate money. But you could certainly work with me on that one. But I think that video, that has way too much it depends for each machine to be a podcast. It'd be a bunch of, like, arguing over where certain printers land. But I don't know. I'm open to it. I just worry that could very quickly get into like a brand war thing. I don't know. We can certainly ask people as we get closer to that video for suggestions on machines to put in there, like another tier list. That would be cool. I think that would be fine.
Apparently Vicious Narwhal's wife doesn't like my hair. That's because she's jealous. Just saying. There we go.
Yeah. Well, that was all 5.
And we got another saying, it's not LTT style, it's a slant 3D style. LTT mix the topics and news with comments at the end. More food segments, dedicated food podcast. You're watching the dedicated food podcast. We just tangent all the bloody time to 3D printers. Come on. Get with the program.
Been over this. But, all right. Let's send these fine folks. Not slant 3D style, too pedantic. I don't even know what slants is like.
I've not actually watched any of his.
Yeah, Steve is doing more Micron work today, so we're going to go send you all over and hang out with Mr. Steve Builds. If you are a part of our Discord at the $10 tier and higher, you can come hang out with myself, Jacob. Let's see who else is in there currently. Who else is hanging out right now? We got Reliance, 3D, Amber's in there, Dev Miner's in there. Their names are blocked. I think that's...
You got Chris, you got Duff.
Whose name is that that's blocked?
You got Martins.
A something.
It's because you're in streamer mode.
I am.
That is their name.
A Breckham. Breckham's in there. Duff. MLV.
Vicious Narwhal, and apparently his wife doesn't like me.
That's fine. Nobody likes you.
I know, nobody does like me. I don't even like me.
Well, this has been our longest stream together, so we will see you all later. Enjoy Mr. Steve builds, and for everybody else, we'll see you in the server.
And like it before you quickly move over. Do it now. Do it.
Yeah, like if you haven't.
For 5 hours, give it a like. Come on.
It's true. All right. See you guys. Take